They say every wolf recognizes their mate by scent. Pine and honeycomb, rainfall and wildfire, something that calls to your soul before your mind can catch up. But what they don't tell you is what happens when your mate's scent is the last thing you smell before you die. I should know. I've died 3 times already. The first time, I was 6 years old, drowning in the creek behind our pack's territory while my stepbrother held my head underwater, laughing. My wolf should have emerged to save me. She didn't. The second time, I was 14, poisoned at the lunar feast. Everyone said it was an accident, that I must have eaten something spoiled. But I saw my stepmother's smile as I convulsed on the floor, foam bubbling from my lips. The third time was last week. I was 22 and supposedly died of heartbreak when my fated mate, the one the moon goddess herself had chosen for me, rejected me in front of the entire pack and chose my stepsister instead. Except I didn't die. Not completely. I woke up in a ditch at the edge of Shadowmere Forest with no memory of how I got there, covered in blood that wasn't mine, and marked with a symbol I'd only seen once before, in my mother's grimoire, the one that was burned when she was executed for witchcraft. The symbol of the twice-born. My name is Azria Thorne, and tonight, the Alpha King has summoned me to his court. They say he collects broken things. They say he's searching for something that was stolen from him centuries ago. They say he kills anyone who wastes his time. I have 48 hours to reach the Moonstone Palace, and I have no idea why he wants me. All I know is that my wolf, the one who's been silent my entire life, finally spoke to me this morning. She said 2 words, he's coming. And then I smelled it. Pine and honeycomb. Rainfall and wildfire. The scent of my mate. The scent of my death. The scent of the Alpha King himself. This is where my story truly begins. Not with a happy ending, but with a question that will change everything. What if the moon goddess made a mistake? Chapter 1: The Summons. The summons arrived in the claws of a raven twice the size of any natural bird. I was behind the Thornpack estate, scrubbing blood from the stone courtyard. My blood, from yesterday's training session where my stepbrother Merrick had decided I needed to learn humility. Again. The bruises on my ribs screamed with every movement, but I'd learned long ago that showing pain only invited more of it. The raven landed on the fountain's edge, with a sound like thunder, its eyes gleaming an unnatural silver. Every wolf in the vicinity froze. Ravens of the Alpha King didn't visit small packs like ours. They didn't visit at all unless someone was about to die or something terrible was about to happen. Usually both. Azria Thorne. The raven spoke, its voice layered with ancient power that made my bones vibrate. You are summoned to the Moonstone Palace by order of His Majesty, Alpha King Theron Nightshade. You will arrive within 48 hours, or your pack will face sanctions for noncompliance. Failure to appear will result in your execution and the dissolution of pack bonds for all blood relatives. The scroll fell from its claws, landing in the bloody water at my feet. Then the raven was gone, leaving only black feathers that dissolved into smoke. I stood there, dripping and frozen, as the courtyard erupted around me. The Alpha King? My stepmother Belindra's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. She emerged from the estate, her perfect blonde hair gleaming in the afternoon sun, my stepsister Thressa trailing behind her like a shadow. Why would the Alpha King summon you? I picked up the scroll, with shaking hands. The wax seal bore the mark I'd seen in my nightmares for years, a wolf's head crowned with stars, surrounded by thorns. The same symbol that had appeared on my skin after I woke up in that ditch. I don't know, I said, honestly. Let me see that. Belindra snatched the scroll from my hands, her perfectly manicured nails leaving crescents in the parchment. Her eyes scanned the words, and I watched something flicker across her face. Fear? No. Calculation. This is a mistake, she said finally, but her voice was too controlled. Too careful. You're nobody. Wolfless, powerless, worthless. Why would the most powerful alpha in the kingdom waste his time on you? It was a good question. One I'd been asking myself since the raven appeared. Maybe he's finally noticed what a stain you are on our pack's reputation, Thressa added, examining her nails with practiced disinterest. Maybe he's going to execute you himself and save us the trouble. I should have been terrified. The Alpha King was legendary for his cruelty, his power, his absolute authority over every pack in the Northern Kingdom. Wolves who displeased him simply disappeared. Alphas who challenged him were found torn apart in ways that suggested something far worse than claws and teeth. But instead of fear, I felt something else stirring in my chest. Something that had been dormant my entire life. Hope. When do you leave? My father's voice made everyone turn. Azria Thorne stood in the doorway, looking older than his 50 years. He'd stopped looking at me directly after my mother died, after he married Belindra, after he let them turn me into the pack servant. The summons says 48 hours, father, I said quietly. You'll leave tonight, he said, not meeting my eyes. Take the northern road. It's faster. Darian, Belindra's voice carried a warning. Surely we should discuss. She has her orders from the Alpha King himself. For the first time in years, my father's voice held something like steel. We don't discuss commands from the throne. We obey them. Something passed between them. A look I couldn't decipher. Fine, Belindra said sweetly. Too sweet. Azria, darling, you'll want to prepare for your journey. Thressa, help your sister pack. Sister. She'd never called me that before. Definitely a trap. 2 hours later, I stood in the small storage room that had been my bedroom for the past 16 years. It had once been my mother's study, filled with books and herbs and mysterious things I was too young to understand. After she died, after they executed her, Belindra had burned everything and converted the space into storage. They'd given me a mattress on the floor and called it mercy. I owned almost nothing. A few threadbare dresses, a cloak with more holes than fabric, the boots I was wearing that were 2 sizes too small. Everything I valued I kept hidden. I pulled up the loose floorboard near the window and retrieved my mother's grimoire. It shouldn't have survived the burning. Everything else had. But I'd found it 3 days after her execution, tucked into a hollow tree near the creek, where she used to take me. Like she'd known. Like she'd planned for this. The grimoire was bound in black leather that never aged, never wore, never showed any sign of the 16 years I'd kept it hidden. The pages inside were covered in my mother's handwriting, spells, rituals, histories of our bloodline that contradicted everything the pack believed. And on the last page, written in silver ink that seemed to glow in moonlight, was a prophecy. The twice-born shall rise when the kingdom bleeds. She who dies and lives shall break the chains of fate. 3 deaths to unmake, 3 truths to wake, and in the Alpha King's shadow, she shall either save the realm or watch it burn. I'd read it 1,000 times. Never understood it. Until I died for the 3rd time and woke up with the mark. Still reading that heretic's ravings? I spun to find Thressa leaning against the doorframe, her perfect features arranged in an expression of mock concern. She was everything I wasn't, tall, graceful, powerful. Her wolf had emerged when she was 15, right on schedule. Beautiful silver fur and eyes like amber. She was also cruel in ways that made Belindra look like an amateur. Mother sent me to help you pack, she continued, stepping into the room. Though I don't see why you need help. You own basically nothing. I'm fine, Thressa. Thank you. Oh, don't be like that. She picked up my cloak, wrinkling her nose. This is pathetic. Here. She tossed a bundle at me. Mother said you should at least look presentable when the Alpha King executes you. The bundle contained a dress. Not new, but nicer than anything I'd worn in years. Deep forest green with silver embroidery. Why? I asked suspiciously. Because you're still a thorn, unfortunately. Thressa examined her reflection in the small, cracked mirror. If you show up looking like a beggar, it reflects poorly on our pack. Father's orders. I didn't believe that for a second. There's something else, Thressa continued, her voice dropping. That mark on your shoulder. The one you think you've been hiding. My hand instinctively went to my left shoulder, where the symbol had appeared. I'd kept it covered, hadn't told anyone. I saw it yesterday during training, when Merrick broke your ribs. Thressa's smile was sharp. I know what it means. Mother knows what it means. I don't know what you're. Don't lie to me, Azria. She was suddenly in front of me, moving with the supernatural speed of her wolf. Her hand grabbed my shoulder, yanking down the collar of my shirt to expose the mark. The symbol of the twice-born. The mark of witches who cheat death. Her nails dug into my skin. Your mother was executed for witchcraft, for trying to overthrow the natural order. And now you bear the same mark. Her voice was poison-sweet. I wonder what the Alpha King will do when he finds out you're not just wolfless, but tainted with dark magic. Thressa. Here's what's going to happen. She released me, stepping back. You're going to go to the Moonstone Palace. You're going to meet with the Alpha King. And whatever he asks you, whatever he wants from you, you're going to refuse. You're going to be difficult, disagreeable, and ultimately worthless. Why would I? Because if you don't, Thressa's eyes flashed gold, her wolf rising to the surface. I will personally ensure that everyone discovers what you really are. I will make sure they know your mother's bloodline runs through your veins. And I will watch as they burn you just like they burned her. She was at the door when she turned back, her expression almost pitying. Oh, and Azria? That mate bond you felt last week before Kaelin rejected you? The one that almost killed you. Her smile was cruel. It wasn't real. Mother had the pack which created a false bond using your blood. She wanted to see if rejection would finally break you. The words hit harder than any of Marek's blows ever had. The ceremony, the rejection, your heartbreak. All of it was staged. Thressa laughed. And you fell for it completely. You really are pathetically easy to manipulate. She left, her laughter echoing down the hallway. I stood there, shaking. Not from fear. Not from heartbreak. From rage. They'd faked a mate bond. Orchestrated my public humiliation. Nearly killed me. All for what? Entertainment? I looked down at the grimoire in my hands, at the prophecy written in silver ink. 3 deaths to unmake. I'd died 3 times. Each time, I'd come back. 3 truths to wake. Truth 1. I wasn't wolfless. My wolf was bound by something I didn't understand yet. Truth 2. My mother hadn't been a heretic. She'd been trying to protect me from something. Truth 3. Whatever the Alpha King wanted with me, it was important enough to summon me personally. Important enough that my stepmother was terrified. I packed quickly after that. The dress Thressa gave me went into my bag. I'd examine it for curses or poisons later. The grimoire went into a hidden pocket I'd sewn into the lining. And my mother's silver dagger, the one thing Belindra hadn't found and destroyed, went into my boot. As I climbed out the window, easier than facing my family again, I heard voices from my father's study. She can't reach the Moonstone Palace. That was Belindra, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. If Theron sees the mark, if he realizes what she is, then we're all dead, my father finished. The binding won't hold much longer. Her wolf is too strong. When it breaks, it won't break. I've made sure of that. You said that 16 years ago, and look what happened to Varia. My mother's name, spoken with something that might have been regret. Varia was a fool who thought she could change fate. Belindra's voice hardened. Azria is weak, controllable. By the time she reaches the palace, the poison will have done its work. The Alpha King will find a corpse, not a threat. Poison. I looked down at the dress in my bag. Of course. I left through the garden, keeping to the shadows, my heart pounding. The northern road would take me to the Moonstone Palace in 2 days if I traveled quickly. But I wasn't taking the northern road. I was taking the path through Shadowmere Forest. The path everyone said was cursed. The path where I'd woken up after my 3rd death. The path where something was waiting for me. Because as I crossed the pack boundary, as I felt the bonds that had never quite fit properly begin to loosen, I smelled it again. Pine and honeycomb. Rainfall and wildfire. My wolf stirred for the first time in 22 years. And she said one word. Run. So I did. Chapter 2. Shadowmere. Shadowmere Forest earned its name, honestly. The moment I crossed into its boundary, The afternoon sun disappeared behind a canopy so thick it might as well have been midnight. The air turned cold, sharp with the scent of ancient earth and something else, something that made my skin prickle with awareness. Magic. Old magic. The kind my mother used to whisper about when she thought I was asleep. I'd been walking for 3 hours, following a path that seemed to appear just ahead of my feet and vanish behind me. No birds sang here. No insects buzzed. The only sound was my breathing and the occasional crack of a branch that might have been the wind. Or might have been something else. The dress Thressa gave me was still in my bag, wrapped carefully in leaves. I'd examined it as soon as I was clear of packed territory and found exactly what I suspected. Nightshade woven into the embroidery, so subtle that only someone who'd studied poison would recognize it. Wearing it would have killed me slowly, making it look like illness or exhaustion. They really wanted me dead. The question was why? Because you're the key. I spun my mother's dagger in my hand before I could think. But there was no one there. Just trees and shadows and that persistent scent of magic. Who's there? My voice didn't shake. Small victory. Someone who's been waiting for you. The voice was male, deep, and seemed to come from everywhere at once. Though I expected you to be taller. A figure materialized from the shadows about 20 feet ahead. Not stepped out, materialized, like he'd been part of the darkness itself. He was tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in black that seemed to absorb what little light filtered through the canopy. His face was sharp angles and cruel beauty, with eyes that glowed silver in the dimness. Not the gold of a wolf's eyes. Silver. Like starlight. Like the Alpha King's mark. Theron Nightshade, I breathed. In the flesh. He tilted his head, studying me with an intensity that made me want to hide and stand taller at the same time. Though I have to say, Azria Thorne, you're not what I expected. You're not what I expected either. I kept the dagger visible. The summons said 48 hours. I have 45 left. The summons was a test. He moved closer, and I forced myself not to step back. To see if you'd come. To see if you'd take the northern road like a good, obedient little wolf. I'm not obedient. No. His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. You're not. You're also not wolfless, despite what everyone believes. My heart stopped. I don't know what. Don't lie to me. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. I can smell your wolf, Azria. She's there, locked behind a binding so old and complex it would take a master witch to create it. A binding that's slowly killing you both. He was suddenly in front of me, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his body. Close enough that I could smell him. Pine and honeycomb. Rainfall and wildfire. Oh, moon goddess. You feel it, don't you? His voice had gone soft, dangerous. The bond trying to form. The mate pulled. That's impossible. I forced the words out. I already had a mate bond. It was fake. He said it with certainty. Created by a witch using your blood and some poor fool's hair. It was designed to break you, to make you vulnerable. His hand came up, stopping just short of touching my face. It almost worked. How do you know that? Because I've been watching you for 16 years, Azria. Since the night your mother died. Since that night, she sent me a message begging me to protect you. His silver eyes burned. Since the night, she told me you were mine. The forest spun. That's insane. My mother never. Your mother was my best friend's mate before she ever met your father. Theron's voice was matter-of-fact, but something painful flickered in his eyes. Evander Thorne, my beta, your real father. No. No, that couldn't be. Darien Thorne is your stepfather, though he's done a remarkable job of making everyone believe otherwise. Theron continued. When Evander died in battle, your mother was pregnant and vulnerable. Darien offered her protection, a home, legitimacy for you. And she accepted because she had no choice. My legs gave out. I sat down hard on the forest floor, the dagger falling from nerveless fingers. Belindra knows, I whispered. That's why she hates me. That's why she's been trying to kill me. Belindra knows many things. Theron crouched in front of me, bringing those silver eyes level with mine. She knows what you are, what you're destined to become, and she's terrified of it. What am I? The twice-born. He said it like it explained everything. A wolf who can die and return. A bloodline that was supposed to be extinct. A power that could reshape the kingdom or destroy it. He pulled something from his jacket, a small, leather-bound journal. My mother's handwriting covered the pages. Your mother didn't just die, Azria. She was executed because she discovered something. Something about the alpha bloodlines, about the mate bonds, about the very foundation of how our world works. He handed me the journal. She found proof that the moon goddess's blessings were never real. That everything we believe about fated mates and destined alphas is a lie. I stared at the journal like it was a venomous snake. That's heresy. That's true. Theron stood, offering me his hand. And that's why they killed her. Why did they bound your wolf? Why have they been slowly poisoning you your entire life, hoping you'd die before you became powerful enough to break free? I didn't take his hand. If you've been watching me for 16 years, why didn't you help? Why let them torture me? Something flickered across his face. Pain? Regret? Because I'm a coward, he said simply. Because helping you would have meant revealing what your mother discovered. And I wasn't ready to watch the kingdom burn. He lowered his hand. But you died 3 times, Azria. 3 times despite the poison and the binding and the abuse. You're still here. Still fighting. So, now you want to use me. I pushed myself to my feet, retrieving my dagger. Whatever plan you have, whatever reason you summon me, it's because I'm useful to you. Yes. He didn't deny it, but also because the bond between us is real. And if we don't complete it soon, it will kill us both. The scent hit me again, stronger this time. Pine and honeycomb. Rainfall and wildfire. My wolf stirred, pressing against the binding, desperate to reach him. Mate, she whispered. Ours. No. I stepped back. I don't know you. I don't trust you. And I sure as hell don't trust this bond. Smart. Theron's expression was unreadable. Trust is earned. But Azria, I need you to understand something. Belindra didn't just poison that dress. She sent assassins after you. They're following your trail right now, probably 15 minutes behind. As if on cue, I heard it. Howls in the distance. Multiple wolves. They'll kill you and claim you never left pack territory, Theron continued. They'll say you ran away, disobeyed the Alpha King summons. And I'll have no choice but to sanction the Thorne Pack, which will give Belindra exactly what she wants, full control without you as a threat. Then help me fight them. I can't. He said it with genuine regret. I'm here in secret. If I reveal myself, if I'm caught interfering in pack business without going through proper channels, it undermines my authority. Other alphas will see it as weakness, as favoritism. So I'm on my own. Not entirely. He pulled something else from his jacket, a small vial of dark liquid. This will break the binding on your wolf. Temporarily. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Enough time to fight. Enough time to run. I stared at the vial. What's the catch? The catch is that breaking the binding will be agonizing. Your wolf has been caged for 22 years. When she emerges, she'll be feral, furious, and possibly uncontrollable. His silver eyes held mine. And every supernatural creature within 50 miles will feel it, including the very people you're trying to hide from. The howls were getting closer. Why are you really helping me? I asked. Because your mother saved my life once. Theron's voice was quiet. Because Evander was my best friend, and I failed to protect his daughter. Because the mate bond won't let me watch you die. He pressed the vial into my hand. And because I'm selfish enough to want you alive, even if you hate me for it. I uncorked the vial. The liquid inside smelled like copper and moonlight. What happens after? If I survive? Then you come to the Moonstone Palace. Not as a prisoner. As my guest. He stepped back into the shadows, already fading. And together, We figure out how to break a system that's been lying to wolves for centuries. Theron, drink it fast. The transformation will start immediately. His voice was getting distant. And Azria, when your wolf emerges, don't fight her. Let her rage. Let her be everything they tried to prevent. Wait, I had so many questions. About my mother, about the binding, about what he meant, but he was gone. Completely. Like he'd never been there at all. The howls were close now. Maybe 5 minutes away. I looked at the vial, at the journal my mother had written, at the forest path ahead that promised either salvation or death. 3 deaths to unmake, the prophecy said. I'd already died 3 times. 3 truths to wake. Truth 1, I was bound, not broken. Truth 2, my mother died protecting a secret. Truth 3, the Alpha King was my mate. And truth 4, the one that made everything more complicated. I was about to unleash something that had been caged my entire life. I drank the entire vial. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Fire exploded through my veins, burning away everything. I fell to my knees, screaming as the bindings shattered like glass. 22 years of suppressed power, suppressed rage, suppressed life came flooding back all at once. My bones broke and reformed. My skin tore and healed. My senses exploded outward until I could hear heartbeats miles away, smell fear and blood and death on the wind. And through it all, I felt her. My wolf. She was massive, feral, and absolutely furious. They caged us, she snarled. They hurt us. They tried to kill us. I know. We make them pay. Yes. The transformation completed in seconds. I looked down at paws that were twice the size they should be, at midnight black fur that seemed to absorb light, at claws that could tear through steel. I was beautiful. It was terrifying. I was free. The assassins burst into the clearing, 5 wolves, all larger than me, all bearing Valindra's scent. They froze when they saw me. That's impossible, one of them said, shifting to human form. She's wolfless. She can't. My wolf didn't let him finish. We moved like liquid shadow, like rage given form. The first wolf died before he could shift back. The second tried to run. We caught him. The remaining 3 actually managed to coordinate an attack. They were trained, experienced, and deadly. We were more deadly. When it was over, when the forest floor was painted red, and the only sounds were my ragged breathing and the wind through the trees, I stood there, trying to process what I'd become. What I'd always been underneath the binding. We are not weak, my wolf said with satisfaction. We never were. Movement in the shadows made me spin, ready to kill again. But it wasn't another assassin. It was a woman, tall and slender, with silver hair that fell to her waist and eyes that glowed with the same power I'd felt in Theron. Hello, Twiceborn, she said, her voice like music and broken glass. I've been waiting for you. Who are you? My name is Viola. She smiled, and it was not a kind expression. I'm the witch who bound your wolf 22 years ago. The one your mother begged to save your life. She tilted her head. And I'm here to tell you that everything Theron just told you is a lie. Before I could react, before I could run or fight or scream, she lifted her hand and spoke a word in a language that made my bones vibrate. The world went black. And when I woke, everything had changed. Chapter 3. The Witch's Bargain. I woke to the sound of rain and the smell of herbs I couldn't name. My wolf was quiet, not gone, but exhausted, sleeping off the violence and the years of captivity. My body ached like I'd been torn apart and poorly reassembled, which, given what I'd just been through, wasn't far from the truth. I was lying on something soft. A bed. Real blankets, not the threadbare rags I was used to. The room around me was small but comfortable, lit by candles that burned with purple flames. Shelves lined every wall, packed with jars and books and objects that hummed with power. A witch's sanctuary. I tried to sit up and found my wrists bound with silver chains that burned against my skin. I wouldn't struggle if I were you. Viola's voice came from the corner where she sat in a high-back chair, reading a book that looked older than the forest itself. Those chains are spelled. The more you fight, the tighter they become. You knocked me unconscious and chained me up. My voice came out rough, damaged from screaming during the transformation. Forgive me if I don't trust your advice. Smart girl. She closed the book, setting it aside. Your mother was smart too, right up until she got herself killed for asking the wrong questions. Rage flared hot and immediate. Don't talk about my mother. Why not? I knew Varia better than anyone. Viola stood, moving to a small table where a kettle steamed. She poured 2 cups of something that smelled like mint and nightshade. I was her teacher, her friend, her confidant, and when she came to me, pregnant and terrified, begging me to save her daughter from a fate worse than death, I did the only thing I could. She brought one of the cups to me, holding it to my lips. I tried to turn away, but she caught my chin with surprising strength.
Drink.
It's not poison. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Her silver eyes held mine. This will help with the pain from the transformation, and you're going to need your strength for what comes next. I drank. The liquid was bitter, but immediately soothing, spreading warmth through my battered body. There. Viola returned to her chair. Now we can have a civilized conversation. You said Theron lied to me. I said everything he told you was a lie. She corrected me. There's a difference. Some of what he said was true. Your mother did discover something. She was executed for it. You are the twice-born. But the context, the reasons, the history, all of it was filtered through what Theron wants you to believe. And what do you want me to believe? The truth. She sipped her own tea, which is far more complicated and dangerous than anything Theron told you. I waited. The chains burned, but I forced myself to stay still. Your mother wasn't just researching mate bonds, Viola continued. She was researching the Alpha King bloodline specifically. Because Evander, your real father, wasn't just Theron's beta. He was Theron's half-brother. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. That's impossible. The royal bloodline is pure, documented back centuries. Documented by the people who had the most to gain from hiding the truth. Viola leaned forward. Theron's father, the previous Alpha King, had 2 sons. Theron, born to his Luna Queen, and Evander, born to a witch he'd taken as a secret lover. My mind reeled. If Evander was royal blood, why wasn't he? Because witches and wolves can't produce viable heirs. Or so everyone believed. Viola's smile was sharp. But Evander proved that wrong just by existing. And when he mated with your mother, another witch-blooded woman, and produced you, a wolf with witch magic in her veins, it confirmed the old king's worst fear. That the bloodlines could mix. That the bloodlines were always meant to mix. She corrected me. The moon goddess didn't create wolves and witches as separate species. We were one people once. Before the separation. Before the lies. She stood, moving to one of her shelves, and pulled down a journal I recognized immediately. My mother's grimoire. How do you have that? I had it in my bag. I took it while you were unconscious. Viola opened it to a page near the end. Your mother discovered that the mate bond isn't divine at all. It's a spell, cast centuries ago by the first Alpha King and his court of witches to control wolf populations, to determine who could breed with whom, to maintain power structures. She turned the book toward me, showing diagrams and formulas written in my mother's precise hand. Every wolf believes they have one true mate, chosen by the moon goddess. But it's a lie. The bonds are manufactured, controlled, manipulated by those in power. Viola's voice was cold. And when your mother discovered this, when she tried to break her own bond to study how it worked, the Alpha King had her executed for heresy. Theron killed my mother? Theron's father did. But Theron knew about it. I approved it. She closed the grimoire. And now he's trying to complete a mate bond with you, the daughter of the woman he helped murder, because you're the key to breaking the entire system. My head was spinning.
Why?
What makes me special? The twice-born can break curses. Viola said it like it was obvious. You died, and came back 3 times. Each death should have killed you permanently, But your witch blood, your dual heritage, your sheer stubborn will to survive, it made you immune to the spell that binds all wolves to the mate bond system. She moved closer, her silver eyes intense. If you complete the bond with Theron, it won't just connect you to him. It will show you how the spell works, how to break it, how to free every wolf in the kingdom from manufactured destiny. Her voice dropped, and that terrifies him. Because if wolves discover they have choice, if they learn they've been controlled for centuries, the entire power structure collapses. Then why did he tell me any of this? Why break the binding on my wolf? Because he's arrogant enough to believe he can control you. Viola's expression darkened. He thinks if he plays the tragic hero, if he gives you just enough truth mixed with lies, you'll fall for him. Complete the bond, and then he'll have access to your power without having to give up his throne. I wanted to argue, wanted to defend Theron, the mate bond something. But I remembered the way he'd looked at me in the forest. The calculation behind the concern. You're still lying to me, I said finally. You're telling me your version of events. Your truth. But you have an agenda too. Viola laughed, genuine and delighted. There. That's the intelligence your mother had. She returned to her chair. You're right. I do have an agenda. I want to break the spell that binds wolves to false mates. I want to reunite witches and wolves and end the separation. I want to burn down the Alpha King's kingdom and rebuild something honest. And you need me to do it. I need you to choose to do it. She corrected me. I could force you, use compulsion, bind you with magic stronger than those chains. But that would make me just like them, taking choice away, controlling destiny. She waved her hand, and the chains fell away, clattering to the floor. So here's my offer, Azria Thorne. Stay here for 3 days. Let me teach you what your mother learned. Let me show you how to access the witch magic in your blood. And at the end of 3 days, you choose. Choose what? Whether to go to Theron, complete the bond, become his Luna Queen, and help him maintain the lie. Viola's eyes glowed with power. Or come with me, learn the truth, and help me tear down a system built on centuries of control and deception. And if I choose neither, if I just walk away, then Belindra's assassins will find you within a day. Theron's guards will find you within 2. And you'll die for real this time. No coming back. She shrugged. Or worse, you'll be captured, bound again, and used as a weapon by whoever gets to you first. I rubbed my wrists where the chains had been, feeling the burn of silver against my skin. 3 days, I said carefully. And you'll teach me everything? No tricks, no hidden costs. I'll teach you everything I taught your mother. Viola promised. The only cost is the truth. And 3 days from now, you make your choice with full knowledge of what you're choosing. It wasn't a good offer. It was barely even a safe offer. But it was more choice than I'd had in 22 years. One condition, I said. You tell me how my mother really died. All of it. No sanitized version, no political spin. The truth. Pain flickered across Viola's face, the first genuine emotion I'd seen from her. She walked into the Alpha King's throne room. Viola said quietly. Alone. Unarmed. She told him she knew about the mate bond spell. She told him she was going to expose it. And she gave him a choice. Help her break the system peacefully, or watch her burn it all down. What did he do? He called her a heretic. Ordered her execution. And when she tried to fight, when she called on her magic to escape, Theron held her down while his father cut her throat. Viola's voice was ice. He was 18 years old, fresh from his alpha ceremony. And he chose the throne over your mother's life without hesitation. The words settled into my chest like stones. Why didn't you save her? Because she made me promise not to. Tears actually shone in Viola's silver eyes. She said if I interfered, they'd know about you. They'd hunt you down and kill you before you were old enough to fight back. So she died to protect you, Azria. And I've spent 16 years waiting for you to be strong enough to finish what she started. The room was silent except for the rain and my own breathing. Teach me, I said finally. I want to know everything. Viola smiled, sad and fierce at once. Then let's begin with what you are. She stood, moving to the center of the room, where symbols were carved into the floor. You're not just a wolf. You're not just a witch. You're what we call a Shadowborn, a bridge between two worlds that were never meant to be separated. She pulled a knife from her belt and cut her palm, letting blood drip onto the symbols. They began to glow. Your mother could see the threads of fate, the connections between souls. She could read destiny like others read books. Viola looked at me. You have that gift too. But you also have something she didn't. Something that makes you far more dangerous. What? You can cut the threads. She said it with reverence and fear. You can sever bonds, break curses, and unmake destiny itself. That's what the twice-born means, Azria. You're not just immune to control. You're the antithesis of it. The symbols on the floor began to pulse with light, and I felt something stir in my chest. Not my wolf, something else. Something ancient and powerful and utterly foreign. That's your witch magic waking up, Viola said. It's been dormant because your wolf was bound. But now that she's free, now that you're whole, you can access both powers. How do I? Close your eyes. Reach inside yourself, past your wolf, past the rage and pain. Find a quiet place, the still place. Her voice became hypnotic. And when you find it, pull. I did as she instructed. I closed my eyes, reached past my sleeping wolf, past the trauma and fear, and found it. A well of power, so deep I couldn't see the bottom. Cold and dark and absolutely terrifying. Pull. Viola's voice echoed. I pulled. The world exploded into light. Suddenly I could see them, threads. Millions of them, connecting everything. The trees to the earth, the rain to the clouds, Viola to her magic, and stretching far into the distance, a thick silver cord that pulsed with power. The mate bond between me and Theron. Do you see it? Viola's voice was eager. Do you see the truth? I saw more than that. I saw that the bond wasn't natural. It was woven, crafted, maintained by magic so complex it would take a lifetime to understand. But I also saw something else. Smaller threads. Dozens of them. Connecting me to people I'd never met. Places I'd never been. Futures that hadn't happened yet. What are those? I pointed. Viola looked where I was pointing, and her expression changed to shock. Those are possible threads. Potential futures, potential bonds, potential destinies. She moved closer. Most people have 2 or 3. You have dozens. What does that mean? It means your destiny isn't fixed. She breathed. It means you have more choice, more power, more potential than anyone I've ever seen. Her laugh was slightly manic. Moon goddess, Varia, what did you create? The threads began to fade as my power exhausted itself. But before they disappeared completely, I saw one more thing. A thread connecting me to someone else. Not Theron. Someone I'd never met. And it was stronger than the mate bond. I opened my eyes, gasping. What did you see? Viola demanded. Another bond. Not the mate bond. Something else. Something stronger. Her expression went carefully blank. Describe it. Silver and gold, braided together. It led north toward the Moonstone Palace. She finished. Toward Theron. No. Past Theron. To something beyond him. Viola was quiet for a long moment. There's something I didn't tell you, she said finally. About the prophecy. About what the twice-born is meant to do. What? The prophecy says you'll either save the realm or watch it burn. She met my eyes. What it doesn't say is that you're not doing it alone. There's supposed to be another. A balance to your power. A match to your strength. Another twice-born? No. Something rarer. Something we thought was extinct. Viola's voice dropped. A starborn. A wolf who can see all possible futures and choose which one becomes real. And you think this person is at the Moonstone Palace? I think Theron has been keeping them prisoner for 5 years. She said, I think that's the real reason he summoned you. Not for the mate bond. Not for your power. Then why? Because a starborn and a twiceborn together can rewrite reality itself. Viola's expression was grim. They can unmake the spell that binds all wolves. Or they can forge new chains stronger than anything that's ever existed. She pulled out a map, spreading it on the table between us. In 3 days, you choose. But Azria, understand this. No matter what you choose, you're walking into a trap. Either mine or Theron's. The only question is which trap gives you the best chance of survival. I stared at the map, at the path to the Moonstone Palace, at the symbol marking where my mother had died. Teach me everything, I said. And in 3 days, I'll choose the trap I can break from the inside. Viola's smile was proud and terrifying. That's my girl. Let's begin. Chapter 4. Blood and Starlight. The first lesson nearly killed me. Magic isn't gentle, Viola said, watching me writhe on the floor of her sanctuary as power tore through my veins like liquid fire. Your mother learned that the hard way too. I couldn't respond. Could barely breathe. Every nerve ending was screaming as witch magic and wolf nature fought for dominance inside my body. They're not meant to coexist peacefully, Viola continued, her voice clinical. Wolf magic is instinct, emotion, and raw power. Witch magic is control, precision, intention. Forcing them to work together is like trying to mix oil and water. Then how? I gasped, my back arching as another wave of agony hit. You don't mix them. You braid them. She knelt beside me, placing her hand on my chest. Feel them both. The wolf's rage, the witch's cold calculation. Don't push one down to access the other. Let them spiral around each other. Let them become something new. I wanted to tell her that was impossible, that the pain was too much, that I couldn't. Yes, you can, my wolf said, stirring from her exhausted sleep. We are stronger together. And for the first time since the binding broke, I felt it. My wolf wasn't separate from me. She was me, the fiercest, most primal part of myself that I'd been denied for 22 years. The witch magic was me too. The quiet, calculating part that had learned to survive through observation and patience. I stopped fighting, stopped trying to control either power, and let them become one. The pain didn't disappear, but it transformed, became bearable, became fuel. I opened my eyes to find the room bathed in silver light, not from the candles, but from me. My skin glowed with power, threads of possibility visible even without reaching for them. There, Viola breathed, something like pride in her voice. There she is. The Shadowborn awakened. I sat up slowly, feeling the power settle into my bones. It still hurt, but now it felt right, like a muscle I'd never used finally being stretched. How long was I? 6 hours. Viola handed me water. You're progressing faster than your mother did. She took 3 days to reach this point. I drank, my throat raw from screaming. What's next? Next, you learn to see. She moved to her shelves, selecting 3 crystals that pulsed with different colored lights. Threads of fate are one thing, but you need to understand what you're looking at. Red threads are blood bonds, family, pack. Gold threads are chosen bonds, friendship, loyalty. Silver threads are crafted bonds, mate bonds, curses, spells. She arranged the crystals in a triangle on the floor. And black threads? I asked, remembering the darker lines I'd seen woven through the mate bond. Viola's expression darkened. Black threads are corruption. Bonds that have been twisted, perverted, forced. When you see black threads in a bond, it means someone is being controlled against their true nature. The bond between Theron and me had black threads. Because it's not pure. She confirmed. His father crafted it 16 years ago when you were born. Theron doesn't even know it exists yet. It's dormant until you're both in close proximity for an extended period. But when it activates fully, it will try to override your will, make you compliant, make you his. The water turned sour in my mouth. Can it be broken? By you? Yes. You're twiceborn. You can sever any thread. Viola's eyes glinted. But breaking a mate bond has consequences. It will hurt like nothing you've ever experienced. It might damage your ability to form other bonds. And it will make Theron your enemy forever. He's already my enemy. He helped kill my mother.
No.
Viola's voice was sharp. He's your complication. Enemy implies simple opposition. But Theron genuinely believes he's protecting the kingdom. He thinks the mate bond system, despite its flaws, is necessary for stability. That giving wolves true choice would lead to chaos. She moved the crystals, rearranging them into a different pattern.
He's not evil, Azria.
He's a man raised in a system of control who can't imagine any other way. And that makes him far more dangerous than a simple villain. I thought about Theron in the forest. The way he'd looked at me. The mixture of desire and calculation. You said there's a Starborn at the Moonstone Palace. A prisoner. Yes. Viola's face went carefully neutral. Though prisoner might be the wrong word. Theron calls them his ward.
His protege.
His. Hi what? His intended mate. She said it flatly. Before the bond with you was crafted, before your mother's research, Theron was obsessed with finding the Starborn. He believed they were the key to perfecting the mate bond system, to eliminating its flaws. My stomach twisted. And he found them? 5 years ago. A wolf from a small pack who started having visions of the future. Multiple futures, branching and changing with every choice. Viola's voice was grim. Theron felt the potential mate bond forming. A real one, not crafted, and took them to the palace. Told everyone it was for their protection, that their power made them a target. But really, he's been using them to navigate political decisions. To see which choices lead to stability and which lead to chaos. He's turned a person into a tool. Her silver eyes blazed. And the worst part is, they don't even realize they're trapped. They think they're helping. I think Theron cares about them. What's their name? Rydian. Viola said softly. Rydian Ashmore. 25 years old, brilliant, kind, and completely unaware that their gift is slowly killing them. What do you mean? Seeing the future isn't free. Every vision takes a piece of their life force. The more they see, the more futures they explore, the faster they burn out. She pulled out a drawing. A young person with dark hair and eyes that seemed to hold entire galaxies. At the rate Theron is using them, Rydian has maybe 2 years left. 3 if they stop completely. I stared at the drawing, at eyes that looked simultaneously ancient and heartbreakingly young. This is who you want me to save? I want you to meet them. Viola corrected. I want you to decide for yourself if they deserve freedom. Because here's the thing, Azria. If you and Rydian work together, if you combine your powers, you can rewrite the entire mate bond system. No more crafted destinies. No more forced connections. Pure choice for every wolf in the kingdom. And if we work with Theron instead, then we get more of the same. Control dressed up as destiny. Slavery dressed up as a blessing. Her voice hardened. Your mother died fighting that lie. Are you going to honor her death by continuing it? The question hung heavy in the air. You said I have 3 days. It's been 1. What else do I need to learn? Viola's smile was sharp with approval. Now we teach you to fight with magic. Because the Moonstone Palace isn't just full of politicians and prisoners. It's full of wolves who've been trained since birth to kill threats to the throne. She stood, moving to clear space in the center of the room. And like it or not, you're the biggest threat Theron has ever faced. The second day was combat training from hell. Viola didn't hold back. She threw spells at me that would have killed a normal wolf. Fire, ice, lightning, pure force that slammed me into walls and left me gasping. Again, she shouted as I struggled to my feet for the 100th time. You're not using your wolf speed. You're not using your witch sight. You're fighting like a human and humans die. I snarled, feeling my wolf surge forward. This time when Viola launched a fireball, I didn't dodge. I caught it. The flames swirled around my hand, hot but not burning. I could see the threads of magic holding it together, red for destruction, orange for heat, and I could see how to unweave them. I pulled at a thread, and the fireball dissolved into harmless sparks. Better. Viola's eyes glowed with excitement. Now return fire. I called on my witch magic, feeling it spiral with my wolf nature. Power gathered in my palm. Not fire, something else. Something that felt like moonlight and midnight combined. I threw it at Viola. She barely deflected it, the blast of shadow light leaving frost patterns on the wall behind her. What was that? I gasped. That was your unique magic. Viola was grinning now. Shadow light. The combination of which cold and wolf fury. I've never seen anything like it. We trained for 8 more hours. By the end, I could catch most of her attacks, deflect the ones I couldn't catch, and return fire with accuracy that surprised us both. You're a natural, Viola said as we collapsed, exhausted. Your mother had to work for years to reach this level. You've done it in 2 days. Because I'm twice born? Because you're angry. She corrected me. You've got 22 years of rage fueling your magic. That's a resource most witches never access. She handed me more water, her expression turning serious. Tomorrow is your last day. And I need to teach you the most important skill of all. What's that? How to hide what you are. Viola's voice was grim. Because the moment you walk into the Moonstone Palace, every supernatural creature there will try to read you, assess your power, determine if you're a threat or a tool. You need to learn how to appear weak while staying strong. Why would I want to appear weak? Because appearing weak makes people underestimate you. And underestimated opponents win wars. She smiled darkly. It's how your mother survived as long as she did. It's how you'll survive long enough to decide whose side you're on. The 3rd day, Viola taught me deception. Magic leaves a signature, she explained, weaving complex symbols in the air. Every supernatural being can sense the power in others. But signatures can be masked, hidden, altered. She placed her hand on my forehead, and I felt something settle over my magic like a blanket.
There.
Now, instead of reading as a Shadowborn with immense power, you'll read as a newly awakened wolf with average strength. She stepped back, examining her work. It won't fool everyone. Powerful witches will see through it, but it will fool most. What about Theron? Theron isn't a witch. He can sense power, but he can't read its complexity. She smiled. He'll feel the mate bond, feel that you're strong, but he won't understand what you truly are until you choose to show him. And Rydian? Rydian is different. Viola's expression grew sad. Starborn don't just see futures. They see souls. They see the truth of people no matter what masks they wear. She met my eyes. Rydian will know what you are the moment you meet. The question is whether they'll tell Theron. Why wouldn't they? Because maybe, just maybe, they're as tired of being used as you are. Viola moved to her table, pulling out traveling clothes. These are spelled to resist most attacks. They'll also help maintain your disguise. The clothes were simple but well made. Dark leather pants, a tunic that would allow easy movement, a cloak with hidden pockets. There's one more thing. Viola pulled out a necklace, a simple silver chain with a small black stone. This is Heartstone. It's keyed to my magic. If you're in mortal danger, break it. I'll know, and I'll come. Even if I'm in the Moonstone Palace? Especially then. Her smile was fierce. I might be exiled, might be hunted, might be on every kingdom's wanted list. But you're Varia's daughter. And I made her a promise. She fastened the necklace around my neck, and I felt its weight settle between my collarbones. Your 3 days are up, Azria. Viola stepped back. So, here's your choice. Stay with me. Learn more. Help me build a rebellion against the throne. Or go to Theron. Walk into the palace. Meet Rydian. And decide from the inside which path leads to freedom. I thought about everything she'd taught me. Everything she'd shown me. The threads of fate, the corruption in the mate bond. My mother's research. I thought about Theron in the forest. The way he'd looked at me with calculation and something that might have been genuine regret. I thought about Rydian, trapped in a golden cage, burning themselves at one vision at a time. If I go to the palace, I said slowly. If I pretend to consider the mate bond, play along with whatever Theron wants, can you get messages in? Can we communicate? Yes. Viola's eyes gleamed with understanding. You want to be my spy. I want to be my own agent. I corrected it. but having backup seems smart. Your mother would be proud. Viola pulled out a small mirror, no bigger than my palm. Communication mirror. Speak my name into it at midnight and we can talk. It's undetectable to anyone without witch training. She handed it to me, and I tucked it into one of the cloak's hidden pockets. There's something you should know, I said, about why I'm really doing this. Oh, you want to burn down the system. Theron wants to maintain it, but I don't care about either of your grand plans. I met her silver eyes steadily. I care about the wolves who are trapped. The ones being suppressed, controlled, used. I care about making sure what happened to me doesn't happen to anyone else. And if that means burning the system, then I'll burn it. I said simply, but if there's a way to fix it without destroying everything, I'm going to try. Viola studied me for a long moment, then laughed. You really are Varia's daughter. She was always the optimist, believing systems could be reformed instead of replaced. Her expression softened. I hope you're right, Azria. I truly do. Because if you're wrong, if the system can't be fixed, then you're going to have to make the same choice your mother made. What choice? How many lives are you willing to sacrifice for the possibility of peace? Viola's voice was quiet. Your mother chose to die rather than start a war. She believed her death would inspire change, that someone would finish what she started peacefully. She gripped my shoulders. But change didn't come. The system got stronger. More wolves were bound, controlled, and used. And I've spent 16 years wondering if Varia made the wrong choice. If she should have fought instead of sacrificed. I'm not planning to die, I said. Neither was she. Viola released me, stepping back. The Moonstone Palace is 3 days' journey north. But there's a faster way. She moved to the corner of the room and pulled back a rug, revealing symbols carved into the floor. A portal. A one-time transportation spell. It will take you directly to the palace gates. She pulled out a knife, preparing to activate it with her blood. Once you go through, you can't come back this way. You'll be committed. I looked at the symbols, at the path that would take me directly into the heart of power. Before I go, I said, tell me one more thing. Why did you really bind my wolf 16 years ago? Viola paused, the knife hovering over her palm. Because your mother begged me to, she said finally. Because she knew that if you manifested early, if you showed what you were, they'd kill you before you could defend yourself. The binding was meant to last until you were 18, old enough to fight back. But it lasted until now. Until I was 22. Because Belindra found a witch to strengthen it. Viola's voice was bitter. Because she knew what you were, knew what you could become, and wanted you weak. I want you to never realize your power. How did she know? Because Darian told her. Viola met my eyes. Your stepfather knew what you were from the day you were born. Knew the power you carried. And when your mother died, when he married Belindra, he told her everything in exchange for her help maintaining control of the pack. The betrayal settled into my chest like ice. He's known all along. Every beating, every insult, every moment I believed I was worthless. He knew the truth. Yes. Viola said softly. And that's why, when you're ready, you need to go back to the Thorne Pack and make them all answer for it. After the palace. After the palace. She agreed. One war at a time. She cut her palm, blood dripping onto the symbols. They flared to life, silver and red light spiraling upward into a portal that showed glimpses of marble and moonlight. Last chance to change your mind, Viola said. I thought about my mother, about Rydian burning themselves out, about every wolf trapped in false bonds. No change in my mind. I stepped toward the portal. I'm seeing this through. Azria. Viola's voice stopped me at the threshold. When you meet Rydian, ask them about the golden thread. What golden thread? The one they see connecting their future to yours. Her smile was mysterious. The one that exists in every possible timeline, no matter what choices anyone makes. Before I could ask what that meant, she pushed me through the portal. The world dissolved into light and sensation. I felt myself being pulled across distance, through space, through the fabric of reality itself. And then I was falling. I landed hard on cold marble, the impact driving the air from my lungs. When I could finally breathe again, I looked up. I was in a massive courtyard surrounded by walls that seemed to reach the sky. The Moonstone Palace loomed above me, all white stone and silver spires, beautiful and terrible in the afternoon light. And standing in front of me, blocking my path to the entrance, was a wolf I'd never seen before. They were tall and lean, with dark hair that fell to their shoulders and eyes that held entire galaxies. They wore simple clothes, but moved with unconscious grace. Rydian Ashmore.
The Starborn.
You're late, they said, their voice gentle but certain. I've been waiting for you. How did you? I'm Starborn. I see what's coming. They tilted their heads, studying me with those impossible eyes. I saw you arriving today 3 years ago. Saw every possible conversation we might have. Every choice that leads here. They smiled, sad and knowing. And in every single future where we both survive this, it starts the same way. They extended their hand. Hello, Azria Thorne. My name is Rydian, and I'm here to help you kill the Alpha King. The world tilted. What? In 73% of possible futures, Theron Nightshade dies within the month. In 68%, you're the one who kills him. Rydian's expression didn't change. And in the only future where we both survive and the kingdom doesn't burn, we work together to make sure his death means something. They still held out their hand.
So,
are you ready to start a revolution? Chapter 5. The Starborn's Truth. I stared at Rydian's outstretched hand like it might bite me. You want to kill Theron, I said slowly. The Alpha King. Your supposed protector. The person who's been using me as a tool for 5 years? Rydian's smile was bitter. Who burns through my life force like kindling to make his political decisions easier. Who tells me he cares while slowly killing me. They lowered their hands.
yes.
That person. But you just met me. How do you know I'm not? Here to kill me? Spy for Theron? Advance some hidden agenda? Rydian laughed, and it was not a happy sound. Because I've seen every version of this conversation, Azria. In the future where you're my enemy, you attack within the first 30 seconds. In the futures where you're uncertain, you hedge and deflect for at least 5 minutes. They moved closer, and I saw the exhaustion etched into their faces. The way their hands trembled slightly. The hollowness around those galaxy eyes. But in the future where we succeed, where we actually change things, you ask me one specific question right now.
I knew what they wanted me to ask.
Could feel it hovering between us. How long do you have left? 14 months. They said it matter-of-factly. Give or take a few weeks depending on how many visions Theron forces me to have. After that, my mind burns out completely, and I become a vegetable. Alive but not living. Can it be stopped? Only if I stop using my gift entirely. No visions, no futures, nothing. Rydian's expression was complicated, but Theron will never allow that. I'm too useful. And by the time anyone realizes I'm dying, it will be too late to save me. They walked past me toward the palace entrance, clearly expecting me to follow. So, I decided to save myself instead. I hurried to catch up, my mind racing. By killing the Alpha King? By dismantling the system that makes Alpha Kings possible. Rydian corrected. Killing Theron is just the first step. Necessary, but not sufficient. We entered through a side door, avoiding the main gates where guards stood at attention. The interior of the Moonstone Palace was even more magnificent than the exterior. All marble floors and crystal chandeliers, tapestries depicting centuries of Alpha Kings, power and wealth on display. You've been planning this for how long? I asked quietly. 3 years. Since I saw the future where you arrived. Rydian led me through a maze of corridors with the confidence of someone who'd walked them 1,000 times. Before that, I was compliant. Grateful, even. Theron saved me from a pack that wanted to burn me as a witch. Give me safety, education, purpose. What changed? I saw my own death. They stopped at a door, pulling out a key. Not just the fact of it, but the how. I saw myself 3 years from that moment, broken, mindless, drooling in a bed while Theron visited once a week out of obligation. I saw him telling people I'd given everything for the kingdom, making me a martyr while forgetting I was ever a person. They unlocked the door and ushered me into a small but comfortable room. This is where you'll stay. Guest quarters, technically, but private enough that we can talk without being overheard. Rydian moved to the window, looking out over the palace grounds. Theron thinks you're arriving tomorrow. The official summons said you had 48 hours, and he expects you to use all of them. How did you know I'd come early? Because in every future where you survive the forest, you meet Viola. And in every future where you meet Viola, she teaches you to use portals. Rydian turned back to me, those galaxy eyes seeing far too much. She sent you here early to give us time to talk before Theron can control the narrative. I sat on the bed, trying to process everything. You know about Viola? I know about everyone. Rydian said wearily. Viola the exile, Varia the heretic, Evander the half-breed, your mother's research, Theron's father's crimes, the mate bond spell that's been controlling wolves for centuries. They tapped their temple. When you can see all possible futures, you see all possible pasts too. Every secret, every lie, every truth people thought was buried. That sounds exhausting. It's hell. They said bluntly. Do you know what it's like to have a conversation with someone while simultaneously seeing 50 different versions of how it could go? To watch people lie while knowing the truth they're hiding? To see the moment someone decides to betray you before they've even made the choice themselves? Their voices cracked slightly. I haven't had a genuine moment of surprise in 5 years. Everything is predicted, anticipated, known. Even this conversation, I've lived it 100 times already in visions. Then why bother? I asked gently. If you already know how it ends? Because the endings keep changing. Rydian's expression became intense. That's what Theron doesn't understand. The future isn't fixed. It's fluid, branching, alive. Every choice creates new possibilities. And you, Azria, you create more branches than anyone I've ever seen. They pulled out a piece of paper covered in sketches. Diagrams showing lines splitting and reconnecting in impossibly complex patterns. This is what most people's futures look like. They pointed to a simple branching tree. 2 or 3 major decision points, relatively predictable outcomes. Then they flipped the paper over. The other side was chaos, lines everywhere, intersecting and diverging and looping back on themselves. This is what your future looks like. Hundreds of branches, thousands of possibilities, futures that contradict each other existing simultaneously. Rydian's voice held something like awe. You're a quantum anomaly. Every choice you make ripples across reality in ways I can barely track. Because I'm twice born? Because you can cut threads. They corrected it. Every time you sever a fate bond, you create new possibilities where that bond never existed. You're literally rewriting reality with every action. They sat beside me on the bed, suddenly looking very young and very tired. That's why killing Theron isn't enough. If we just remove him, someone else takes the throne and continues the system. But if we remove him while you systematically cut every corrupted mate bond in the kingdom, while I use my visions to guide us toward the best possible outcome, we could actually change things. I finished. We could give wolves a real choice. Rydian agreed. Not the illusion of destiny. Not manufactured bonds. Actual freedom to choose their own mates, their own packs, their own lives. It was everything Viola wanted. Everything my mother had died for.
It was also terrifying.
There's something you're not telling me, I said, watching their face carefully. Some future you've seen that makes this plan necessary despite the risk. Rydian was quiet for a long moment. In the future where we don't act, where we let the system continue, the kingdom falls anyway. They said finally. Not immediately. Not obviously. But slowly, over decades, the corruption spreads. More wolves are bound against their will. More witches are hunted. More power consolidates in fewer hands. They met my eyes. In 50 years, if we do nothing, there are no more free wolves. Just slaves wearing the chains of destiny and calling it a blessing. And if we do act, If we kill Theron and break the bonds. Chaos. Rydian said, honestly. Years of it. Pacts fracturing, old grudges surfacing, violence as people adjust to having choice. Many will die. Many will suffer. That's not exactly a strong selling point.
No.
But here's the thing. They took my hand, and I felt a jolt, not the mate bond, something else. Something that felt like recognition. In the future where we succeed, where we navigate the chaos and come out the other side, wolves are happy. I'm actually happy. Living authentic lives with mates they chose, packs they built, destinies they created. Their voices dropped to a whisper. And in those futures you smile. I've seen thousands of your possible futures, Azria, and in most of them you're surviving but not living. Except in the ones where you choose freedom over safety. Those are the futures where you actually get to be happy. Something in my chest tightened. What about you? Are you happy in those futures? Rydian's expression became complicated. I don't appear in most of them. Like I said, 14 months, give or take. That's not acceptable. It's reality. They release my hand, standing. Which is why we need to move fast. Theron will expect you tomorrow. Tonight, we plan. Tomorrow, you meet him officially. Play the role of confused but willing potential mate. And while you keep him distracted, you prepare the actual revolution. Exactly. Rydian moved to the door. There's someone else you need to meet. Someone who's been helping me gather evidence against Theron for the past year. Who? My brother. Their expressions softened. Bastion Ashmore. He's captain of the palace guard, loyal to Theron in public, but privately horrified by what he's seen. You're trusting your brother with treason? I'm trusting my brother with the truth. Rydian corrected. There's a difference. Come on, he's waiting. We left my room, moving deeper into the palace through servant corridors and hidden passages. Rydian navigated with ease, and I realized they must have mapped every possible route years ago. How much does Theron know about your gift? I asked as we walked. He knows I can see possible futures. He doesn't know I can see past events too. He thinks I need physical contact to have visions. They smiled grimly. I let him believe that because it gives me privacy. If he knew I could see anything, anywhere, anytime, he'd never let me out of his sight. But you can? With concentration and cost, yes. Rydian's hands trembled again. Every vision without a physical anchor takes more from me. Burns faster. But some things are worth the cost. We reached a door marked Armory. Authorized personnel only. Rydian knocked 3 times, paused, then twice more. The door opened to reveal a man who looked like an older, more battle-worn version of Rydian. Same dark hair, same sharp features, but with scars across his jaw and eyes that had seen too much violence. You actually came, Bastion said, looking at me with a mixture of relief and concern. When Rydian said a Shadowborn would arrive early, I thought they were finally losing it from the visions. I'm definitely losing it, Rydian said cheerfully. But I was right about her. Bastion gestured us inside. The armory was exactly what it sounded like, walls lined with weapons, armor on stands, training equipment scattered around. But in the corner was a small table covered in papers and maps. This is everything I've gathered, Bastion said, leading us to the table. Records of corrupted mate bonds, lists of wolves Theron has manipulated using Rydian's visions, evidence of political assassinations, financial crimes, all of it. I looked through the papers, my stomach sinking with each page. It was worse than I'd imagined. Dozens of bonds forcibly created. Entire packs dissolved because Rydian's visions showed them as future threats. Wolves killed, and made to look like accidents. This is enough to bring him down, I said. If we present this to the council. Half the council is complicit. Bastion interrupted. They know about the corrupted bonds. Some of them have benefited from them. Present this evidence and they'll bury it, kill everyone involved, and tighten their control even more. So, what's the play? Public revelation. Rydian said. During the lunar festival in 3 weeks. Every alpha in the kingdom will be here, hundreds of witnesses, too many to silence or manipulate. We present the evidence then, in front of everyone, and force the council to act. And kill Theron before he can talk his way out of it, Bastion added grimly. If he lives, he'll spin this as a misunderstanding, claim he was deceived, throw subordinates under the cart. He's charismatic, powerful, and convincing. People want to believe in him. So we need him dead and the evidence public before anyone can cover it up. I said slowly. And we need it to happen in a way that doesn't make us look like assassins or traitors. Self-defense. Rydian said. In the future where this works, Theron attacks first. He discovers what we're planning, tries to stop us, and you're forced to kill him to protect yourself and others. You've seen this happen? I've seen variations of it happen in 68% of timelines. They met my eyes. But here's what I haven't told you yet. In 53% of those timelines, you die too. Theron is old, powerful, experienced. You're strong, but untrained in real combat. The futures where you survive are the ones where... They stopped, something flickering across their faces. Where what? I demanded. Where you accept help. They said quietly. Where you stop trying to do everything alone. Before I could respond, alarm bells began ringing throughout the palace. Bastion swore. That's the breach alarm. Someone unauthorized just entered the grounds. Viola, I said immediately, reaching for the Heartstone necklace. But it was intact, not broken. No, not her. Then who? Rydian's eyes went distant, seeing futures. Then they grabbed my arm, their grip desperate.
Run. Right now.
We need to run. What did you see? Your step-family. Their voices were tight with fear. Belindra, Merrick, and 12 other wolves from your pack. They followed you here, and they're not here for political visits. They're here to kill me before I can tell Theron what they did. Worse. Rydian was already moving, pulling me toward a hidden passage in the armory wall. They're here to tell Theron what you are. To reveal your Shadowborn, claim you're a threat, and ask for his help executing you legally. My blood turned to ice. Will he help them? In 47% of futures, yes. Rydian said. In those timelines, you die in the palace courtyard at dawn, legally executed as a witch threat while Theron watches. The mate bond never forms, your power dies with you, and nothing changes. What about the other 53%? Rydian stopped at the passage entrance, looking back at me with those impossible eyes. In those futures, you run. You hide. And you make Theron choose between his kingdom's laws and his mate's bond pull. You force him to decide what matters more, maintaining the system or saving you. That's a hell of a gamble. Everything about you is a gamble. Rydian smiled slightly. That's why I like you. Come on, this passage leads to the catacombs. We can hide there while Bastion handles the political situation above. What do I tell Theron when he finds me? The truth. Rydian said. Or, at least, the parts of truth that serve your purpose. That's what he does, after all. That's what everyone does in this palace. We plunged into the darkness of the passage, leaving Bastion to deal with my murderous stepfamily. As we ran, I heard Rydian whisper, 53%. We just need to hit 53%. What happens in the other 47? You die. I burn out trying to save you. Bastion gets executed for treason, and the kingdom continues its slow spiral into total control. They said it matter-of-factly. But let's focus on the good timelines, shall we? We emerged into catacombs that stretched beneath the palace, like a stone labyrinth. Ancient burial sites for past Alpha Kings, forgotten storage rooms, passages that probably connected to half the buildings in the capital. How long until they find us? I asked. 3 hours. Rydian said immediately. Theron will search personally, using the mate bond to track you. It's not fully formed yet, but it's strong enough to give him general direction. So we have 3 hours to decide what story I'm telling him.
No.
Rydian sat against a tomb, sliding down until they were on the floor. We have 3 hours for me to show you something. They held out their hand. Show me what? The future where we win. Their expression was vulnerable, open. The timeline where we succeed, where the kingdom changes, where freedom actually happens. I want you to see it, to understand what we're fighting for. I thought you said the future changes with every choice. It does. But some futures are more stable than others. Some are more likely. They kept their hands extended. And the future where we succeed, where we both survive and make real change, that future has been stable for 6 months now. Growing more likely with every choice you make. I looked at their hands. Taking it meant seeing what they saw, understanding what they'd been carrying alone for years. It also meant letting them see me, really see me, every fear, every hope, every hidden piece of myself. Will it hurt you? I asked, showing me. Yes, they said honestly, but less than dying alone, knowing I could have shared this with someone. I took their hand. The world exploded into possibilities. I saw everything. Dozens of futures, hundreds, branching and recombining. I saw timelines where I died, where Ridian burned out, where the kingdom fell to chaos or crystallized into total control. But I also saw the golden thread, the one Viola had mentioned. It ran through every timeline, connecting me to Ridian in ways I didn't understand. Not a mate bond, something else. Something that felt like recognition, like coming home, like finding a missing piece of yourself in another person. And at the end of the golden thread, in the future where everything worked, I saw it. A kingdom where wolves chose their own mates, where witch and wolf lived in harmony, where power was shared, not hoarded, where children grew up believing they could be anything, love anyone, choose their own destinies. I saw myself in that future. Older, scarred, tired, but alive. Actually living, not just surviving. And beside me, against all odds, against every vision that said they'd die young.
Ridian. Alive. Healthy. Free. How?
I gasped, pulling back from the vision. You said 14 months. You said. I said if I keep using my gift the way Theron demands. Ridian's eyes were wet. But there's another way. A way your mother discovered before she died. They pulled out a journal page, covered in Varia's handwriting. Starborn don't have to burn out if they bond with a Shadowborn. Your ability to cut threads can sever the connection between visions and life force. You can free me from the cost. Their voices shook. Your mother figured it out 16 years ago. She was trying to find me, to save me when she died. The golden thread. The golden thread. They confirmed. It's not a mate bond. It's something older, rarer. A soul bond between complementary powers. Shadowborn and Starborn, cutting and seeing, destruction and creation. They looked at me with desperate hope. We're meant to work together, Azria. Not romantically, not politically, just as partners. Two halves of a power that was split centuries ago during the separation. And if we reform that bond, then I won't die, they said simply. Then we both survive long enough to change everything. Before I could respond, I felt it. A pull, warm and insistent. The mate bonds with Theron, growing stronger as he gets closer. He's coming, I said. I know. Ridian stood, helping me up. Remember, 53% of timelines. We just need to navigate to the right one. And how do I do that? By being yourself. They smiled. By making the choices that feel true, not safe. That's what creates the good timelines. Authenticity over strategy. Footsteps echoed through the catacombs. Multiple people, searching. Azria Thorne. Theron's voice echoed off stone. I know you're here. Your step-family has made serious accusations. Come out, and we'll discuss this civilly. Ridian squeezed my hand once, then disappeared into the shadows with the ease of someone who'd been hiding their whole life. I was alone when Theron found me. He emerged from the darkness like a wolf from shadow, tall, powerful, silver eyes glowing with barely contained emotion. Behind him were guards, weapons drawn. And behind them, wearing expressions of triumph, Belindra, Merrick, and half the Thorn pack. There she is, Belindra said, her voice dripping with false concern. Your Majesty, please be careful. She's dangerous, unstable. A Shadowborn witch who's been hiding her true nature. Theron looked at me, and I saw the conflict in his eyes. The mate bond pulled at him, the duty to his kingdom warring with the inexplicable need to protect me. Is it true? He asked quietly. Are you Shadowborn? This was it. The moment where 53% of futures diverged from the other 47. I could lie, could hide what I was, try to explain away the evidence. Or I could be authentic, could choose truth over safety. I met Theron's silver eyes and let my power rise. Let my skin glow with shadowlight. Let him see exactly what I was. Yes, I said clearly. I'm Shadowborn, witch and wolf, and I'm here to burn down your kingdom of lies. Belindra's triumphant smile told me she thought she'd won. She had no idea what she'd actually unleashed. Chapter 6. The Alpha King's Choice. The catacombs fell silent except for the sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness and my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Theron stared at me, his silver eyes reflecting the shadow light that pulsed from my skin. I watched emotions flicker across his face, shock, recognition, calculation, and something that looked dangerously like hunger. A Shadowborn, he breathed, taking a step closer despite the guards' weapons still trained on me. I thought they were extinct. The last confirmed sighting was my mother, I interrupted. Azria Thorne, the heretic you helped execute 16 years ago. His face went carefully blank. Behind him, I saw Belindra's smile sharpen. You see, Your Majesty? She stepped forward, her voice silk over steel. The girl admits her mother was a heretic, admits she carries the same tainted blood. For the safety of the kingdom, she must be quiet. Theron didn't look at her, his eyes locked on mine. Luna Belindra, you came to my palace in the middle of the night with armed wolves and no formal announcement. You bypassed proper diplomatic channels. You entered my territory without permission. But, Your Majesty, we had to. I said be quiet. This time his voice carried alpha command, the kind that made every wolf in the vicinity instinctively want to submit. Belindra's mouth snapped shut, though rage burned in her eyes. Theron moved closer to me, and I forced myself not to step back, not to show fear. The accusations against you are serious, he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear. Shadowborn witches were declared enemies of the kingdom 200 years ago. The law is clear. Discovery means immediate execution. Then execute me. I kept my chin up. But know that I'm not the only one. There are others like me, hidden surviving. And if you kill me, they'll know the kingdom is still hunting them. They'll disappear so deep you'll never find them. It was a bluff. As far as I knew, I was the only Shadowborn left. But Theron didn't know that. His eyes narrowed. You're bargaining? From a position of absolute weakness. I'm stating facts. I let more power rise, shadow light spiraling around my hands. You want to know what I can do? What a Shadowborn is capable of. I reached out and touched the air between us. Instantly, threads became visible, the complex web of fate bonds connecting everyone in the catacombs. Red bonds for blood relations, gold for loyalty, silver for crafted connections, and thick black threads wrapped around nearly every silver bond like corruption. I can see them, I said quietly, watching Theron's face. Every corrupted mate bond in your kingdom. Every wolf is bound against their will. Every lie you've used to maintain control. I pulled at a nearby thread, a gold bond connecting two of Theron's guards. It was clean, genuine loyalty. Then I found a silver bond connecting Merrick to a female wolf from our pack. Black corruption threaded through it like poison. This bond, I said, pointing, was crafted 3 years ago. She didn't choose him. Your father's court, which made it at Belindra's request, to secure an alliance between the Thorne Pack and the Riverside Territory. The female wolf gasped. Marik's face went pale. That's a lie. Belindra shrieked. Your Majesty, she's manipulating you, using witch tricks. Is it a lie? Theron asked the female wolf, his voice dangerous. Speak truthfully. She looked between Belindra and Theron, terror warring with hope on her face. I never wanted him, she whispered. But the bond formed anyway. I thought it was the moon goddess's will. I thought I had no choice. You didn't, I said gently. The bond was forced, created using stolen blood and dark magic. But I can break it. You can. Hope sparked in her eyes. Don't listen to her. Merrick snarled, his wolf rising to the surface. That bond is legal, recognized by. I reached out and pulled at the thread. It resisted. Corrupted bonds didn't want to break. They were designed to be permanent, unbreakable by anyone except. The thread snapped. The female wolf screamed, collapsing. But when she looked up, tears streaming down her face, her expression was wonderful. It's gone, she breathed. The pull, the need, the constant ache, it's gone. I'm free. Every wolf in the catacombs went completely still. Impossible, one of the guards whispered. Mate bonds can't be broken. The moon goddess. The moon goddess has nothing to do with mate bonds, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. They're spells, crafted by witches, maintained by power, designed to control who wolves can love. And I can break every single one. I turned back to Theron, whose face had gone from calculating to something more complicated. That's what my mother discovered. That's why she died. She learned the truth about the mate bond system and tried to expose it. I stepped closer to him, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. And you helped kill her for it. I was 18. His voice was quiet, but I heard the edge in it. I was crown prince, raised to believe the mate bonds were sacred. My father told me Varia was trying to destroy the kingdom, to create chaos that would kill thousands. And you believed him? I was 18, he repeated, and this time I heard something like regret. I believed everything he told me. Our eyes locked, and through the partial mate bond forming between us, I felt his conflict. The pull toward me warring with duty, with fear, with the weight of everything he'd been taught. Your Majesty. Bastion's voice cut through the tension. He stood at the entrance to the catacombs, looking winded like he'd run the whole way. We have a situation. The council has been alerted to the disturbance. They're demanding an emergency session to address the Shadowborn threat. Of course they were. Belindra had probably arranged it in advance. Let them demand. Theron's eyes never left mine. Guard Captain Bastion, escort Luna Belindra and her wolves to guest quarters. They're to remain there until I decide what to do with them. What? Belindra's composure finally cracked. Your Majesty, you can't seriously be considering. I'm considering that you entered my territory with armed wolves, made accusations without evidence, and attempted to manipulate me into executing someone without trial. Theron's voice went cold. That looks suspiciously like treason, Luna Belindra. Be grateful, I'm offering you guest quarters instead of dungeons. But the law. The law says Shadowborn are to be executed. It doesn't say by whom, when, or under what circumstances. He smiled, and it wasn't kind. And as Alpha King, I have the authority to grant trials even to those the law condemns. So, unless you want to challenge my authority in front of my own guards, I suggest you go quietly. Belindra looked like she wanted to argue, but she was smart enough to know when she'd lost this round. Of course, Your Majesty. Her smile was poisonous. We'll await your judgment. She swept out with Merrick and the others following, shooting me looks of pure hatred. When they were gone, Theron turned to his remaining guards. Clear the catacombs. No one enters or exits without my explicit permission.
He looked at me.
You and I are going to have a conversation. A real one, without an audience. And if I refuse, then I'll be forced to treat you as a threat. His expression was unreadable. Is that what you want?
No.
But I also didn't want to be alone with an Alpha King who might still decide to execute me. I thought about Rydian's words. 53% of timelines. Authenticity over strategy.
Fine, I said.
Let's talk. Theron led me through passages that took us away from the main catacombs to a small chamber I hadn't known existed. It was clearly private, comfortable furniture, a desk covered in papers, shelves lined with books. A workspace, maybe. Somewhere he came when he needed to think. He waved his hand and candles lit themselves with golden flame. Not witch magic, alpha power, manipulating the natural world through pure will. Sit, he said, gesturing to a chair. Please. I sat, keeping my power ready, just below the surface. If he attacked, I'd defend myself. 53% be damned.
But he didn't attack.
He just poured 2 glasses of wine from a decanter on his desk and handed me one. It's not poisoned, he said when I hesitated, though I understand why you'd be suspicious. I took the glass, but didn't drink. Theron settled into the chair across from me, studying me with those unsettling silver eyes. How long have you known? He asked. That you were Shadowborn? 3 days. Before that, I thought I was Wolfless. The truth came easier than I expected. My family bound my wolf when I was 6, kept me suppressed, weak, convinced I was broken. I didn't know the truth until you died 3 times and came back.
He said it with certainty.
That's what twiceborn means. The ability to survive death because your dual nature confuses fate itself. Viola told you about that? Viola hasn't spoken to me in 10 years. But I know the old texts. I've studied Shadowborn history since. He stopped, jaw tightening. Since you helped murder my mother? Since I started questioning everything my father told me. He corrected me, which began the night Varia died. He stood, moving to a shelf and pulling down a journal. Not my mother's, a different one, bound in dark leather. I was 18 when my father ordered her execution. I was raised to believe Alpha Kings were infallible, that the mate bond system was divine, that witches who questioned it were trying to destroy everything. He opened the journal, showing pages covered in his own handwriting. But watching Varia die, watching her beg not for her life, but for someone to protect her daughter, it broke something in me. He handed me the journal. I spent the next 16 years investigating. Secretly, carefully, trying to find proof that my father lied. Trying to find evidence that Varia was right about the mate bonds. His voice was quiet. Do you know what I found? I looked through the pages. Research notes. Testimony from wolves whose bonds had formed unnaturally. Financial records showing payments to witches. Diagrams of spell work that looked disturbingly similar to what I'd seen in my mother's grimoire. You knew, I breathed. All this time, you knew the mate bonds were corrupted. I knew some were corrupted. I suspected they all were. But I couldn't prove it without. He gestured at me. Without a Shadowborn. Someone who could actually see the threads, trace them back to their source. Someone who could break them. That's why you summoned me. Not because of the mate bond. Because you needed my power. Both. He admitted. When I felt the bond forming between us, when I realized Varia's daughter was still alive and manifesting Shadowborn abilities, I saw an opportunity. A chance to finally expose the truth about the mate bond system. He moved closer, and I saw genuine emotion in his eyes. Pain, regret, hope. But then I met you. Watched you in that forest, bleeding and furious, and absolutely refusing to give up. Saw how you'd survived 16 years of abuse, without breaking. His voice dropped, and I stopped seeing you as a tool. Started seeing you as... What? As my mate, he said simply. Not because of the bond. The bond between us is corrupted too. I can see the black threads now that you've shown me how to look. My father crafted it without my knowledge, probably hoping it would make it easier to control. He knelt in front of me, bringing his eyes level with mine. But underneath the corruption, underneath the crafted bond, there's something real. Something genuine. I feel it, and I think you feel it too. I did. Moon Goddess helped me, I did. Through the partial bond, I felt his sincerity, his regret, his desperate hope that he could somehow make amends for his father's crimes. I also felt his fear. Fear that I'd reject him. Fear that breaking the bond system would destroy the kingdom. Fear that he wasn't strong enough to be the Alpha King the realm needed. I can cut the corrupted bond, I said quietly. Free us both from what your father forced on us. And then we can see if there's anything real underneath. And if there isn't, Then we worked together anyway. I met his eyes. Because exposing mate bond corruption is more important than whatever we feel or don't feel. Something that might have been relief crossed his face. The council will try to stop us. They benefit from the current system. Some of them have crafted bonds of their own, ensuring loyalty through magic instead of genuine connection. Then we expose them too. It will start a war. He said it seriously. Packs will fracture. Wolves who thought they had true mates will discover they were manipulated. The chaos will be temporary. I interrupted. Pain now versus slow poison forever. That's the choice. He was quiet for a long moment, studying me. Ridian was right about you, he said finally. My heart stopped. You know about Ridian? I know they've been having visions about a white-haired stranger who would either save or destroy the kingdom. I know they've been more secretive lately, more protective of their visions. His expression darkened. I know I've been using them, burning through their life force for my own political gain. And I know that makes me a monster. Then stop. I can't. I need their visions to navigate council politics, to prevent wars, to maintain your power. I said bluntly, you're using Ridian the same way your father used my mother, for their gifts, not their personhood. He flinched. Yes. At least he was honest. Ridian has 14 months left, I said, watching his face. Did you know that? He went pale. What? Every vision burns their life force. At the rate you're using them, they'll be dead, or worse than dead, in a little over a year. I leaned forward. So here's my offer, Theron Nightshade. You want to expose the mate bond corruption? You want to change the system? You want to prove you're better than your father? Yes. Then start by freeing Ridian.
Give them a choice.
Let them use their gift voluntarily, or not at all. I held his gaze. And work with me to find another way to save them. Because I think I can.
How?
Soul bond. I said. Shadowborn and Starborn powers are complementary. If we form a bond, not romantic, not political, just a working partnership, I can cut the connection between their visions and their life force. Free them from the cost. Theron stared at me. That's not possible. Soul bonds are a myth. So were Shadowborn, until I showed up. I challenged myself. Are you willing to try? Or is Ridian's life less important than your political convenience? I saw the moment he decided. If you can save Ridian, if you can really free them from the cost of their gift, I'll support you completely. Full access to council meetings, protection from assassination attempts, whatever resources you need to expose the corrupted bonds. He extended his hand. Partners? I looked at his hand. Taking it meant allying with an alpha king who'd helped murder my mother, who'd been complicit in a system of control, who was asking me to trust him despite every reason not to. But it also meant having the power to actually change things, to save Ridian, to free every wolf suffering under corrupted bonds. Authenticity over strategy. That's what created the good timelines. I took his hand. The moment our skin touched, power exploded between us. Not just the mate bond, something deeper. I felt the corruption in the crafted bond, the black threads wrapped around silver, choking what could have been a genuine connection. And I pulled. The black threads resisted. They'd been woven by Theron's father, reinforced with years of power, designed to be unbreakable. But I was twice born. I was the antithesis of control. The black thread snapped. We both gasped as the corrupted mate bond dissolved. For a moment, there was nothing between us except our clasped hands and mutual understanding. Then slowly something else began forming. A thread. Not silver, not crafted. Gold and red braided together. Choice and blood. Partnership and trust. Not a mate bond. Something better. An alliance. Genuine, chosen, real. Theron's voice was rough with emotion. I've never felt anything like that. That's what bonds are supposed to feel like, I said, when they're chosen instead of forced. We stood there for a moment, hands still clasped, feeling the new bond settle into place. Then the door burst open. Ridian stumbled in, their faces pale, eyes distant with vision. "We're out of time," they gasped. "The council just voted. Emergency session at dawn. They're charging you both with treason and conspiracy." "Both of us." Theron's voice was sharp. "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that you're protecting a Shadowborn witch and planning to destroy the mate bond system." Rydian's eyes focused on us, seeing too much. "Belindra didn't come alone, Theron. She brought evidence. Letters, testimony, proof that you've been researching the corrupted bonds for years." "How did she get that information?" "Because someone on your council has been spying on her." Rydian swayed, and I moved to catch them. "Someone who wants you dead and the system to continue exactly as it is."
Who?
"I don't know yet. The futures keep shifting too fast." Rydian looked at me, exhaustion clear in their galaxy eyes. "But in 73% of timelines, the trial at dawn ends with both of you executed. In 25%, you escape, but the kingdom falls to civil war. And in only 2%, we survive and change things." I finished. "What do we need to do?" Rydian smiled, tired but fierce. "We need to start a revolution.
Tonight.
Before the council can consolidate power." They looked at Theron. "Are you ready to burn your father's kingdom to the ground?" Theron looked at me, at Rydian, at the choice in front of him. Then he smiled, and it was sharp and dangerous and absolutely committed. "Let's burn it all." Chapter 7. The rebellion begins. "We have 4 hours until dawn," Theron said, immediately shifting into command mode. 4 hours to gather allies, secure evidence, and prepare for a trial that's designed to execute us both. "We need a plan." "We need an army," I corrected. "The council won't listen to logic or evidence. They'll rig the trial, stack the witnesses, and kill us before we can expose anything. Then we don't go to the trial." Rydian said, their voice steadier now. "In the 2% of timelines where we win, we force their hand. Make them come to us on our terms, not theirs." Theron paced, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. "The Lunar Festival starts in 2 days. Alphas from every major pack will already be arriving. If we can gather them, present our evidence publicly before the council can silence us." 2 days is too long," I interrupted. "Belindra will have us killed before then. She's not stupid enough to give us time to prepare." Then we accelerate the timeline. Theron stopped pacing, his silver eyes gleaming with sudden intensity. "The Lunar Festival officially starts in 2 days, but the preliminary gatherings begin tonight. Smaller meetings, informal alliances, political maneuvering. And every alpha within 100 miles is already here or arriving within hours," Rydian finished, seeing where he was going. "We call an emergency alpha assembly. Tonight. Right now." "On what grounds?" I asked. "You can't just summon every alpha in the kingdom without." "On the grounds that the Alpha King's life is in danger from internal conspiracy." Theron's voice was hard. "It's an ancient protocol, rarely invoked, but legally binding. When an Alpha King calls an assembly, every alpha in the capital must attend or face immediate sanctions." He moved to his desk, pulling out parchment and ink. "We will expose everything tonight. The corrupted mate bonds, the council's complicity, Belindra's assassination attempts, all of it. In front of witnesses who can't be silenced because they represent every pack in the kingdom. The council will try to stop you," Rydian warned. "They'll claim you're acting under Shadowborn influence, that your judgment is compromised. Let them try." Theron's smile was sharp. "I'm still Alpha King. My authority supersedes the council's until I'm formally deposed. And that requires a trial with evidence and witnesses, which they don't have time to fabricate if we act tonight." He began writing rapidly, the Alpha command bleeding into his handwriting itself. I could feel the power in the words even from across the room. "Bastion," Theron called, and immediately the door opened. The guard captain must have been waiting just outside. "I need runners. Fast ones. Every alpha currently in the capital receives this summons within the hour." "Your Majesty." Bastion's eyes widened as he read the summons. "The council will see this as a direct challenge to their authority." "Good. Let them." Theron sealed the document with his blood, the ultimate sign of alpha authority. I'm done playing political games while wolves suffer under corrupted bonds. We end this tonight. Bastion nodded once and left, already shouting orders. Theron turned to Rydian. How many alphas are currently in the capital? Rydian's eyes went distant for a moment. 47. Another dozen will arrive within the next 3 hours, drawn by the summoning magic in your blood seal. By midnight, we'll have nearly 60 alphas assembled. More than enough for a quorum. Theron's expression was grim. More than enough witnesses that the council can't make us all disappear. They can try to discredit us, I pointed out. Claim I'm manipulating you, that the Shadowborn which has corrupted the Alpha King. That plays into every fear about witch magic. Then we prove you haven't. Theron moved closer to me. We show them the corrupted bonds. Let them see with their own eyes what's been done. Some of them probably have corrupted bonds themselves and don't realize it. I can make the threads visible, I said slowly. But breaking them, that will hurt. Some wolves won't survive having their bonds severed, especially if they've been connected for decades. Then we give them a choice. Rydian said quietly. Show them the truth. Offer to free them if they want. But make it clear it's their decision, not something forced on them. The irony wasn't lost on any of us. We were fighting a system of force bonds by offering wolves the choice to be free. There's something else we need, I said, making a decision. Viola. Theron's face went carefully blank. The exile witch? The one who's been actively working to overthrow the kingdom. The one who taught me everything I know about Shadowborn powers in 3 days. I corrected it. The one who has evidence of corrupted bonds going back decades. The one who's been protecting suppressed wolves the council wanted dead. She hates me, Theron said flatly. With good reason. She won't help. She'll help if I ask. I pulled out the communication mirror from my hidden pocket. Because she cares about ending the corrupted bond system more than she cares about revenge. I hoped that was true. Theron looked like he wanted to argue, but Rydian cut in. In the timelines where we succeed, Viola is there. Her testimony, her evidence, her expertise, it makes the difference between people believing us and dismissing this as a Shadowborn's manipulation. They met Theron's eyes. You need her, whether you like it or not. Theron's jaw clenched, but he nodded. Call her. I held up the mirror and whispered Viola's name. The surface rippled, and then her face appeared, silver eyes sharp and alert despite the late hour. That was faster than expected, she said without preamble. I assume you're either about to die or about to start a war. Both, probably, I said. Theron's calling an emergency alpha assembly. We're exposing the corrupted mate bonds tonight. I need you here. Her expression flickered through surprise, suspicion, and then something that might have been approval. You're actually doing it. Starting the revolution I've been planning for years. She laughed, sharp and delighted. How did you convince the Alpha King to commit political suicide? I showed him the truth. I said simply. And he chose to believe it. Viola's eyes shifted, focusing on something behind me. On Theron. Alpha King. Her voice went cold. I didn't expect to see your face again in this lifetime. Nor I yours. Theron's voice was equally cold. But apparently we both want the same thing, to expose the corrupted bond system. So we're temporarily on the same side. Temporarily. Viola's smile was sharp. Until I remember that you helped murder Varia. Then we're enemies again. I was 18 and following my father's orders. You were 18 and made a choice. Her voice hardened. You could have questioned, could have investigated, could have refused, but you chose the easy path. Choose power over truth. You're right. Theron said it simply, without defensiveness. I made the wrong choice, and I've spent 16 years trying to make amends. But nothing I do will bring Varia back. Viola stared at him for a long moment. Then she sighed. Varia would want me to help you. She always believed in redemption, in second chances. Her expression was painful. I think she was naive, but I'll honor her wishes. For tonight, at least. Thank you, I said. How quickly can you get here? I'm already here. The door opened behind us, and Viola stepped through in person, lowering her mirror. I've been watching the palace since you arrived. Figured you'd need backup eventually. Theron's guards immediately moved to block her, but he waved them off. She's with us. For tonight. He looked at Viola. But if you try anything to harm the wolves under my protection. I'm not here to harm innocents. Viola interrupted. I'm here to free them. There's a difference. She moved into the room, and I saw her properly for the first time in artificial light. She looked exhausted, older than she had in her sanctuary. Being this close to the palace, to Theron, to the place where her best friend died, it was taking a toll. How many council members are actively complicit in the bond corruption? She asked, getting straight to business.
We don't know yet, Rydian said.
I can see futures where different council members act against us, but their motivations shift too much to pin down specific conspirators. Then we assume all of them are compromised until proven otherwise. Viola pulled out her own journal, pages covered in diagrams and notes. I've been tracking corrupted bonds for 10 years. I have records of at least 200 wolves who've had their bonds crafted without consent. 200. Theron looked sick. Moon Goddess, I knew it was bad, but 200 that I've confirmed. The actual number is probably double that. Viola's voice was matter-of-fact, but I heard the rage underneath. Your father's reign was built on control. He created a system where mate bonds could be weaponized, where love itself became a tool of manipulation. She spread her journal pages on Theron's desk, and we all gathered around.
Here's what we know.
The bond crafting requires 3 things: blood from both parties, a witch skilled in fate magic, and an anchoring ritual performed during a full moon. She pointed to different diagrams. The process takes hours and requires the witch to maintain concentration while weaving the threads together. So it's not something that can be done quickly or secretly, I said.
No.
Which means there are only a few witches capable of it, and they all worked for, the crown. Viola pulled out another page, this one listing names. Most are dead now, killed to keep them silent. But there's one still alive. She pointed to a name that made Theron go rigid. Elder Sage Calyx. My father's personal advisor. He's still on the council. He's also the witch who crafted at least 50 of the bonds I've documented. Viola's voice was cold. Including the one between you and Azria. He's the key to everything. If we can get him to confess, the entire system collapses. He'll never confess, Theron said. He's too loyal to my father's memory. Too invested in maintaining the system. Then we don't ask nicely. I looked at the pages, at the evidence of systematic abuse going back decades. We force him. Show him the evidence. Let the other alphas see what he's done. Give him the choice, confess and face justice, or resist and face something worse. What's worse than justice? Rydian asked. I smiled, and it wasn't kind.
Truth.
Public, undeniable truth that he can't talk his way out of. Viola laughed. You really are Varia's daughter. That's exactly what she would have said. A knock at the door interrupted us. Bastion entered, looking winded. Your Majesty, the summons have been delivered. Alphas are already gathering in the Grand Hall. But we have a problem. What kind of problem? The Council is demanding an emergency session before the Assembly. They're claiming you're acting under improper influence and need to be evaluated before making any official declarations. Bastion's expression was grim. They've also detained Luna Belindra and her wolves. They're calling them witnesses for the prosecution. Of course they were. Belindra had probably orchestrated this entire thing with the Council. How long until the Council session? Theron asked. 1 hour. They're invoking Protocol 7. Mental evaluation of the Alpha King during times of crisis. Theron swore. Protocol 7 was ancient, designed for situations where an Alpha King might be compromised by magic or madness. It gave the Council temporary authority to override the King's decisions until he could prove his soundness of mind. That's brilliant, actually, Viola said with grudging respect. They frame you as being compromised by a Shadowborn witch. subject you to evaluation, declare you unfit, and install a regent, probably Elder Calyx, who conveniently supports the current system. Can they actually do that? I asked. If they have enough votes, yes. Theron's voice was tight. Protocol 7 requires 2/3 council majority. There are 15 council members. They need 10 votes. How many do they have? I can guarantee 5 who are absolutely loyal to me, which means they only need 5 more votes from the remaining 10. He looked at Rydian. Can you see how the vote goes? Rydian's eyes went distant, but almost immediately they gasped and grabbed the desk for support. Don't! Viola snapped, moving to steady them. You're already burning too fast. Let your gift rest. We need to know, Rydian started. We need you alive more than we need futures. I said firmly. We work with what we know, not what we might see. Rydian looked like they wanted to argue, but exhaustion won. They nodded weakly. Then we assume the worst, Theron decided. Assume they have the votes to invoke Protocol 7. We need to prevent that vote from happening. Or we need to make it irrelevant, Viola said thoughtfully. Protocol 7 only matters if you're acting alone. But if you have the support of a majority of alphas in the kingdom, the council's authority becomes meaningless. The assembly, I said, understanding. We skip the council session entirely. Go straight to the alpha assembly. Present our evidence to them first. The council will see that as refusing evaluation. It plays into their narrative that you're compromised. Bastion pointed out. Let it. Theron's voice was decided. I'd rather face 60 alphas with evidence and truth than 15 council members with political agendas. At least the alphas can be swayed by facts. He looked at all of us, me, Viola, Rydian, Bastion. This is it. The moment we commit. Once we walk into that assembly and present this evidence, there's no going back. The council will try to arrest us, possibly kill us. Allies will become enemies. The kingdom will fracture, at least temporarily. But wolves will be free to choose their own mates, I said. To love who they want without magical manipulation. That's worth the chaos. Your mother thought so too, Viola said softly. She died believing that truth was worth any cost. Theron looked at me, and through our new bond, the chosen one, not the corrupted one, I felt his fear and hope and determination all tangled together. Are you ready for this? He asked. Really ready? I thought about every wolf suffering under corrupted bonds, about Rydian burning themselves out, about my mother executed for trying to expose this exact truth. I've been ready since the day they bound my wolf and told me I was worthless. I said, let's show them what the broken ones can do when they're finally free. Theron smiled, fierce and proud. Then let's start a revolution. The grand hall of the Moonstone Palace was designed to intimidate. It stretched 3 stories high, with columns of white marble carved to look like trees reaching toward a ceiling, painted with a night sky. The floor was inlaid with silver that caught the light from hundreds of chandeliers, making it look like walking on starlight. And it was filled with alphas. They stood in clusters, talking in low voices, their power filling the space until it felt like breathing electricity. I'd never been around this many dominant wolves in one place. Every instinct I had screamed that I was prey in a room full of predators. But I kept my head high and my power carefully masked beneath Viola's spell. Just another wolf. Nothing special. Nothing threatening. Theron entered first, and every conversation stopped. He walked like he owned the world, which, technically, he did, his alpha presence making every wolf in the room instinctively want to submit. I followed with Rydian on one side and Viola on the other. Bastion and his most trusted guards flanked us, weapons visible but not drawn. The alphas stared. Some with curiosity, some with hostility, many with confusion about why they'd been summoned on such short notice. Theron reached the raised platform at the front of the hall and turned to face the assembled alphas. Thank you for answering my summons. His voice carried without needing to shout. I know this is irregular. I know many of you came expecting celebrations, not emergency meetings. But what I'm about to reveal cannot wait for proper protocols. Muttering rippled through the crowd. For centuries, we have believed that mate bonds are gifts from the moon goddess, sacred connections that guide us to our perfect partners. Theron's expression was grim. I'm here tonight to tell you that's a lie. The muttering became outright objections. Several alphas moved forward, angry and disbelieving. Alpha King, this is heresy, I know. Theron's voice cut through the noise. That's what my father called it when a wolf named Azria Thorne made the same claims 16 years ago. He had her executed for speaking this truth. He gestured to me, and I stepped forward, letting Vaila's masking spell drop. Shadow light blazed around me, making it clear exactly what I was. This is Azria Thorne, Varia's daughter, a Shadowborn witch who can see the threads of fate that bind all of us. Theron's voice was steady. And she's going to show you what's been done to you. I raised my hands, calling on my power. The threads became visible, millions of them, connecting every wolf in the room in a complex web of relationships. And threaded through so many of them, like corruption in clean water, were the black threads of force bonds. The grand hall erupted in chaos. Chapter 8. Threads of Truth. The chaos was immediate and overwhelming. Alphas shouted over each other, some demanding answers, others denying what they were seeing. A few looked down at themselves in horror, finally understanding why their mate bonds had always felt wrong, why the poll had never quite matched what the legends promised. This is a trick. A massive alpha with gray streaking his hair pushed to the front. Which magic designed to turn us against each other? Alpha King, you've been compromised. Alpha Lorcan of the Western Highlands. Theron's voice cut through the noise like a blade. When did you mate with your current Luna? Lorcan faltered. 12 years ago. What does that? And did you choose her? Or was the bond arranged by my father during the territorial negotiations? Theron's expression was hard. Don't lie. We have records. Lorcan's face went pale. Around him, I could see the threads connecting him to a woman near the back, silver wrapped in black, corruption threading through what should have been a chosen connection. It was arranged, Lorcan admitted, his voice barely audible. For the good of both packs. To secure the peace treaty. But the bond formed naturally, so I assumed. You assumed wrong. I stepped forward, letting my power flare brighter, so everyone could see the threads clearly. Your bond was crafted using both your blood. Woven by a witch paid by the crown. You never had a choice. That's impossible, another alpha called out. Mate bonds can't be forced. The moon goddess. The moon goddess has nothing to do with mate bonds. Vaila's voice rang out as she moved to stand beside me. They're spells. Ancient, complex, powerful spells maintained by the crown to control pack alliances and ensure loyalty. And they can be crafted, manipulated, and forced on anyone the crown deems useful. She pulled out her journal, holding it high. I have documented evidence of over 200 forced mate bonds in the last 30 years alone. Names, dates, the witches who performed the rituals, the payments made by the crown. Her silver eyes blazed. Your bonds aren't divine gifts. They're chains made to look like blessings. The grand hall fell into stunned silence. Then a female alpha near the center spoke, her voice shaking. Can they be broken? All eyes turned to me. Yes, I said clearly. I can sever corrupted bonds. Free you from connections that were forced on you. But I need you to understand, breaking a bond that's been in place for years will hurt. Some of you might not survive the separation. And if you have children with your forced mate, the bond breaking could affect them too. But we'd be free, the female alpha said. She looked at the threads connecting her to a male wolf who stood rigid and cold beside her. We could choose our own paths, our own partners. If you survive, I said honestly, I won't lie to you. This isn't safe. It isn't easy, but it's the only way to undo what was done to you, without your consent. She's manipulating you. A new voice cut through the crowd. The doors at the back of the grand hall opened, and the council filed in, led by a wizened wolf whose eyes held centuries of cunning. Elder Calyx, the bond crafter himself. Alpha King Theron has been compromised by a Shadowborn witch, Elder Calyx declared, his voice carrying ancient authority. Everything you're seeing is an illusion. Everything you're hearing is lies designed to destroy pack stability and throw the kingdom into chaos. Is that why you're here, Elder? Theron's voice was cold. To protect the kingdom? Or to protect yourself from facing justice for the bonds you've forced on innocent wolves? Elder Calyx's expression didn't change. I have served the crown faithfully for 70 years. I have performed my duties as the moon goddess commanded. If that service is now called a crime, then I stand guilty and proud. Show them, I said quietly to Viola. Show them what he really did. Viola pulled out a specific page from her journal and used her magic to project it into the air above the assembly, large enough that everyone could read it.
It was a contract.
Signed by Elder Calyx and the previous Alpha King, detailing payment for bond crafting services with a list of names, including Lorcan and his Luna, including a dozen other alphas currently standing in this room. The silence was deafening. You are paid, Alpha Lorcan said slowly, his voice shaking with rage. You took money to force bonds on us, to manipulate our lives, our choices, our futures. I was following orders, Elder Calyx said, but for the first time, uncertainty flickered in his ancient eyes. The crown commanded it. For the good of the kingdom. For the good of the crown's power, Viola corrected coldly. You created a system where loyalty could be manufactured, where alphas could be controlled through their mates, where love itself became a weapon. Don't pretend it was noble. Elder Calyx looked around at the assembled alphas, seeing their expressions shift from shock to understanding to fury. You don't understand, he said, and now there was desperation in his voice. Before the bond crafting, packs were constantly at war. Territory disputes, blood feuds, chaos. The crafted bonds brought peace. They ensured alliances were held, that treaties weren't broken, that the kingdom remained stable. At the cost of freedom, I said. At the cost of wolves living their entire lives bound to mates they didn't choose, feeling emotions that weren't real, believing lies about divine destiny. I walked down from the platform, moving through the crowd until I stood directly in front of Elder Calyx. My mother discovered the truth. She tried to expose it peacefully, and you helped execute her for it. Something that might have been regret flickered across his ancient face. Varia was brilliant, one of the most gifted witches I'd ever encountered. His voice was soft. She understood spellwork in ways that took me decades to learn. But she was naive. She thought wolves could handle the truth, that they'd choose peace over chaos if given the option. And you thought they couldn't? I knew they couldn't. His eyes were hard. I've lived through 5 centuries, child. I've seen what happens when wolves have complete freedom to choose.
War.
Violence. Suffering. The mate bond system saved more lives than it controlled. By taking away our ability to choose, Alpha Lorcan said, and his wolf was in his eyes, golden and furious. By making us slaves to connections we didn't want. By making you peaceful, Elder Calyx corrected. By ensuring stability. By preventing the very chaos you're about to unleash. He turned to address the full assembly. Alpha King Theron is young and idealistic. He thinks he can dismantle centuries of careful control and replace it with, what? Hope that wolves will make good choices. His laugh was bitter. You're all alphas. You all know what pack politics looks like. The violence, the power struggles, the territorial disputes. The mate bond system was designed to mitigate that, to give you stability through enforced connections. It's still slavery. Rydian's voice cut through, clear and certain. They stepped forward, and I saw several alphas recognize them. I'm Rydian Ashmore.
Starborn.
For 5 years, I've been used by the Crown to see futures, to guide political decisions, to prevent wars before they start. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, the peace you've created through forced bonds isn't real peace. It's suppression. Their galaxy eyes swept across the assembly. I've seen the future where we dismantle the system. Yes, there's chaos. Yes, there's conflict. But I've also seen futures where wolves are genuinely happy, where they choose their mates freely and those bonds are stronger than any crafted connection. where pacts form based on genuine loyalty instead of manufactured obligation. They turned to Elder Calyx. You're right that freedom is messy, but it's also real. And wolves deserve the chance to choose their own mess instead of living in your carefully controlled prison. Elder Calyx studied Rydian for a long time. You're dying. I can see it. The visions are burning you out. Yes, Rydian said simply. Because the Alpha King used me the same way you use my gift, as a tool, not a person. That's what your system creates. A world where power matters more than personhood. And you think dismantling everything will fix that? I think it's a start. Rydian looked at me, at Theron, at Viola. I think giving wolves the choice to be better is more valuable than forcing them to behave. Elder Calyx was quiet for a long moment. Then he did something I didn't expect. He laughed. You're all so certain. So sure that you're right and I'm wrong. He shook his head. Very well. You want to expose the truth? Show everyone what the mate bond system really is? I'll help you. Everyone froze.
What?
Theron's voice was sharp with suspicion. I'll testify. I'll explain exactly how the bond crafting works, who ordered it, which bonds were forced, and which were genuine. Elder Calyx's expression was unreadable. But in exchange, I want something. You're in no position to make demands, Viola snarled. I'm in the perfect position. His smile was cold. Because I'm the only one who knows how to identify which bonds can be safely broken and which ones will kill the wolves involved. Break the wrong bond, and you'll murder someone. And that blood will be on your hands, not mine. The threat was clear. He'd help us expose the system, but he'd also ensure maximum casualties if we weren't careful. Why would you do this? I asked. Help us destroy everything you built. Because I'm 500 years old and tired.
He said it simply.
Because I've spent centuries maintaining a system I knew was wrong, but believed was necessary. Because I'd rather face judgment honestly than die knowing I corrupted something that should have been beautiful. He met my eyes. Your mother believed in redemption. In second chances. In the possibility that even old wolves could change. His voice was soft. I didn't believe her then. But perhaps she was right. Perhaps you're lying, Theron said flatly. Perhaps this is a trick to get close enough to sabotage everything. Perhaps. Elder Calyx didn't deny it. But you need me. Without my knowledge, you'll kill dozens trying to break bonds that are too integrated to sever safely. With my help, you might save them. It was a devil's bargain. Accept his help and risk betrayal. Refuse it and risk innocent deaths. I looked at Rydian. Can you see which choice is right? Their eyes went distant, but almost immediately they gasped and staggered. Blood trickled from their nose. Stop. I caught them before they fell. No more visions. You've done enough. I saw. Rydian's voice was weak. I saw him helping. Actually helping. The futures where we accept his offer have higher survival rates than the ones where we refuse. But I could hear the unspoken word. But in those futures, someone still dies. Someone important. Their eyes focused on mine, filled with pain. I couldn't see who. The future shifted too fast. But accepting his help has a cost. Everything had a cost. That was the lesson I kept learning. I turned to Theron. It's your decision. Your kingdom. It's our decision. He corrected, and through our chosen bond, I felt his uncertainty. His fear that this was a mistake. His desperate hope that it wasn't. You're my partner in this. What do you think? I looked at Elder Calyx. At 5 centuries of manipulation and control worn into every line of his face. At the weariness in his eyes that suggested he might actually be telling the truth about being tired. I think we'll accept his help. I said slowly. But with conditions. He testifies publicly. He reveals everything, the names, the methods, the payments. And he helps us identify safe bonds to break. But he does it under guard, without access to his magic, and any sign of betrayal means immediate execution. Harsh terms, Elder Calyx said. You're lucky you're getting terms at all, Viola spat. If it were up to me, you'd already be dead. If it were up to you, half the kingdom would be. Elder Calyx met her glare evenly. You're a zealot, Viola. Always have been. You'd burn the world to free it. And you'd cage it to save it. We're both extremists. She smiled coldly. The difference is I'm honest about it. Enough. Theron's voice carried alpha command. Elder Calyx, you have until dawn to provide a full confession and list of every bond you've crafted. You'll be confined to quarters under heavy guard. Any attempt to escape or use magic results in immediate execution. Do you accept these terms? Elder Calyx bowed his head. I accept. Bastion immediately moved forward with guards to take him into custody. As they led him away, the old wolf looked back at me. Your mother would be proud of you, he said quietly. She always believed love should be chosen, not forced. I'm sorry I didn't listen. Then he was gone, and I was left standing in front of 60 alphas who were all staring at me with expressions ranging from hope to terror. What happens now? Alpha Lorcan asked, and his voice shook. Do we all get our bonds broken? That's your choice. I said clearly. I can show you which bonds are corrupted and which are genuine. I can break the forced ones if you want, but it's your decision, your life, your future. And if we choose to keep them? A female alpha asked. Even knowing they're forced? Then you keep them. Theron said, no one will force you to be free. That would just be another form of control. But you'll know the truth. You'll understand what you're choosing. Show me, Alpha Lorcan said suddenly. Show me my bond. I need to know for certain. I moved closer to him, calling on my power to make his threads visible. The bond connecting him to his Luna was thick with black corruption, but underneath it, I could see hints of gold, genuine affection that had grown despite the forced connection. Your bond was crafted, I confirmed. But over the years, you developed real feelings. If I break the forced bond, the genuine connection might survive. Or it might shatter completely. There's no way to know until it's done. Lorcan looked at his Luna. She stood rigid, her expression carefully neutral. What do you want? He asked her quietly. The truth. Not what you think I want to hear. She was silent for a long moment. Then tears began streaming down her face. I want to choose you, she whispered. Not be forced to love you. I want to know if what I feel is real or just magic making me compliant. Her voice broke. I want the choice you and the crown took from me 12 years ago. Lorcan nodded slowly. Then break it.
Now, I asked.
Here, in front of everyone? Yes. He straightened his shoulders. Let them see what we're all facing. Let them understand the cost of freedom. I looked at Theron. He nodded. Are you sure? I asked Lorcan one more time. If this goes wrong, then I die free instead of living as a slave. His voice was firm. Break it. I reached out and grabbed the bond connecting Lorcan to his Luna. The silver thread wrapped in black corruption felt wrong in my grasp, like touching something that was never meant to exist. I pulled. The bond resisted immediately. It had been in place for 12 years, woven into every aspect of their lives. Breaking it would be like tearing out a piece of their souls. This will hurt, I warned. Everything worthwhile does. Lorcan braced himself. I pulled harder, reaching for the black threads of corruption, trying to sever them without damaging the hints of gold underneath. The bond screamed. Not literally, but I could feel its resistance, its desperate attempt to maintain itself. Forced bonds didn't want to die. They were designed to be permanent, unbreakable, eternal. But I was twice born. I was the antithesis of permanence. The black threads began to snap one by one. Each break sent a shockwave through both Lorcan and his Luna. They gasped, staggered, blood trickling from their noses. Stop. Someone shouted. You're killing them. No, Viola said sharply. She's freeing them. This is what freedom costs. I kept pulling, kept breaking, kept severing the corruption that had bound these two wolves together without their consent. Finally, with a sound like shattering glass that only I could hear, the corrupted bond broke completely. Lorcan and his Luna both collapsed. The grand hall erupted in chaos, some wolves rushing forward to help, others backing away in fear, council members shouting about how this proved I was dangerous. But I barely heard them. I was focused on the threads, watching to see what remained. The black corruption was gone. But underneath, fragile and thin but real, was a golden thread. Genuine affection. Chosen connection. Not a mate bond, something simpler, more honest. Friendship.
Partnership.
The foundation of what could become real love if they chose to build on it. Lorcan stirred first, pushing himself up to his knees. His eyes were wild, unfocused, like he was seeing the world for the first time. I can't. I don't feel. He looked at his Luna, with something like wonder. The pull is gone. The constant need, the obsession, the way I could never think clearly around you. It's all gone. His Luna sat up, touching her chest like she expected to find a hole there. I feel empty, she whispered. But also lighter? Like I've been carrying weight I didn't know was there, and suddenly it's gone. She looked at Lorcan. Really looked at him, without the forced bond influencing her perception. Do you hate me?
She asked.
Now that you're free, do you realize you never wanted me? Lorcan was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, genuine and soft. I don't hate you. I don't love you the way the bond made me believe I did. But I like you. I respect you. And I think, given time and choice, we might build something real. He extended his hand. If you want to. She stared at his hand. Then, slowly, she took it. I'd like that, she said. To choose you. Actually choose you. The grand hall fell silent as everyone watched this moment. Two wolves, freed from forced connection, choosing to explore what they might become without magical coercion. That's what freedom looks like, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear.
Messy.
Uncertain. Painful. But real.
Honest.
Chosen. I turned to face the full assembly. I'm not here to force anyone to be free. I'm here to offer you a choice. If you want to know if your bond is corrupted, I can show you. If you want it broken, I can do that. But if you want to keep it, even knowing the truth, that's your right too. How many? Another alpha called out. How many of us have corrupted bonds? I let my power flare, making all the threads visible at once. It was overwhelming. Hundreds of connections, all tangled together. And at least 30 of the alphas in this room had black threads wrapped through their bonds. 30 confirmed, I said. Probably more that I can't see clearly from this distance. But at least 30 of you are bound to mates you didn't choose. The weight of that truth settled over the assembly like a shroud. This is going to destroy everything, someone whispered. No, Theron said firmly. This is going to free everyone. What comes after, the rebuilding, the restructuring, the new alliances, that's up to us. All of us. Working together to create something better. Or it will destroy everything. Elder Calix's voice echoed from where the guards held him at the door. That's still a possibility. Perhaps the most likely one. Then we'll face that possibility together, I said. As free wolves making our own choices. Instead of slaves following someone else's design. I looked at all the alphas assembled before me. Powerful, dangerous, and suddenly uncertain about everything they'd believed. Who's next? I asked. Who wants to know the truth about their bond? For a moment, no one moved. Then a young alpha stepped forward, determination in her eyes. Show me, she said. I need to know. And like a dam breaking, others began to move forward too. The revolution had begun. Chapter 9. The Price of Freedom. By the time the sun rose, I had examined 43 mate bonds and broken 17. My hands shook from exhaustion. My power felt scraped raw, like I'd been using muscles I didn't know I had until they screamed in protest. Blood dripped from my nose, a sign I was pushing too hard, burning too fast. But I couldn't stop. Each wolf who stepped forward deserved the truth. Deserved to know if their bond was real or forced. Deserved the choice to be free. Not all of them survived. The third bond one broke, an older alpha named Darian from the eastern shores. His heart stopped the moment the corrupted thread snapped. His Luna screamed as he collapsed, and despite Dr. Chen's best efforts, despite everything we tried, He died within minutes. The price of freedom written in blood on the marble floor. We should stop, Theron said quietly, his hand on my shoulder as healers carried Darian's body away. You're exhausted. The bonds are becoming more resistant. If you push harder, you'll burn out like Rydian. He didn't say it, but I heard it anyway. I can keep going, I said, even though my vision was blurring at the edges. You're bleeding from your eyes now, not just your nose. Viola's voice was sharp with concern. Azria, you've done enough for tonight. Let the others rest. Process what they've learned. Continue tomorrow, when you're stronger. People are waiting. People can wait until you're not on the verge of collapse. She physically turned me away from the line of wolves still hoping for answers. Your mother burned herself out trying to save everyone at once. Don't make the same mistake. The comparison hit harder than any physical blow. I looked at the remaining alphas, some hopeful, some terrified, all desperate for answers about their bonds. Tomorrow, I said, loud enough for them to hear. At midday. Anyone who wants their bond examined, come to the Grand Hall. I'll help everyone I can. Disappointment rippled through the crowd, but most nodded understanding. A few looked relieved. They'd seen Darian die, seen the cost of freedom. They needed time to decide if the truth was worth the risk. Theron addressed the assembly. All alphas are invited to remain in the palace as guests. We'll provide quarters, food, and security. Use this time to discuss what you've learned, consult with your packs, make decisions about your futures. He paused, his silver eyes sweeping across the gathered wolves. The council will attempt to stop this. They'll call emergency sessions, invoke ancient protocols, do everything in their power to maintain the current system. But I want you all to understand, I stand with the Shadowborn, with the truth, with your right to choose your own mates. Even if it costs you the throne? Alpha Lorcan asked. He stood with his Luna, former forced mate, current chosen partner, their hands intertwined in a connection that was now entirely their decision. Especially if it costs me the throne. Theron's voice was firm. A crown built on force bonds and systematic control isn't worth keeping. I'd rather be a free wolf than a king of slaves. Murmurs of approval rippled through some of the alphas. Others looked skeptical. A few looked openly hostile. Probably the ones who benefited from the current system, who used crafted bonds to secure power. This was far from over. Bastion approached as the assembly began dispersing, alphas clustering in groups to discuss what they'd witnessed. Your Majesty, the Council is demanding an immediate audience. They're threatening to invoke Protocol 7 if you don't meet with them within the hour. Let them invoke it. Theron's voice was cold. They can try to declare me unfit. But they'll have to do it in front of 60 alphas who just witnessed the truth about corrupted bonds. Good luck maintaining their authority after that. There's something else. Bastion's expression was grim. Luna Belindra and her wolves have escaped custody. My blood went cold.
How?
Someone helped them. Unlocked their quarters from the outside, disabled the guards without killing them. Professional work. Bastion looked at me. They left a message. For you specifically. He handed me a piece of parchment. The handwriting was Belindra's, precise, controlled, venomous. You've exposed our little secret, stepdaughter. But you're not the only one with secrets to reveal. I wonder what your new friends would think if they knew about the binding ritual? About what you really are underneath the Shadowborn powers. About what your mother did to create you. Tick-tock, little wolf. Some truths are more dangerous than lies.
B.
My hands trembled as I read it. What binding ritual? Theron asked, reading over my shoulder. What is she talking about? I couldn't answer. Because I didn't know. But Viola did. I saw it in the way her face went pale, in the way her silver eyes widened with something that looked like fear. We need to talk, she said quietly. Somewhere private.
Now.
Theron brought us to his private chambers. Not the formal rooms where he conducted business, but his actual living space. It was surprisingly sparse. A bed, a desk overflowing with papers, shelves packed with books. The room of someone who spent more time working than living. The moment the door closed, Viola began pacing. I should have told you. Before you came here, before you started breaking bonds, I should have explained. She stopped, closing her eyes. Your mother made me promise not to tell you unless absolutely necessary. She wanted you to discover your power naturally, without the weight of knowing what you really are. What am I? My voice came out smaller than I intended. Viola looked at Theron. What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room. If the council learns this, if other wolves discover the truth, they'll hunt Azria across the entire kingdom. Not to execute her. To use her. Use her for what? Theron's alpha power flared protectively around me. To rewrite fate itself. Viola's voice was barely a whisper. Shadowborn can cut threads, yes. They can sever bonds, break curses, and unmake destiny. But Azria isn't just Shadowborn. She's something that hasn't existed in over 1,000 years. She moved to the window, staring out at the dawn breaking over the palace grounds. Varia didn't just discover the truth about mate bonds. She discovered how they were originally created. Before the separation, before witches and wolves split into different species, there were beings called weavers. They could see fate's threads and manipulate them, cut them, yes, but also create new ones. Genuine ones, not forced. Connections based on true compatibility, not political convenience. My chest tightened. My mother was a weaver?
No.
But she found the ancient texts, learned the rituals. And when she discovered she was pregnant with you, when she realized you carried both witch and wolf bloodlines, plus something extra from your father's royal heritage, she made a choice. Viola turned to face me, tears streaming down her ancient face. She performed a binding ritual on you while you were still in the womb. Not to suppress your power, like Belindra did later, but to enhance it. To awaken the weaver gift that had been dormant in our bloodline for centuries. Why? The word came out strangled. Because she saw what was coming. Saw the corrupted bond system spreading, consuming everything. Saw wolves losing the ability to choose, to love genuinely. And she knew someone would need to fix it. Viola's voice broke. She made you into a weapon against the very system she was trying to expose. Gave you the power to not just destroy corrupted bonds, but to create real ones. To teach wolves how genuine connections should feel. I felt like the floor had disappeared beneath me. So everything I am, the Shadowborn power, the ability to cut threads, even surviving death 3 times, is it because my mother manipulated me before I was even born? She gave you a gift. Viola insisted. The power to change everything. To save. She took away my choice. The words exploded out of me. Just like the corrupted mate bonds take away choice. She decided what I would be, what I could do, what my destiny was before I had any say in it. Azria. Don't. I backed away from both of them. I've spent my entire life being controlled. By Belindra, by the binding on my wolf, by a system designed to manipulate me. And now I find out my own mother, the person who supposedly loved me, did the exact same thing? She was trying to protect you, Viola said desperately. To give you the tools to survive and fight back. She was making me into a weapon. My voice was hollow. Just like Theron used Ridian. Just like the council uses crafted bonds. Everyone thinks they have good reasons for taking away choice. Everyone believes their control is justified. I looked at Theron, saw the guilt and understanding in his silver eyes. He knew exactly what I was feeling. He'd been turned into a weapon too, groomed from birth to be the perfect alpha king, taught that control was necessary, that some choices were too important to leave to individuals. What else? I asked Viola. What else didn't you tell me? She hesitated, and that hesitation told me everything. The binding ritual your mother performed, it wasn't permanent. It was designed to awaken your weaver gift gradually, letting you grow into it naturally. Viola's voice was quiet. But when Belindra bound your wolf, when she suppressed your power for 16 years, it warped the original ritual. Twisted it into something your mother never intended. Twisted it how? The weaver gift requires balance. You cut threads, but you're also supposed to create new ones. Destruction and creation in equal measure. Viola met my eyes. But because you were suppressed for so long, you've only been cutting. only destroying. The creative aspect of your power is locked away, building up pressure like water behind a dam. What happens when that dam breaks? I don't know. She admitted. It's never happened before. But theoretically, all that pent-up creative power would release at once. You'd be compelled to create connections, forge bonds, weave new threads whether you wanted to or not. Horror crept through me. How many bonds? Potentially hundreds, maybe thousands. Viola's voice was grim. Every thread you've cut has created an imbalance. When your power balances itself, you'll forge connections to replace them. Random connections. Uncontrolled. Connecting wolves who might have nothing in common, creating chaos worse than the corrupted bond system ever was. So, I'm a bomb, I said flatly. A weapon my mother created that's going to explode and cause exactly the kind of chaos we're trying to prevent. Unless we can unlock the creative aspect of your power before the imbalance becomes critical, Viola said. Teach you to forge bonds intentionally, with control, creating genuine connections based on true compatibility instead of random chance. How do we do that? I don't know. The admission clearly pained her. Varia was the expert. She spent years researching Weaver magic. But when she died, most of her research was destroyed. What I have is incomplete, theoretical. I can't guarantee. A knock at the door interrupted her. Bastion's voice came through, urgent and strained. Your Majesty, you need to come quickly. It's Rydian. We all rushed to follow Bastion through the palace corridors. He led us to Rydian's private chambers, rooms I'd never seen before, but that Bastion clearly knew well. Rydian lay on the floor, convulsing. Their eyes were distant, seeing futures, but their body was rejecting the visions. Blood streamed from their nose, ears, eyes. Their skin had taken on a translucent quality, like they were fading from reality itself. They started having visions the moment the assembly ended, Bastion said, his voice breaking. Couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. They kept saying they needed to see, needed to know which futures were still possible after night. I knelt beside Rydian, taking their hand. Their skin was cold, their pulse weak. Rydian, stop. Whatever you're seeing, it's not worth this. Their eyes focused on me for a brief moment. When they spoke, their voice was multiple versions of themselves overlapping, past, present, future, all speaking at once. Had to see. Had to know. The futures branched so many new possibilities after the bonds broke. Their grip on my hand tightened. But there's a problem. A convergence. Something big is coming. Something that happens regardless of which path we choose. What is it? Theron demanded, kneeling on Rydian's other side. Death. Rydian's voice was certain. Someone important dies within 3 days. In every future I can see, no matter what choices we make, someone we need dies. Who? I asked, already dreading the answer. I can't. The futures shift too fast. Sometimes it's you. Sometimes it's Theron. Sometimes it's... They stopped, their eyes widening with horror. No, not them. It can't be them. Who? Theron's voice carried alpha command, trying to force clarity. Bastion. Rydian's eyes found their brother, and I saw pure terror in those galaxy depths. In 73% of futures, you die protecting me. In 15%, you die protecting Azria. In the remaining 12%, you die protecting Theron. Bastion's face went pale, but his voice was steady. Then I die, if that's what it takes. No. Rydian tried to sit up, but failed. I've been seeing your death for months, accepting it as necessary. But now that it's close, now that I can see the exact moments, the exact ways you die, their voice broke completely. I can't lose you. You're all I have left. You have me, I said firmly. You have Theron, Viola, allies we haven't even met yet. You're not alone. But Bastion is my brother. My twin. The other half of my soul. Tears mixed with blood on Rydian's face. We were born together, moments apart. If he dies, part of me dies too. The visions show it. In every future where Bastion dies, I burn out within weeks. Without him to anchor me, I fade completely. They looked at me with desperate hope. You said you could sever the connection between my visions and my life force. Could you do the opposite? Could you strengthen the connection between Bastion and me? Make our bond unbreakable, so that if he dies, I don't follow. Rydian, no, Bastion started. Or better yet, Rydian's eyes glowed with frantic energy. Could you create a new bond? Connect all of us, you, me, Bastion, Theron, Viola. Make us truly pack, truly family. So that if one of us falls, the others carry their strength. So losing someone doesn't mean losing everything. I looked at Viola. Can I do that? Create bonds intentionally. You're a weaver. Theoretically, yes. She said carefully. But you've never created a bond before. You don't know how to control that aspect of your power. If you try and it goes wrong, it could kill us all. I finished. Or create corrupted bonds worse than anything the crown ever made. But if I succeed, I pressed. If I can forge a genuine pact bond between us, one based on choice and trust instead of magic and manipulation, would that work? It might save Rydian's life. Viola admitted. Strong pact bonds can sustain individuals who would otherwise fade. And if Bastion dies in a future where he's connected to all of you, his strength might transfer instead of being lost. That's horrifying, Bastion said. You're talking about using my death as fuel. I'm talking about making your death mean something, Rydian said fiercely. If you're going to die protecting us, at least let that protection be permanent. Let your strength become ours. Let your sacrifice save us all instead of just buying us time. The room fell silent except for Rydian's labored breathing. I can try, I said finally. But everyone needs to understand. This is experimental. I don't know what I'm doing. The bond might not form at all. It might be wrong. It might hurt or damage or change us in ways I can't predict. I trust you, Rydian said immediately. So do I. Bastion agreed, moving to kneel beside his twin. As do I. Theron's hand found mine, though I'd prefer a bond that doesn't require my captain's death to activate. Agreed. I looked at Viola. You're the expert. Guide me through this. She took a deep breath. Forging a genuine bond requires 3 things: consent from all parties, a shared purpose, and a catalyst. The consent is clear. You're all choosing this. The purpose is survival, protection, and family. But the catalyst? Blood. Rydian said with certainty. Blood is the oldest catalyst. Blood creates pack bonds. Blood activates rituals. Blood is what makes us wolves instead of humans. They pulled out a small knife before anyone could stop them and cut their palm. Wait, Viola started. But Bastion had already cut his own palm, pressing it to Rydian's. We're twins. Our blood is already connected. Let that be the foundation. I looked at Theron. This is a permanent bond. Once formed, it can't be broken without killing everyone involved. Are you sure? I'm sure. He cut his palm without hesitation. I've spent 5 years using Rydian without giving back. Let me finally give something real. Viola sighed and cut her own palm. Varia would never forgive me if I let her daughter do this alone. Which left me. I took the knife, feeling the weight of what we were attempting. Creating a bond. Not forcing one. Not corrupting one, but genuinely forging a connection based on choice and need and trust. Everything my mother had been trying to teach the kingdom about genuine connections. Everything I'd been fighting for since I learned the truth about mate bonds. I cut my palm and reached for my power. Not the destructive aspect I'd been using all night. The other part. The locked-away creative gift that my mother had given me before I was born. The Weaver power stirred, responding to the blood and consent and desperate need. I pressed my bleeding palm to the others, our blood mixing, our power combining. And I began to weave. Chapter 10. The Weaver's Gift. The power that rose through me was nothing like cutting threads. That was surgical, precise, destructive. This was creation, wild and overwhelming and terrifying in its intensity. I could feel potential connections everywhere, threads waiting to be woven, bonds desperate to form. Too many. Far too many. Focus. Viola's voice cut through the chaos. Don't try to see everything. Just see us. Just see the five of us, and what we could become together. I narrowed my vision until there was nothing but our circle. 5 wolves, 5 bleeding palms pressed together, 5 sets of hopes and fears and desperate needs. And I began to weave. The first thread I pulled was between Rydian and Bastion, a twin bond, already existing, but frayed from years of Rydian's gift burning them both. I strengthened it, reinforced it, and made it unbreakable. Brothers. Twins. 2 halves of one soul. Rydian gasped as the bond solidified. I felt their relief through the forming connection, the terror of losing Bastion easing slightly as the twin bond became something that could survive even death. Next, I wove a thread between Theron and myself. Not the corrupted mate bond we'd broken. Something different. Something that felt like recognition and partnership, and equals choosing to stand together. Allies. Partners. 2 wolves fighting for the same cause. Theron's power flared, wrapping around mine, and I felt his absolute commitment. His determination to change the kingdom, even if it cost him everything. Then I connected myself to Rydian. The moment the thread formed, I understood what Viola meant about complementary powers. Starborn and Shadowborn, seeing and cutting, future and change. We fit together like pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known was incomplete. Vision and action. Possibility and choice. Rydian's eyes blazed with sudden clarity. Through our new bond, I could feel their gift, not the visions themselves, but the weight of them, the cost, the slow burn of life force with every glimpse of the future. I reached for that cost with my weaver power and cut it. Not the gift itself. I left Rydian's ability to see futures intact. But the connection between visions and life force, the mechanism that burned them out with every use, that I severed completely. Rydian screamed, arching off the floor. Their body convulsed as centuries of accumulated damage tried to repair all at once, as their gift recalibrated without the lethal cost attached. Hold them, I shouted, and Bastion immediately moved to pin Rydian's shoulders while Theron held their legs. The convulsions lasted less than a minute, but it felt like forever. When they finally stopped, Rydian lay gasping, tears streaming down their faces. It's gone, they whispered. The burn, the cost, the slow death with every vision, it's all gone. I can see futures, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Relief flooded through our forming pack bond. But we weren't done yet. I wove a thread between Viola and myself, teacher and student, mother's friend and daughter, 2 witches bound by shared loss and shared purpose. Legacy. Continuation. The past teaches the future. Viola's silver eyes widened as she felt the bond form. Through it, I suddenly had access to centuries of her knowledge, not all of it, but flashes, impressions, the shape of spells and rituals she'd spent lifetimes mastering. That's not supposed to happen, she breathed. Knowledge transfer, through bonds, is theoretical at best. Nothing about this is supposed to happen, I said and kept weaving. The hardest part was connecting everyone to everyone else. Not just pairs, but a true pack bond where all 5 of us were equally linked. Where losing one wouldn't break the whole thing, but would allow their strength to transfer to the survivors. I pulled threads between Theron and Bastion, king and captain, leader and protector. Between Theron and Viola, grudging allies bound by shared goals despite bitter history. Between Viola and Rydian, and Starborn, both hunted by the system they were trying to change. Between Bastion and Viola, soldier and strategist, both committed to protecting what they loved. Each connection I forged felt right, felt genuine, felt like something that should have existed all along but needed someone to give it form. Until finally, I had a web. Not the tangled, corrupted threads of forced mate bonds. A clean, strong, beautiful web connecting 5 souls who'd chosen to become a pack. It's done, I said, releasing everyone's hands. We're bonded. Genuinely bonded. By choice and blood and purpose. For a moment, no one moved. We all just sat there, feeling the new connections settle into place. getting used to the strange sensation of being connected to 4 other people, feeling their emotions bleeding through, their thoughts brushing against ours. Then Rydian laughed. Actually laughed, bright and genuine and free. "I can see so many futures," they said with wonder. "And for the first time in 5 years, seeing them doesn't hurt. Doesn't cost me anything except the time it takes to experience them." They sat up, looking at all of us with those galaxy eyes that now held joy instead of pain. "Thank you, all of you, for giving me back my gift without the curse attached." "We're back now," Bastion said gruffly, pulling his twin into a fierce hug. "You don't thank the pack. You just accept that we'd do anything for each other." Including die, apparently. Rydian's voice was muffled against Bastion's shoulder. "Since that's still happening in most futures I can see." "Most isn't all," I pointed out. "What do the futures where Bastion survives look like?" Rydian pulled back, their expression going distant as they examined possibilities. "They're the ones where we act fast. Where we don't wait for the council to make their move, don't give our enemies time to plan. The futures where Bastion dies are all the ones where we're reactive instead of proactive." "Then we act first," Theron said decisively. "What do we need to do?" "Expose Elder Calyx's confession before the council can suppress it," Rydian said. "He's currently writing everything down. Every bond he crafted, every payment he received, every order he followed. But in 63% of futures, he dies before finishing. Mysterious accident, convenient heart attack, something that prevents his testimony from going public. The council is planning to kill him," Viola said flatly. "He's too dangerous to keep them alive. They'll eliminate him and claim he died from the stress of being falsely accused. Then we protect him," I said. "Guard him while he writes. Make copies of everything he produces. Spread the information so widely that killing him becomes pointless." "And then?" Theron asked. "Then we present everything at the Lunar Festival," Rydian said with certainty. 2 days from now. Every alpha in the kingdom will be here, hundreds of witnesses. The council won't be able to suppress the truth with that many people watching. 2 days to keep Elder Calyx alive, finish documenting the evidence, and prepare for the largest political upheaval the kingdom has ever seen. Bastion's voice was grim. "That's assuming we survive the assassination attempts that are definitely coming." "About that," Rydian's expression turned serious. "The attempts start tonight. Belindra has allied with 3 council members, the ones who benefit most from the corrupted bond system. They're planning a coordinated attack during the evening meal. Multiple fronts, overwhelming force, designed to look like an accident or a rogue attack." "How many attackers?" Theron asked. "At least 40 wolves. Maybe more." Rydian's eyes were distant, seeing possibilities. "They're counting on you being exhausted from the assembly, distracted by trying to protect all the visiting alphas. They'll hit the dining hall with poison, the guard barracks with fire, and Elder Calyx's quarters with assassins. All at once. Can we stop it?" I asked. "In some futures, yes. In others." Rydian's voice trailed off. "In the others, people die. Sometimes a few. Sometimes dozens. The only futures where we stop it completely are the ones where we abandon the dining hall entirely, evacuate the barracks, and move Elder Calyx to a secret location. That means giving up the pretense of normal operations," Theron said. "Showing our enemies that we know they're coming. They'll adapt, change their plans." "But we'll have saved lives," Bastion pointed out. "Isn't that worth showing our hand?" Through our new pack bond, I felt everyone's conflict. The strategic part that said surprising our enemies was valuable. The protective part that said preventing deaths was more important. "We split the difference," I said slowly. "We protect the most critical targets, Elder Calyx especially. But we make it look like we're focused on him alone. Let our enemies think we've left the dining hall and barracks vulnerable." "You want to use them as bait," Viola said. "Let the assassins commit to their attack, then counter once they're exposed." "It's risky," Rydian warned. "In 47% of those futures, innocents die before we can respond." "And in the other 53%? I asked. "We capture the assassins alive. Get confessions linking them to the council members. build our case even stronger. Rydian met my eyes. But someone always gets hurt. Usually you, Azria. You're the one they want dead most. Then I'm the bait, I said simply. I attend the dinner, act exhausted and vulnerable. When they attack, I defend myself and capture as many as I can.
No.
Theron's voice carried alpha command. I won't let you. You don't let me do anything, I interrupted. We're back now, equals. And I'm the one with Shadowborn powers that make me hardest to kill. It makes sense for me to be the visible target. She's right, Bastion said reluctantly. Tactically, it's our best option. I hate this plan, Theron said through gritted teeth. Through our bond, I felt his terror at the thought of me in danger, his desperate need to protect me warring with his logical understanding that I was probably the safest one for this role. I'll be there too, Rydian said. In the dining hall. If I see futures shifting too dangerously, I can warn you in real time through the pack bond. And I'll position my most trusted guards strategically, Bastion added. Close enough to respond quickly, far enough not to tip our hand. We'll minimize the casualties. Minimize isn't eliminated, I pointed out. Some people might still die. Some people will definitely die if we don't act at all, Viola said bluntly. Welcome to revolution, Azria. Every choice comes with blood on your hands. The question is whether that blood purchases something worthwhile. The harsh truth of it settled over me. My mother had faced this same choice, act and potentially cause chaos, or stay silent and watch wolves suffer under corrupted bonds. She'd chosen to act and died for it. I'd already decided I was willing to die for this cause. Now I had to accept that others might die too, and I'd have to live with that weight. Then we prepare, I said. 4 hours until dinner. Bastion, position your guards. Viola creates defensive wards around Elder Calyx's quarters. Theron, warn the alphas we trust that tonight might be dangerous. And Rydian. I'll watch the future, they said. Make sure we're not missing something critical. We all stood, our new pack bond humming with shared purpose and determination.
One more thing, Theron said.
After tonight, after we've captured the assassins and secured Elder Calyx's confession, we'll need to move fast. The Council will try to spin this, claim the attacks were rogue elements, that there's no systemic corruption. Then we don't give them time to spin, I said. We go public immediately. Bring the captured assassins before the visiting alphas. Present Elder Calyx's testimony. Force the Council to respond in real time, in front of witnesses they can't silence. You're talking about holding an impromptu trial, Viola said. In front of the entire gathered leadership of the kingdom. That's either brilliant or insane. Probably both, Rydian said with a slight smile. But in the future where we do it, where we force everything into the open immediately, we win. The truth spreads too fast for the Council to contain. Then that's the plan, Theron said. Survive tonight. Capture the assassins. Expose the Council. And hope we all live long enough to see if the kingdom can handle the truth. Through our pack bond, I felt everyone's determination, fear, hope, and absolute commitment to each other. We'd been strangers a few days ago. Now we were a family, bound by choice and blood and shared purpose. For what it's worth, Rydian said quietly, this is the strongest version of us I've ever seen in any future. Whatever happens tonight, we face it together. And that makes all the difference. We dispersed to our assigned tasks, but before I left, Theron caught my hand. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Through our bond, I felt his genuine regret. For using Rydian. For being complicit in the system. For not being strong enough to question my father earlier. You're questioning now, I said. You're fighting now. That's what matters. If something happens tonight. It won't, I interrupted. We're back now. We protect each other. His smile was sad. You sound like your mother. She was always optimistic too. Always believed things would work out. Did they?
No.
She died, and the kingdom got worse.
He squeezed my hand.
But maybe this time will be different. Maybe this time, optimism wins. I hoped he was right. The dining hall was magnificent and suffocating in equal measure. 60 alphas filled the space, along with their highest-ranked pack members. Hundreds of wolves, all powerful, all dangerous, all watching each other with varying degrees of suspicion and curiosity. I sat at the high table with Theron, positioned prominently where everyone could see us. Rydian sat nearby, their eyes distant as they tracked possible futures. Around the hall, I could spot Bastion's guards positioned strategically, close enough to help, disguised well enough not to be obvious. The first course arrived. Roasted meats, fresh bread, wine from the royal cellars. Everything looked and smelled divine. Through our pack bond, I felt Rydian's sudden spike of alarm. Poison. In the wine. Not all of it, just specific goblets. Yours, Theron's, mine, and 3 alphas who've been vocal about supporting reform. I very carefully didn't react. Just lifted my goblet as if to drink, then paused. A toast, I said, loud enough to carry.
To tell the truth.
To choose. To freedom. To freedom, the hall echoed, and everyone lifted their goblets. I watched carefully. Most people drank. But a few, including a young alpha I recognized as one of Belindra's allies, set their goblets down without tasting. They know which ones are poisoned, I sent through the bond. They're in on it. Confirmed, Rydian responded. The attack starts in 30 seconds. Poison first, then chaos when people start collapsing. Assassins will come through the servant's entrance during the confusion. I set my goblet down carefully and pulled on my power, making the threads visible only to myself. There, connections between the young alpha and several servants. Between those servants and wolves stationed outside. A whole network of conspirators, all linked by black threads of corruption and coercion.
Some of them were being forced.
Threatened into cooperation by crafted bonds that made disobedience literally painful. 10 seconds, Rydian warned. I stood abruptly. The wine is poisoned. Don't drink it. The hall went silent. Then someone laughed. Paranoid? Shadowborn? Seeing threats that don't. 3 alphas who'd already drunk collapsed, convulsing. Blood poured from their mouths as whatever poison had been used to attack their systems. The hall erupted into chaos. Healers. Theron roared, and Dr. Chen's team rushed forward. But I was already moving, my power flaring as I tracked the threads connecting the conspirators. The servants' entrance burst open. 40 wolves poured in, all bearing weapons, all moving with military precision. Belindra led them, her smile vicious and triumphant. Hello, stepdaughter, she said, her voice carrying despite the chaos. Surprise. Chapter 11. Blood and Vengeance. Belindra looked different than the last time I'd seen her. Gone was the pristine Luna image, the perfect hair, the elegant dresses, the mask of maternal concern. Now she wore battle leathers, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe braid, and her eyes burned with rage and desperation. Did you really think I'd let you destroy everything I've built? She snarled, her wolf rising to the surface. 16 years of carefully maintaining control, of positioning myself as the power behind the Thorne pack, and you think you can undo it all in 3 days. You poisoned the alphas, Theron said, his voice deadly calm. His power filled the room, making every wolf instinctively want to submit. In my palace. During a sacred gathering. That's not just treason, Belindra. That's a declaration of war. War I'm happy to wage. She gestured, and her 40 wolves spread out, surrounding the high table. You've been compromised by a Shadowborn witch. The council agrees, you're unfit to rule. So we're removing you. Permanently. Through our pack bond, I felt Rydian tracking futures rapidly. 70% of immediate futures involve massive casualties. She's not planning to capture, she's planning to slaughter everyone who supports reform. Make it look like a Shadowborn attack gone wrong. Can we stop her? I sent it back. Only if you're willing to go darker than she expects. She thinks you're still the scared girl from the Thorne pack. Prove you're not. I stepped forward, letting my shadow light flare bright enough to make wolves shield their eyes. You're right about one thing, I said, my voice carrying across the hall. Azria was the scared girl you tortured for 16 years. The one you bound, poisoned, broke down until I believed I was worthless. I called on my weaver power, making every thread in the room visible. But that girl died. 3 times, actually. And what came back is something you should have killed when you had the chance. I grabbed the threads connecting Belindra to her 40 warriors. Most were gold, genuine loyalty. But woven through them were black threads of corruption. Forced bonds. Crafted loyalty. These wolves don't want to be here, I said, pulling at the black threads. You're controlling them through corrupted bonds, making them fight for you whether they want to or not. They're my pack, Belindra screamed. I have every right to command. You have no rights. I cut the first black thread. A female wolf gasped and collapsed, the forced loyalty snapping. She looked up at Belindra with sudden clarity and rage. You made me abandon my children, the wolf whispered. Made me believe serving you was more important than my own pups. You took my choice. I cut another thread. Then another. Each one freed a wolf from Belindra's control, and each freed wolf turned on her with the fury of someone who'd been enslaved and finally realized it. Stop her. Belindra commanded the wolves still under her control. Kill the Shadowborn. But I was faster. My power surged as I grabbed every black thread connected to Belindra and pulled. 20 corrupted bonds snapped at once. The backlash hit Belindra like a physical blow. She screamed, blood pouring from her nose and eyes as the bonds she'd maintained for years shattered simultaneously. Some of those bonds had been in place for over a decade. Their breaking would feel like having pieces of her soul torn out.
Good.
The wolves she'd controlled turned on her immediately. Not to kill, they were too shocked, too disoriented from sudden freedom. But they backed away, leaving her exposed and alone. You think you've won? Belindra's voice was ragged, broken. You think freeing a few wolves changes anything? The council still has power. The system still stands. And you're still just. Careful, Theron interrupted, moving to stand beside me. That Shadowborn which you're about to insult is my pack. My partner. And, under my protection, threaten her again, and I'll forget you're already defeated. Belindra laughed, bitter and desperate. Your pack? You've known her for 3 days. I was your ally for years, helped secure your borders, provided intelligence. You used corrupted bonds to manipulate my decisions, Theron corrected coldly. I pulled my records after Azria showed me the truth. Half the political moves I made in the last 5 years were influenced by wolves you controlled.
You weren't my ally.
You were my puppeteer. He gestured, and Bastion's guards moved in, surrounding Belindra. You're under arrest for treason, attempted murder, systematic use of corrupted bonds, and conspiracy against the crown. Your testimony will be heard tomorrow at the Lunar Festival.
Publicly.
In front of every alpha in the kingdom. They'll never believe you, Belindra spat. I'm a respected Luna. You're a king compromised by witch magic. Who do you think they'll trust? The evidence, I said simply. Elder Calix's confession. The testimony of the wolves you controlled. The physical proof of corrupted bonds that I can make visible to anyone who looks. Through the hall, I could see visiting alphas watching this confrontation with expressions ranging from horror to fascination. They just witnessed a Luna exposed as a traitor, seen corrupted bonds broken in real time, watched the Alpha King stand with a Shadowborn against his own former ally. This was the moment. The pivot point where the kingdom could either embrace change or reject it completely. Alpha Lorcan stepped forward, the wolf whose bond I'd broken first. I believe them, he said clearly. I felt my corrupted bond break. Felt genuine choice return for the first time in 12 years. Whatever the Shadowborn is, whatever power she wields, it freed me. That's worth believing in. Another alpha joined him. Then another. Within minutes, 20 of the visiting alphas had moved to stand in support, creating a wall between Belindra and any escape. The evidence speaks for itself. One of them declared. We've all felt the corrupted bonds now. Seen them with our own eyes. Luna Belindra stands accused by truth itself. Belindra looked around at the wolves who'd once respected her, now regarding her with disgust and betrayal. I saw the moment she realized she'd lost. Saw desperation turn to rage. "If I'm going down," she snarled, her eyes locking on mine, "I'm taking you with me." She shifted faster than I'd ever seen her move, her wolf erupting in a blur of golden fur and snapping teeth. She launched herself directly at me, claws extended, jaws aiming for my throat. I didn't move, because through our pack bond, Rydian had shown me this exact moment, had let me see the 5 possible futures branching from this attack. In 3 of them, I dodge, and she escapes to fight another day. In 1, I fight back and accidentally kill her, making her a martyr. In the 5th, the only one where everything works, I let her attack land. Let her think she's won. And then I show everyone exactly what a Shadowborn can survive. Belindra's jaws closed on my throat. Pain exploded through me as her teeth tore into flesh. Blood poured hot and wet down my chest. I felt my windpipe collapse and felt myself dying for the 4th time. Around the hall, wolves screamed. Theron roared with rage and grief, the pack bond flooding with his anguish. But I'd already pulled on my weaver power, not to attack,
To create.
I wove a thread between myself and my own life force, created a connection that shouldn't exist, a bond that tethered me to existence itself, making death temporary, survivable, reversible. The twice-born gift my mother had given me, now under my conscious control. I died, and 3 seconds later, I came back. My throat healed in reverse, flesh knitting, windpipe reforming, blood flowing backward until there was no wound at all. Just unmarked skin where seconds ago there'd been a fatal injury. Belindra stumbled back in her wolf form, her muzzle still covered in my blood, her eyes wide with absolute terror. I stood up slowly, letting my power flare around me like a star going nova. "You can't kill me, Belindra," I said, my voice steady despite what I'd just survived. "I'm twice born. I've died 3 times already and came back stronger each time. Did you really think the 4th would be any different?" The hall was utterly silent. Every wolf stared at me with expressions of awe, fear, and disbelief. I just died and resurrected in front of 60 alphas. Had demonstrated power that shouldn't exist outside of legends. "The goddess touched," someone whispered. "The legends are real. She's blessed by the moon goddess herself," another voice added, reverent and terrified. I looked at Belindra's wolf and saw the recognition in her eyes. She'd lost. Not just the battle. Everything. Her power, her position, her very ability to instill fear. "Shift back," I commanded, an alpha power I didn't know I possessed laced through my words. "Face judgment as you are, not hiding behind your wolf." She shifted, standing naked and trembling before the assembled alphas. "I did what was necessary," she said, her voice shaking.
To protect the pack.
"To maintain order. To ensure stability." "You enslaved free wolves," I corrected. "You took my mother's place through manipulation. You bound my wolf and poisoned me for 16 years. You created suffering for your own gain and called it protection." I moved closer, letting her see the determination in my eyes. "But I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to give you the martyr's death you're probably hoping for at this point." I turned to address the full assembly. "Belindra will stand trial tomorrow.
Publicly.
She'll answer for every crime, every corrupted bond, every wolf she controlled. And then the alphas gathered here will decide her fate.
Not me.
Not Theron. The wolves she helped oppress." "That's not justice," Belindra spat. "That's mob rule. That's democracy," Theron corrected. "Something this kingdom hasn't seen in centuries. The people affected by crimes get to decide the punishment. Not kings. Not councils. The people." He looked at the assembled alphas. "Tomorrow at dawn, we will hold a trial. Belindra and any council members implicated in the corrupted bond system will face judgment. Elder Calyx will present his testimony. Evidence will be made public. And every alpha present will vote on guilt and sentencing." "The council will never allow it," someone called out. "The council doesn't have a choice," Rydian said, stepping forward. Their voice carried certainty and power. I'm Starborn. I can see the future. And in every timeline where the Council tries to stop this trial, they lose. The truth is too big now, too public, too well documented. They can either cooperate and potentially save face, or resist and be swept away entirely. Why should we believe you? A skeptical Alpha demanded. Ridian's eyes glowed with galaxy light. Because I'm about to tell you 3 things that haven't happened yet, but will within the hour. First, the fire in the guard barracks that was supposed to start during dinner. It's been discovered and extinguished. Second, the assassins sent to kill Elder Calyx have been captured by Vaila and are currently being interrogated. Third, a messenger is about to arrive with urgent news from the Eastern Territories about a border dispute, but the dispute is manufactured, designed to distract from tonight's events. As if on cue, a breathless messenger burst into the hall. Your Majesty, urgent news from the East. He stopped, looking around at the carnage and tension. Am I interrupting something? Yes, Theron said mildly. But go ahead. Tell us about the manufactured border dispute designed to distract us from more pressing matters. The messenger's face went pale. How did you? We have a Starborn, Theron said simply. We always know what's coming. Now, who sent you? Who's trying to distract us? The messenger's eyes darted around the room, looking for escape. But he was surrounded by 60 alphas, all of whom now understood that something much larger was happening. Council Elder Vaylor, he finally admitted. He said the border dispute was critical, that it needed immediate attention, that it would pull military resources away from the capital during a crucial moment. Bastion finished grimly, making it easier to eliminate threats to the Council's power. He looked at Theron. Elder Vaylor is one of the 3 council members we suspected of working with Belindra. This confirms it. Then we arrest him too, Theron decided. Tonight. Before he can flee or destroy evidence. Through our pack bond, I felt everyone's determination, exhaustion, and grim satisfaction. We were winning. Slowly, messily, but winning. I'll lead the arrest team, Bastion said. My guards know the palace better than anyone. We'll have Vaylor in custody within the hour. Take backup, I said. In case he has loyalists willing to fight. I'll go with him, several of the freed wolves volunteered. The ones whose corrupted bonds I'd broken. We owe you, Shadowborn. Let us help. I nodded gratefully. Every ally mattered now. As Bastion organized the arrest, I turned to find the 3 alphas who'd been poisoned. Dr. Chen and her healers were working frantically, but I could see the black threads of poison winding through their systems, choking their life forces. Can I help? I asked Dr. Chen. She looked up, her face drawn with exhaustion. The poison is magical in nature. It's resisting conventional treatment. If we can't neutralize it soon, they'll die within the hour. I knelt beside the first victim, a female alpha named Sable, young and terrified. I'm going to try something, I told her. It might hurt. Can't hurt worse than dying, she gasped. I called on my Weaver power and looked at the poison threads. They were woven into her system like a parasitic bond, draining life force, corrupting healthy tissue. Cutting them would kill her. They were too integrated. But maybe I could create new threads. Healthy ones that could outgrow and replace the poison connections. I placed my hand on her chest and began weaving. Life to life, health to health, strength to strength. I created bonds between her healthy cells, reinforcing them, giving them power to fight back against the corruption. It worked. Slowly, the black threads of poison began to lose their hold as the golden threads of health overwhelmed them. Within minutes, Sable was breathing easier, her color returning. How did you do that? Dr. Chen breathed. I'm a weaver, I said simply. I create connections. Apparently, that includes connections within a person's own body. I moved to the next victim, then the third, repeating the process. Each healing took more from me. My power was running low after breaking so many corrupted bonds, creating the pack bond, surviving death, and now healing 3 wolves from magical poison. But I couldn't stop. Not when I could save them. By the time I finished, I was swaying on my feet, Theron caught me before I fell. That's enough heroics for one night, he said firmly. You need rest.
Can't rest.
Too much to do. Trial tomorrow. Evidence to review. Council members to arrest. Azria. His voice was gentle but firm. You died tonight. Actually died. Your body needs time to recover, even if your power brought you back. Through our pack bond, I felt his terror from watching me die. I felt how it had taken everything in him not to rage and slaughter everyone in the room when Belindra's teeth closed on my throat. I'm sorry, I said quietly, for scaring you, but it was the only way to prove the point, to show everyone what I really am. You proved it. He held me closer. Everyone in this hall now believes you're blessed by the moon goddess herself. They saw you die and resurrect. That's power no one can deny or dismiss. Good, I said. We'll need that belief tomorrow, when we put the entire corrupted bond system on trial. Around us, the dining hall was slowly returning to order. The poisoned alphas were recovering. Belindra was in custody. Wolves were talking in urgent clusters, processing everything they'd witnessed. This is it, Viola said, appearing at my side. The moment everything changes. Tomorrow's trial will determine the kingdom's future. Either we succeed in exposing the truth and reforming the mate bond system, or the council crushes us and makes corruption permanent. No pressure, I muttered. Immense pressure, she corrected. But you've handled everything thrown at you so far. You'll handle this too. Rydian joined us, their expression distant as they tracked futures. The trial has a 68% success rate, they reported. Better odds than I expected. But there are variables I can't account for. Wild cards that could shift everything. Such as whatever Belindra meant about what your mother did to create you. Rydian's galaxy eyes focused on me. She implied there's something about your creation, about the binding ritual Varia performed that would turn people against you if they knew. Viola already told me, I said. My mother made me into a weaver before I was born. Enhanced my power through prenatal rituals. It's not standard, but it's not forbidden either. That's not all of it, Rydian said with certainty. I can see futures where Belindra reveals something during the trial. Something that shocks everyone. But I can't see what it is. The information is blocked somehow, hidden even from Starborn's sight. Hidden by whom? Theron asked sharply. By someone powerful enough to obscure futures, Viola said slowly. Which means either Starborn, unlikely since Rydian is the only active one, or my mother, I finished.
She hid something.
Something important enough to protect even from Starborn vision. What could be that important? Bastion asked, rejoining us with news that Elder Valor was in custody. I don't know, I admitted. But we need to find out before tomorrow's trial. Because if Belindra knows and we don't, she'll use it to undermine everything. Where would Varia have hidden such information? Theron asked. We all looked at Viola. She sighed. There's one place. One thing she gave me before she died, made me promise not to open it unless you were ready. I'm ready now, I said firmly. Are you? Viola's silver eyes were serious. Because once you know the truth about what your mother did, about what you really are, there's no going back. And it might be worse than anything Belindra could reveal. Tell me anyway. She pulled out a small box from her robes. It was black wood, carved with symbols that hurt to look at too directly. Your mother's final secret, Viola said quietly. The truth about the Weaver gift, and why she gave it to you specifically. The reason the moon goddess herself might have blessed your creation. She handed me the box. Open it alone. Read what's inside. And then decide if you're willing to let the kingdom know what you really are. I took the box, feeling the weight of secrets and destiny and choices I'd never been given the chance to make. Tomorrow, I'll stand trial alongside the corrupted bond system. Tonight, I'd learn the truth about myself. Whatever that truth might be. Chapter 12. The Mother's Secret. I took the box to my chambers alone, despite every instinct in our pack bond screaming at the others to follow, to protect, to witness whatever truth waited inside. Give me an hour, I sent through the bond. I need to do this alone. Theron's reluctance flooded through the connection, but he respected my choice. They all did. That's what pact meant, trusting each other even when fear demanded otherwise. The box sat on my desk, innocuous and terrifying in equal measure. Black wood carved with symbols that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Protection wards. Privacy seals. Magic so old and powerful it made my teeth ache. My mother had created this. Had poured her power into keeping these secrets safe until I was ready to hear them. Was I ready? I didn't know. But Belindra would reveal something tomorrow, something designed to turn the kingdom against me. I needed to know what I was facing. I opened the box. Inside was a single letter, written in my mother's handwriting. The ink shimmered silver, spelled to ensure the words couldn't be altered or destroyed. And beneath the letter, a small vial of liquid that glowed with the same silver light. I picked up the letter with shaking hands. My dearest Azria, if you're reading this, I am gone. Executed, probably, for crimes against the kingdom that were really just truths the crown couldn't bear to hear. I'm sorry I won't be there to guide you through what comes next. Sorry I had to make choices for you before you could make them yourself. But I'm not sorry for what I did. For what I made you. You need to understand something about the Weaver gift. It's not just the ability to cut and create threads of fate. That's the surface power, the obvious manifestation. The true gift runs deeper. Weavers can rewrite reality itself. Not just bonds between individuals. Not just connections within systems. Everything. Past, present, future, all of it is threads to a weaver. All of it can be cut and rewoven into new patterns. That's why weavers were hunted to extinction 1,000 years ago. Because wolves with that much power couldn't be controlled, couldn't be predicted, couldn't be trusted to maintain the status quo. The first Alpha Kings killed every weaver they could find, buried the knowledge of what we were, and made sure the gift would never resurface. Except I found the old texts. I discovered how to awaken dormant weaver blood. And when I became pregnant with you, when I realized you carried the perfect combination of bloodlines, which wolf and something else, something ancient from your father's royal heritage, I made a choice. I performed the awakening ritual on you while you were still in my womb. But I didn't just awaken the basic weaver gift. I enhanced it, amplified it beyond anything that had existed before. Because I knew what was coming. I'd seen the corrupted bond system spreading, consuming everything. And I knew only a weaver powerful enough to challenge reality itself could stop it. So, I made you into something new. Something that's never existed before. A prime weaver. You don't just cut and create threads, my darling. You rewrite them. You can take a corrupted bond and not just break it. You can retroactively erase it, make it so it never existed at all. You can look at someone's past and change it, give them different choices, different outcomes. You can literally rewrite history. The vial in this box contains the final catalyst. It's made from my blood, from the essence of moonlight, from the tears of a starborn, and from one drop of the first Alpha King's blood that I stole from the crown's reliquary. Drink it, and your full power will awaken. You'll become the prime weaver you were always meant to be. But understand the cost. Rewriting reality takes more than just power. It takes pieces of your soul. Every major change you make, every thread you retroactively alter, you'll lose a memory. A moment of joy, a piece of yourself. The universe demands balance. Change the past, and you forget part of your own. Use this power too much, and eventually, you'll forget who you are entirely. You'll become just a tool of reality itself, a mindless weaver with no sense of self. That's why I never told you. Why I bound your wolf and hoped the weaver gift would stay dormant until you were old enough, strong enough, to make your own choice about whether to fully awaken it. But Belindra knows. I don't know how. Maybe she found my early research. Maybe she forced the information from someone I trusted, but she knows what you could become. And she'll reveal it tomorrow at the trial. She'll tell the kingdom that you're not just Shadowborn. That you're a reality warping weapon. That I created you through forbidden magic to overthrow the natural order. And she won't be entirely wrong.
So you have a choice, my darling.
Drink the catalyst. Become the Prime Weaver. have the power to not just expose the corrupted bond system, but to retroactively erase it, to rewrite the past so it never existed. You could save thousands of wolves who've suffered under force bonds by making it so they were never bound in the first place. Or refuse it. Stay as you are, powerful but limited. Unable to change the past, only the future. Let the wolves who've already suffered continue to carry that trauma, but spare yourself the cost of rewriting reality. I can't tell you which choice is right. I can only tell you that I love you, that I'm proud of you, and that whatever you choose, you are always more than just the weapon I tried to create. You are always my daughter first. With all my love, Azria Thorne. P.S. If you choose to drink the catalyst, the first memory you'll lose will be the moment we spent in the meadow when you were 5, picking moonflowers. I'm sorry for that. It was my favorite memory too. I sat there, staring at the letter until the words blurred. My mother had made me into a weapon. Not just any weapon, a reality-warping, history-rewriting weapon that could fundamentally alter existence itself. And the cost was my own memories, my own identity, my own self. I picked up the vial, watching the silver liquid swirl inside. This small amount of fluid contained the power to change everything, to reach back in time and erase the suffering of thousands, to make it so corrupted bonds had never existed. All it would cost was me, piece by piece, memory by memory, until nothing remained but power without purpose. A knock at the door interrupted my spiraling thoughts. I know you said you wanted to be alone, Theron's voice came through. But through the pack bond, I can feel your distress. Whatever you learn, you don't have to face it alone. I should have sent him away. Should have processed this in private. Instead, I opened the door. Theron took one look at my face and pulled me into his arms. Through our pack bond, I felt his steady strength, his absolute commitment to stand beside me no matter what. She made me into a weapon, I whispered against his chest. A reality-warping weapon that can change the past itself. I know, he said quietly. Viola told us what was probably in that box. We've been waiting for you to decide if you wanted to share it. You knew. We suspected. He pulled back to look at me. But knowing the theory and seeing your face after reading your mother's actual words, those are different things. I handed him the letter. Let him read it while I held the vial, trying to decide if the power to change everything was worth losing myself. Moon Goddess, Theron breathed when he finished. She really did it. Created something that shouldn't exist. Created me, I corrected bitterly. Before I even had a chance to exist on my own terms. She gave you a choice, he pointed out. She could have forced this on you. Could have made you drink the catalyst without ever knowing what it was. But she left it up to you.
Some choice.
Drink this and save thousands by erasing their suffering from history, or refuse and let all those wolves continue to carry their trauma. I laughed without humor. That's not a choice. That's emotional blackmail. It's still a choice. Rydian's voice came from the doorway. They stood there with Viola and Bastion, our whole pack drawn by the turmoil in the bond. I'm Starborn. I can see the futures both paths create, and neither one is inherently better. How can erasing suffering not be better? I demanded. Because erasing the past changes everything, Rydian said, moving into the room. The wolves who survived corrupted bonds, who learned to find joy despite them, who built strength through adversity. If you erase their suffering, you erase everything they became because of it. Good and bad. They sat beside me, their galaxy eyes serious. I've seen the future where you drink the catalyst, where you become Prime Weaver and retroactively erase the corrupted bond system. In that timeline, thousands of wolves are spared suffering. But they're also different people.
Softer.
Less resilient. And when new challenges come, and they always come, many of them break because they never had to learn strength through hardship. So suffering is good? I said skeptically.
No.
Suffering is suffering. But survival is powerful. Viola said quietly. I knew your mother for 50 years. I watched her agonize over this decision. Whether to create a weapon that could erase pain, or let wolves learn to overcome it naturally. She sat on my other side. She chose to give you the power, but also the choice. Because Varia believed that even horrible experiences teach valuable lessons. That erasing the past, no matter how painful, is still a kind of violation. But it would save so many, I whispered. It would save them from one kind of pain and expose them to another, Bastion said gruffly. I'm a soldier. I've watched recruits who never faced real hardship fall apart in their first battle. And I've watched survivors of abuse become the fiercest warriors because they already knew how to fight. He looked uncomfortable with the philosophical discussion but pushed through. I'm not saying people should suffer. I'm saying that erasing their suffering also erases their strength. Change who they are in ways you can't predict or control. Ridian. I turned to them. In the future where I drink the catalyst and use the Prime Weaver power, what happens to me? They were quiet for a long moment. You save thousands, they said finally. You rewrite history so smoothly that most people don't even realize it changed. The corrupted bond system simply never existed in the new timeline. Wolves who are bound are suddenly free and always have been. But you forget. Their voices were painful. Not all at once. Slowly, with each major change you make. You forget your mother's laugh. Then your first shift. Then the meadow with the moonflowers. Then us, your pack, your bonds, your purpose. Within 5 years, in every future where you fully awaken Prime Weaver power, you forget why you're doing it at all. You become the machine that rewrites reality, because that's what you were made for, with no memory of the girl who chose to help people. Tears streamed down their faces. And the worst part? In those futures, we can't help you. We try. We spend years trying to make you remember, trying to anchor you to yourself. But Prime Weaver's power is too strong. It unweaves everything, including memory bonds. So my choices are, become a weapon that saves thousands but loses myself, or stay as I am and let those thousands carry their trauma. I looked around at my pack. How is that a choice? Because there's a third option, Theron said firmly. Don't rewrite the past. Change the future. That's what I've been doing. No, you've been exposing the truth and breaking individual bonds, which is powerful and necessary. He took my hands. But imagine if instead of erasing the corrupted bond system from history, you taught wolves how to heal from it. How to build genuine connections after forced ones. How to turn survival into strength. His silver eyes burned with intensity. You could create support systems for freed wolves. Training programs for those learning to choose for themselves. New rituals and ceremonies that celebrate chosen bonds instead of forced ones. You could reshape culture not by erasing the past, but by building a better future on top of it. That's slower, I said. Less efficient. People would still carry pain. Yes, Viola agreed. But they'd also carry growth. Pride in surviving. Strength in overcoming. And you'd still be you. Whole. Complete. Capable of continuing the work for decades instead of burning out in 5 years. Plus, Ridian added with a slight smile, in the future where you choose this path, where you build instead of erase, the changes are more stable. More lasting. Because the wolves you help become advocates themselves. They spread the message of genuine choice because they lived through the alternative. It's a long game instead of a quick fix, Bastion said. But in my experience, quick fixes don't last. Real change takes time and work, and people are willing to do that work. I looked at the vial in my hand, at the power to change everything instantly, at the cost of losing everything I was. Then I looked at my pack, at the people who'd become my family in just days, who saw me not as a weapon but as a person, who wanted me to choose my own path even if it was harder. I need to know one more thing, I said to Ridian. In the future where I refuse the catalyst, where I stay as I am and work to build a better future instead of erasing the past. Do we succeed? Does the kingdom actually change? Not completely, they admitted. Not perfectly. There are still corrupted bonds we never find. Still wolves who refuse to be freed. Still power structures that resist reform. They met my eyes. But there's also hope. Real, lasting hope. Wolves learn to make genuine choices. Pack bonds strengthen through truth instead of deception. And you get to see it, experience it, remember it. In the future where you stay yourself, you get to have a life. Not just a purpose. A life with a pack and mates and maybe eventually children who grow up in a kingdom that's still imperfect but genuinely trying to be better. The choice crystallized. Instant salvation at the cost of myself. Or slow, imperfect progress while remaining whole. My mother had believed I deserved the choice. Had trusted me to make it even though she'd spent my entire gestation preparing me to be a weapon. I stood and walked to the window, looking out at the palace grounds where hundreds of wolves gathered, all of them affected by the corrupted bond system in different ways. I could erase their pain with a single drink, or I could stand beside them as they learned to overcome it. Belindra will reveal this tomorrow, I said quietly. She'll tell everyone that I'm a reality-warping weapon, that my mother created me through forbidden magic, that I have the power to literally change the past. Yes, Theron agreed. And she'll frame it as a threat, as proof that you're too dangerous to allow to live. How do we counter that? By being honest, Viola said. Tell them the truth before she can twist it. Explain what you are, what you could become, and why you're choosing not to awaken that full power. Show them the catalyst, Rydian added. Let them see physical proof that you're refusing ultimate power in favor of working alongside them. That makes you a partner, not a weapon. I turned back to face my pack, the vial still in my hand. Tomorrow at the trial, I'll tell the truth. About what I am, what my mother did, what I could become. I set the vial down on my desk, deliberately putting distance between us. And I'll refuse the catalyst publicly. Show the kingdom that I'm choosing to be a person who helps, not a weapon that fixes. They might still fear you, Bastion warned. Might demand you be bound or killed or exiled. Then we'll face that together, Theron said firmly. As a pack. As partners. As wolves who believe in genuine choice over forced compliance. Through our bond, I felt everyone's determination, support, and absolute commitment to stand beside me no matter what came next. There's something else, I said quietly. According to my mother's letter, the first memory I'd lose if I drank the catalyst would be a moment we shared when I was 5. Picking moonflowers in a meadow. I looked at Viola. I don't remember that. Any of it. Her face went pale. You should. I was there. Varia took you out for a special day, just the two of you. It was 3 months before she died. She talked about it constantly, how perfect the day was, how happy you were. I don't remember, I repeated, my chest tightening. Which means someone already made you drink a catalyst, Rydian finished, their voice hollow. You've already lost memories. You've already used Prime Weaver power. The room spun. That's impossible. I would know if. Not if you rewrote reality so thoroughly that even you don't remember doing it, Viola said, her voice shaking. Moon goddess. That's why some of Varia's research never made sense. Why certain events in your childhood seemed to have multiple versions. You already changed things. What did I change? I demanded. What did I erase? I don't know, Rydian said. I can't see it. Reality rewrites affect even starborn sight. Whatever you changed so completely that it's as if it always was that way. But you lost a memory, Theron said slowly. Which means the catalyst your mother left isn't the first one. Someone gave you one before. Made you drink it when you were young. Who? I looked at Viola. Who would have done that? Her silver eyes were wide with shock and dawning horror. Varia, she whispered. Your mother. She must have done it before she died. Given you a catalyst and commanded you to use Prime Weaver power for something so important she was willing to sacrifice your memories. To do what? I don't know, but whatever it was big enough to warrant the cost. Viola moved to the desk, examining the vial with new eyes. This isn't the only catalyst. It's the final one. The one that would complete your transformation into full Prime Weaver. She looked at me with fear. You've already used that power once, Azria. Already changed something fundamental about reality. And tomorrow, When Belindra reveals what you are, she'll also reveal what you did. What could I have possibly done at age 5 that would warrant reality warping? The only thing important enough, Rydian said, their voice distant as they tried to see past reality rewrites. You saved someone. Someone who was supposed to die. Someone whose death would have changed everything. They focused on me. And my best guess? Based on the ripples I can sense in the timeline, you saved yourself. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. You were supposed to die, Rydian continued. When you were 5. Before Belindra could bind your wolf, before the years of suffering, before any of this. You were supposed to die, and your mother couldn't accept it. So she gave you the catalyst, told you to rewrite reality, and you did. You saved yourself at age 5 by erasing your own death from history. And the cost was the memory of the happiest day you ever had with your mother. I sank into a chair trying to process this. I'd already used Prime Weaver power. Already changed reality. Already paid the cost with lost memories. And I had no idea what else I might have changed. Tomorrow, I said finally, my voice hollow. Belindra will reveal that I've already rewritten reality once. That I'm not just potentially dangerous. I'm actually dangerous. That I've already fundamentally altered history. Yes, Theron said. And every wolf in that hall will have to decide if they can trust someone with that much power. Can they? I asked. Should they? I don't even know what I changed. What I erased. What I might have destroyed by saving myself. You're here, Bastion said simply. That's what you changed. In the original timeline, Azria Thorne died at age 5, and the corrupted bond system continued unchallenged for another generation. In this timeline, you survived and are currently dismantling that system. So, by saving myself, I saved thousands of future wolves from corruption. Or doomed them to different suffering, Viola said quietly. We can't know. That's the horror of reality rewrites. We can't see what was lost, only what is. I looked at the vial on my desk. At the power to do it all again. To erase more history, save more people, lose more memories. I'm not drinking it, I said firmly. Whatever I did at age 5, whatever my mother commanded me to do, that's done. I can't undo it or change it or even remember it clearly. But I won't compound it by erasing more. Belindra will use this against you, Theron warned. I know, but I'd rather face judgment honestly than hide what I am. I stood, feeling stronger despite everything. Tomorrow at the trial, I will tell the truth. All of it. What I am. What I've already done, what I'm refusing to do. And then I let the alphas decide if they can live with a reality warper who chooses to be just a person. They might kill you, Viola said bluntly. Then they kill me. I met her eyes. But at least I'll die as myself. Not as the weapon my mother tried to create, or the tool Belindra wants to eliminate, but as Azria. A person making choices, accepting consequences, and refusing to be anything other than who I choose to be. Through our pack bond, I felt pride radiating from everyone. That's my girl, Viola said softly. Varia would be proud. Terrified, but proud. When the trial starts, Theron said, I'll stand with you. Publicly claim you as a pack, as a partner, as someone under my absolute protection. If they want to kill you, they'll have to go through me first. And me, Bastion added. And me, Rydian agreed. All of us, Viola finished. The pack stands together, especially when facing impossible odds. I looked at them, my pack, my family, my choice, and felt something settle in my chest. Tomorrow will be brutal. Belindra would reveal secrets that could turn the kingdom against me. The council would fight to maintain their power. Wolves would have to decide if they could trust someone who'd already rewritten reality once. But I wouldn't face it alone. And I wouldn't face it as a weapon. I'd face it as Azria Thorne, Shadowborn, Weaver, reality warper, who chose to stay human. Let's get some rest, I said. Tomorrow, we change the kingdom. Or die trying. Preferably the first option, Bastion muttered. Agreed. We all said together. And for the first time since opening that box, I smiled. Tomorrow will be hell. But at least it would be honest. Chapter 13. The Trial of Truths. Dawn broke over the Moonstone Palace like a blade, sharp, cold, and inevitable. I stood at my window, watching the sun paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson, and wondered if this would be the last sunrise I'd ever see. Today's trial could end with my execution, with civil war, or with genuine change. The odds, according to Rydian's latest vision check, were almost even. Through our pack bond, I felt the others stirring. Theron was already awake, reviewing testimony with Bastion. Viola was reinforcing protective wards around the Grand Hall. Rydian was everywhere and nowhere, their consciousness spread across possible futures, tracking every branching path this day could take. Come back, I sent gently through the bond. I need you here, not lost in possibilities. Their presence solidified, focusing.
Sorry.
It's hard not to look when I can see 17 different ways this day ends in blood. How many end in victory? 13. But victory looks different in each one. Some involve your death as a martyr. Some involve Theron's abdication. Some involve splitting the kingdom in half. And the other 4? A pause. Those are the ones where everyone loses. Where the council wins, the corrupted bond system strengthens, and we all die having achieved nothing. Then we aim for 13, I said firmly. And hope we land in the version where I survive. That would be my preference too. I dressed carefully in the clothes Viola had prepared. Not ceremonial robes or battle leather, but simple, sturdy clothing that said person rather than weapon or Luna. Dark pants, a white shirt, a vest embroidered with moonflowers, the same flowers from the memory I'd lost. The vial sat on my desk where I'd left it. The catalyst. The key to ultimate power and certain self-destruction. I picked it up one last time, feeling its weight, its promise, its cost. Then I walked to the window and threw it out. The vial shattered on the stones below, silver liquid evaporating in the morning sun. Whatever power it contained, whatever my mother had hoped I'd become, it was gone now.
Permanently.
I was just Azria. Just myself. And that would have to be enough. The Grand Hall had been transformed overnight. Where yesterday it had been a dining space, now it resembles an ancient arena. A raised platform at the center for the accused. Rings of seating surrounding it, packed with 60 alphas and their highest-ranked wolves. Guards stationed at every entrance. And at the far end, a dais where Theron sat in full Alpha King regalia, crown, robes, the ceremonial blade of judgment across his knees. He looked every inch the ruler. Powerful, remote, untouchable. But through our pack bond, I felt his terror. His absolute conviction that this would end badly, and his equally absolute determination to stand by me anyway. I entered through the main doors with Viola and Rydian flanking me. The hall fell silent. Every eye tracked our movement as we walked to the platform at the center. Belindra was already there, bound in silver chains that suppressed her wolf. She looked smaller than I remembered, diminished by captivity and defeat. But her eyes still burned with rage and calculation. Elder Calix stood nearby, ancient and tired, holding a thick stack of papers, his confession, his testimony, his life's work of corruption documented in excruciating detail. 3 council members were in chains beside Belindra, Valor, and 2 others I recognized from court functions. They looked defiant, certain they'd talk their way out of this. They had no idea what was coming. Theron stood, and the ceremonial blade at his side seemed to pulse with alpha power. This trial is called under ancient rites, he declared, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. Not by council authority, not by royal decree, but by the oldest law of our people, the law that says truth must be heard, evidence must be seen, and judgment must be rendered by those affected. He gestured to the assembled alphas. You are both a witness and jury. What is revealed today, you will judge. What is proven today, you will decide. And whatever verdict you reach will be honored by the crown. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Theron was effectively giving up his authority to these alphas, putting his throne on the line for transparency. The accused stand charged with treason, corruption, systematic abuse, and crimes against the pack bond itself. Theron's eyes swept across Belindra and the council members. But before we hear evidence against them, there is another matter that must be addressed. His gaze found mine. The Shadowborn, Azria Thorne, stepped forward. My heart hammered as I moved to the center of the platform. Was this part of the plan? Had Theron decided I needed to be judged first? Through our bond, I felt his reassurance.
Trust me.
We do this on our terms, not theirs. Azria Thorne stands accused, Theron continued, by Luna Belindra of crimes that, if true, would make her the greatest threat this kingdom has ever faced. Belindra's smile was vicious. Finally, show them what she really is, Alpha King. Show them the weapon hiding in plain sight. I will, Theron said calmly, by letting her show them herself. He looked at me. Tell them the truth. All of it. What you are, what you've done, what you could do. Let them judge, with full knowledge. This was it. The moment where I either earned the kingdom's trust or signed my own death warrant. I took a deep breath and called on my power. Not to attack, not to defend. Just to show them what I could do. Threads became visible throughout the hall. Millions of them. Connections between every wolf present, between the wolves and the land, between past and present and future. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I am Shadowborn, I said clearly. Witch and wolf, born of bloodlines that were never supposed to mix. My mother was Azria Thorne, executed 16 years ago for discovering the truth about mate bonds. My father was Evander Thorne, the Alpha King's half-brother. More gasps. The royal bloodline connection was news to most of them. But I'm not just Shadowborn, I continued. I'm something that hasn't existed in 1,000 years. A weaver. I can cut threads of fate, yes. But I can also create them. Forge new bonds, new connections, new possibilities. I gestured, and golden threads appeared in the air, woven from nothing, demonstrating creation. And I can do something even more dangerous, I said quietly. I can rewrite reality itself, change the past, alter history, unmake events that have already happened. The hall erupted. Wolves shouting, some in fear, some in disbelief, some in rage. Theron's alpha power crashed down, demanding silence. She speaks the truth, he said. I've seen her power. I felt it. And yes, it's terrifying. But hear what else she has to say. I waited for the noise to die down. My mother made me this way. I continued. Before I was born, she performed rituals to awaken the weaver gift, to enhance it beyond anything natural. She created me to be a weapon against the corrupted bond system. I pulled out my mother's letter, holding it high, and she left me a choice. A catalyst that would complete my transformation into what she called a prime weaver. The power to not just expose corrupted bonds, but to erase them from history entirely. To rewrite the past so that thousands of wolves were never bound, never suffered, never experienced the pain of forced connections. Then why didn't you? Someone shouted. Why let people suffer if you could save them? Because erasing suffering also erases everything people became because of it, I said. The strength they learned, the resilience they built, the choices they made to survive and overcome. I looked around at the assembled alphas. I'm not a god. I don't have the right to decide who should or shouldn't have experienced pain. All I can do is offer freedom going forward and trust people to build their own healing. And the cost. Alpha Lorcan called out. He stood with his formerly forced mate, their hands intertwined. What is reality rewriting cost? Memories, I said simply. Every major change I make, I lose a piece of myself. Use the power too much, and eventually I forget who I am entirely. Become just a mindless tool of fate. But you've already used it, Belindra's voice cut through, sharp and triumphant. Haven't you? You've already rewritten reality. Already changed fundamental history. Tell them, Shadowborn. Tell them what you did when you were 5 years old. Every eye fixed on me. I don't remember, I admitted. Because the cost of that rewrite was the memory itself. But based on evidence, based on what I've been told, I saved my own life. I was supposed to die at age 5, and someone gave me the catalyst, told me to rewrite reality, and I did. Who gave you the catalyst? An elder alpha demanded. My mother, Azria Thorne. She couldn't bear to lose me, so she gave me the power to save myself. And what else did you change? Belindra pressed. What else did you erase or alter? How do we know our own histories are real? How do we know you haven't been rewriting reality constantly, making us believe whatever you want? You don't, I said honestly. I can't prove I haven't. All I can do is show you that I'm refusing to do it again. I turned to where I'd left the vial, then remembered I'd thrown it out the window. My mother left me a second catalyst, the final one that would complete my transformation into Prime Weaver. I destroyed it this morning, threw it out a window, and watched it shatter because I refused to become that weapon. Convenient, one of the bound council members sneered. Claiming you destroyed it means we can't verify it existed. Viola, I called. Confirm it. She stepped forward, her silver eyes serious. I created that catalyst under various directions 16 years ago. I sealed it in a warded box with my own magic. This morning, I felt those words break when Azria opened the box. And an hour ago, I felt the catalyst's essence dissipate completely. She looked at the council member. It existed. It was real. And she chose to destroy it rather than use it. Why should we believe you? Another alpha challenged. You're in exile. You've been working to overthrow the kingdom for years. I've been working to free wolves from corrupted bonds, Viola corrected. If that's treason, then yes, I'm guilty. But I'm also the only witch here powerful enough to verify what Azria is and what she's chosen not to become. Rydian stepped forward. I'm Starborn, they said. I can see possible futures. And in every timeline where Azria uses Prime Weaver power, she loses herself within 5 years. Becomes an empty vessel for reality-changing power. But in the timelines where she refuses, where she stays as she is, she lives. Stays whole. Continues to help people without erasing who they are. They looked around at the assembly. I've been used by the crown for 5 years. Used until my gift was killing me. Azria freed me from that cost. Gave me my power back without the price. She could have made me a tool. I'm useful after all. But instead, she made me family. Made me pack. Give me a choice. Their voices strengthened. That's who Azria is. Not a weapon. Not a threat. A person who believes in freedom more than power. Pretty words, Belindra spat. But she's still a reality warper who's already changed history once. How long before she decides to change it again? How long before she rewrites something that benefits her at everyone else's expense? I won't, I said firmly. You can't promise that, Belindra insisted. You're fundamentally unstable. A threat to existence itself. The only safe solution is to bind you completely, suppress your power like we suppressed your wolf, or execute you. If you try to bind her, Theron's voice was ice, you'll have to go through me. She's my pack. My partner. Under my absolute protection. Then you've been compromised, Valor said from his chains. The Shadowborn has corrupted the Alpha King. This proves our case for Protocol 7. He must be removed from power before he destroys the kingdom. Protocol 7 requires proof of magical corruption, Bastion said, stepping forward. I'm the captain of the guard. I've been watching His Majesty for weeks. There's no corruption. No magical influence. Just a king who discovered the truth about the mate bond system and chose to expose it. The mate bond system is sacred. Another council member protested. Blessed by the moon goddess herself. Dismantling it will destroy pack structures, create chaos, and undermine everything we've built. Everything you've built on lies, Alpha Lorcan said, his voice carrying authority. I stood here yesterday and felt my corrupted bond break. I felt a real choice for the first time in 12 years. If that's chaos, I'll take it over your sacred slavery. Other alphas began speaking, some supporting, some protesting, the hall descending into managed chaos. Theron let it continue for a few minutes, then slammed the ceremonial blade against the floor. The sound cracked like thunder, demanding attention. Enough, he commanded. We're not here to debate philosophy. We're here to judge evidence. Elder Calyx, present your testimony. The ancient wolf stepped forward, holding his stack of papers with shaking hands. I have documented every corrupted bond one crafted in 70 years of service to the crown, he said, his voice tired but clear. 237 bonds. All forced. All paid for by the crown or by alphas seeking political advantage. He held up the papers. Names, dates, payments, methods. All of it is here, including the bonds of 15 wolves currently in this hall. Gasps and accusations flew. Wolves looking at each other suspiciously, wondering who among them was bound against their will. The bonds were commissioned by 3 groups, Calyx continued. The crown itself, seeking to secure political alliances. The council, seeking to control dissenting alphas. And individual wealthy wolves, seeking to claim mates they couldn't win naturally. He looked at Belindra. Luna Belindra commissioned 47 bonds over 16 years. More than anyone except the previous Alpha King. She used them to build her power base, to control the Thorn Pack, and to eliminate anyone who threatened her position. That's slander, Belindra snarled. You're a bitter old fool desperate to take others down with you. I have receipts, Calyx said mildly. Signed contracts. Payment records. Correspondence where you explicitly requested certain wolves be bound to others for strategic purposes. He pulled out specific documents, including a request to craft a false mate bond for your stepdaughter, Azria. You wanted her to experience the bond forming, then have it rejected publicly, hoping the trauma would either kill her or break her completely. The hall went silent. You tried to kill her with heartbreak, someone whispered. Deliberately crafted a bond just to have it rejected. That's monstrous. That's strategic, Belindra said coldly. She was a threat. A Shadowborn waiting to awaken. I did what was necessary to protect the pack from her power. You tortured a child, Alpha Lorcan said, disgust clear in his voice. For 16 years. And you call that protection? I call it prevention, Belindra shot back. Look at her now. Standing there with reality-warping power, threatening to destroy everything. I was right to try to eliminate her before she became this dangerous. She's only dangerous to you, Theron said coldly. To people who benefit from corrupted bonds and systematic control. To the rest of us, she's offering freedom. He turned to the assembly. You've heard the evidence. You've seen the proof. You've heard Azria's testimony about what she is and what she's choosing not to become. Now you must decide. He gestured to Belindra and the council members. Do these wolves stand guilty of crimes against the pact bond? Of treason through systematic corruption? And if guilty, what is their sentence? And, he added, his voice heavy, you must also decide whether Azria Thorne is a threat to be eliminated or an ally to be trusted. I cannot make that choice for you. My judgment is compromised. She's my pack, my partner. I cannot be impartial. So you're admitting she's compromised you, Valor said triumphantly. I'm admitting I care about her survival, Theron corrected. Which means my vote on her fate cannot be trusted. But yours can. You've heard everything. You've seen her power. You know what she could become and what she's refusing to become. Judge accordingly. The alphas began conferring, talking in urgent clusters. I stood on the platform, feeling exposed and terrified, while 60 alphas decided if I deserved to live. Through our pack bond, I felt my family's support. Theron's fierce protectiveness. Rydian's hope. Bastion's steady certainty. Viola's pride. Whatever happened, I wasn't alone. Finally, Alpha Lorcan stepped forward as spokesperson. We've reached a decision, he said. By majority, vote of 53-7. My heart was hammered. On the matter of Luna Belindra and the council members, guilty. Of all charges. The evidence is overwhelming, the testimony credible, the proof undeniable. Belindra's face went white. Sentencing will require further deliberation, but exile at minimum. Possibly execution for the worst offenders.
He turned to me.
On the matter of Azria Thorne, the Shadowborn Weaver. I held my breath. Not guilty. The words took a moment to register. Not guilty of threatening the kingdom. Not guilty of misusing power. Not guilty of being a weapon. Lorcan's expression was serious, but also not free from oversight. The power you wield is too dangerous to leave completely unmonitored. What are you proposing? Theron asked carefully. An advisory council. Another alpha said, stepping forward. Not a binding or restriction, but a group of alphas who meet with Azria regularly, who can verify she's not rewriting reality, who can provide guidance and support, who can serve as witnesses to her choices. Accountability without imprisonment, a third alpha added. Trust with verification. We believe you're genuine, Azria Thorne, but we need assurance that belief is warranted. It was more than fair. It was generous, considering what I'd admitted to being. I accept, I said immediately.
Gladly.
I don't want to be unaccountable. I don't want to accidentally abuse power I barely understand. Having oversight, having people to question my choices, that actually helps me. Relief flooded through the pact bond. Then it's decided, Theron said. The corrupted bond system stands exposed and condemned. Those responsible will face justice. And the Shadowborn Weaver will be integrated into kingdom leadership with appropriate oversight. He smiled, genuine and warm. The kingdom changes today, not through violence, not through revolution, but through truth, through choice, through wolves deciding together what kind of future they want to build. The hall erupted in howls, some celebratory, some uncertain, but all loud and alive with possibility. We'd done it. We'd actually done it. Belindra screamed curses as guards dragged her away. The council members went quietly, already planning their defenses. Elder Calyx simply looked relieved, like a burden had finally been lifted. And I stood there, surrounded by my pack, feeling the weight of what we'd accomplished settle into my bones. The corrupted bond system was exposed. Wolves would have genuine choice going forward. And I was free to help them without losing myself to ultimate power. It wasn't perfect. There were still hundreds of corrupted bonds to break. Still wolves are suffering. Still work to be done. But for the first time in my life, I had hope. Real, genuine, chosen hope. Chapter 14, New Beginnings. 3 days after the trial, I stood in a meadow filled with moonflowers. I didn't remember being here before. That memory was the price I'd paid for rewriting my own death. But Viola had brought me to this place, the exact spot where my mother and I had spent that lost day when I was 5. She would be proud, Viola said quietly, standing beside me. Varia always believed wolves deserved genuine choice. You made that possible. We made it possible, I corrected. All of us together. Through our pack bond, I could feel the others scattered across the palace grounds. Theron was in meetings with a newly formed Reform Council, drafting laws to prevent future bond corruption. Bastion was training guards in how to identify and report suspected force bonds. Ridian was using their gift freely, without cost, to help predict which policy changes would create the most stability. And I was here, in a meadow I didn't remember, trying to understand what I'd lost to save myself. Do you regret it? Viola asked. Destroying the catalyst? Choosing to stay limited instead of becoming Prime Weaver? I thought about it honestly. The power to change everything. To erase suffering, rewrite history, reshape reality itself. No, I said finally. I don't regret it. Because that power would have made me less myself with every use. And I'd rather be a flawed person who helps than a perfect weapon that forgets why it's fighting. Varia felt the same way, Viola said. Toward the end, after she performed the first ritual on you, she told me she regretted making you into a weapon. Said she should have just trusted you to be strong enough as yourself. But she still did it. Still made me this way. She was desperate. Viola's voice was soft. She'd seen what the corrupted bond system was becoming. Knew that without someone powerful enough to challenge it, the kingdom would fall into complete control. She did what she thought was necessary, even though it violated everything she believed about choice. I knelt among the moonflowers, touching their petals gently. I wish I could remember that day. The one I lost. She must have known what it would cost. Must have known I'd lose our happiest memory to save myself. Why would she make me pay that price? Because she was dying, Viola said. The execution was scheduled for 3 days after that meadow visit. She knew she wouldn't be there to protect you from Belindra, from the binding, from everything that was coming. So she gave you the power to save yourself, even if it meant you'd forget her joy. Tears burned in my eyes. She traded my happiness for my survival. She traded a memory for your life, Viola corrected gently. And she trusted that you'd build new happy memories. New moments worth keeping. She wasn't trying to steal your joy, Azria. She was trying to make sure you'd live long enough to find more of it. I stood, looking at the moonflowers that my mother had loved enough to weave into my clothes, into my story, into the memory I'd lost. I'm going to make new memories here, I decided. Bring my pack. Have picnics and celebrations and moments of peace. Until this meadow means something current instead of something lost. That's a beautiful idea, Viola smiled. And very much something Varia would have wanted. She always said the best way to honor the past is to build a future worth the sacrifice. Movement at the meadow's edge caught my attention. Theron approached, looking tired but lighter than I'd seen him since we met. The Reform Council session just ended, he said, settling beside me among the flowers. We've officially outlawed forced mate bonds. Any wolf discovered using them faces immediate exile and pack dissolution. It's law now. Real, enforced law. How did the council take it? Half of them celebrated. A quarter protested, but accepted the majority vote. And the last quarter stormed out threatening to form their own council. He smiled wryly. So about as well as could be expected. Will there be a civil war? I asked, the fear I'd been carrying finally voiced. Rydian says no. The wolves threatening to rebel don't actually have enough support. Most packs are relieved the truth is out, happy to have genuine choice going forward. Theron took my hand. There will be conflict. Border disputes, power struggles, wolves adjusting to new freedoms. But not war. Not collapse. Just growing pains. Through our bond, I felt his exhaustion and determination in equal measure. He'd spent 3 days in constant meetings, negotiations, compromises, building a new system while the old one crumbled. You need rest, I said. I need you, he corrected. The bond, the pack connection, it's the only thing keeping me sane right now. Every time I think I can't handle another entitled alpha or another political crisis, I feel you through the bond and remember why this matters. I'm not that special, I protested. You died and came back, he said flatly. You faced your abusers with honesty instead of revenge. You refused ultimate power in favor of staying yourself. You're exactly that special. Heat crept up my neck. I just made the choices that felt right. That's what makes you special, Viola said. You could have chosen power, revenge, control. But you chose truth, mercy, and freedom, even when the other options were easier. Speaking of choices, Theron said, his voice turning more serious. We need to discuss something. About the mate bond between us, or rather, the lack of one. My stomach tightened. What about it? We broke the corrupted bond my father created. And we formed a pack bond, a partnership bond. But we never. He hesitated. We never discussed if there's anything romantic between us. If that's something you want. Or if the bond we have is enough. I looked at him, really looked at him. The Alpha King who'd stood beside me despite political suicide. Who'd believed me when no one else did. Who'd given up absolute power in favor of transparency. I don't know, I admitted. Everything has been so chaotic. I haven't had time to figure out what I feel beyond grateful to be alive and glad you're back. That's fair, he said, relief clear in his voice. I wasn't sure if the bond was making you feel obligated to consider something romantic. I wanted you to know there's no pressure. No expectation. A pack is enough for me if it's enough for you. But I heard the unspoken word. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to you. Not just because of the bond, though that's part of it, but because of who you are. Your strength, your mercy, your absolute refusal to be anything other than yourself.
He squeezed my hand.
So, if you ever want to explore something beyond pack bonds, I'm interested. But if you don't, that's genuinely okay too. It was the most honest, least pressuring declaration I'd ever heard. Can I have time? I asked. To figure out what I want without the weight of saving the kingdom or surviving assassination attempts clouding everything? Take all the time you need, Theron said. We have years ahead of us. No rush. Viola coughed discreetly. I'm going to leave you two alone. I have wolves to train in identifying force bonds, and this conversation is veering into territory where I don't need to be present. She left with a knowing smile, and I found myself alone with Theron among the moonflowers. There's something else, I said after a moment. About what I am, what I could become. Does it scare you? Terrifies me, he admitted. The idea that you could rewrite reality, change the past, unmake existence itself. Yes, that's terrifying. But what scares me more is the thought of you facing that power alone. If you carry that weight without support. That's why we formed the pack, I said. So none of us face things alone. Exactly. He looked at the moonflowers. Your mother brought you here when you were 5. Make this your happiest memory before sacrificing it to save your life. I think she understood something important. What's that? That the best protection isn't power. It's a connection. It's people who care about you enough to anchor you when power tries to consume you. He met my eyes. You have that now. Pack. Family. People who will pull you back if you start to lose yourself. Including you? Especially me.
His voice was firm.
If you ever start rewriting reality again, if you ever drink another catalyst, if you ever begin to forget who you are, I'll be there. Reminding you, anchoring you, fighting for you to stay yourself. The sincerity in his words, in the bond between us, made my chest tight. Thank you, I whispered. That's what pack does, he said simply. We sat there for a while, among flowers I didn't remember, building a memory that I would keep. A moment of peace after days of chaos. A breath before the next challenge. Because there would be more challenges. Rydian had seen them in their visions. Wolves who resisted change. Alphas who wanted the old system back. Border conflicts and power struggles, and all the messy reality of actually implementing reform. But for now, in this meadow, with my pack's presence warm in my chest through our bonds, I had peace. That evening, we gathered in Theron's private chambers, all 5 of us, our pack, to discuss what came next. The immediate crisis is over, Theron said, laying out maps and reports. Belindra and the corrupt council members are in custody. The laws against force bonds are passed. The Reform Council is operational. But, Bastion prompted. But we have 237 confirmed corrupted bonds to break. And probably double that number we haven't discovered yet. Theron's expression was grim. Each one takes time, energy, and risk. We saw what happened when we broke bonds too quickly, wolves dying from the separation. I can do maybe 10 per day safely, I said, with rest between each one. That's months of work. Maybe a year or more if we count travel time to reach distant packs. I can help identify which bonds can be broken safely, Rydian offered. See the futures where separation is survivable versus the ones where it's fatal. That will reduce casualties. And I can train other witches in bond identification, Viola added. Not breaking, that requires Weaver power, but seeing them, documenting them, preparing wolves for the choice of whether to break them or not. It's going to be a long process, Bastion said. Months, maybe years of traveling the kingdom, breaking bonds, handling the political fallout. We need to be prepared for that marathon, not just the sprint we've been running. Which means we need a base of operations, Theron said. Somewhere central, where wolves can come to us instead of us constantly traveling to them. Somewhere safe, where bond breaking can happen with proper medical support and security. The palace? I suggested. Too political, Rydian said immediately. Too associated with the crown. Wolves who distrust Theron won't come here. We need somewhere neutral. What about Ashwood territory? I said slowly. The thought of returning to my former pack made my stomach churn, but strategically it made sense. It's centrally located, large enough for facilities, and it's currently leaderless since Belindra's exile. Everyone looked at me. You want to take over your former pack? Theron asked carefully. I want to transform it, I corrected. Make it into something better. A place where wolves come to be freed, not controlled. Where genuine bonds are celebrated and forced ones are broken. That's actually brilliant, Viola said. Symbolic too. The pack that suppressed you becomes the pack that frees others. There's poetry in that. But what about Alpha Darien? Bastion asked. He's still technically a pack alpha, even if he's on probation. He can stay or step down, I said.
His choice.
But if he stays, he'll have to accept the pack's new purpose. Accept me as part of its leadership. You'd work with the man who let Belinda torture you for 16 years? Theron's voice was sharp with protective anger. I'd work with a broken alpha who's trying to make amends. I corrected. Darien isn't evil.
He's weak.
He made terrible choices because he couldn't face his grief over my mother. But he's not beyond redemption. You're more forgiving than I'd be, Bastion muttered. I'm not forgiving, I said. I'm practical. Punishing Darien doesn't help anyone. But putting him to work fixing what he helped break, that serves a purpose. You sound like your mother, Viola said softly. She always believed in redemption too. Sometimes to her detriment.
Then I'll be smarter about it, I said.
Redemption with accountability. Forgiveness with oversight. Give Darien a chance to prove he can change, but don't trust him until he's earned it. Theron nodded slowly. If we're doing this, we do it properly. Full security. Medical facilities. Trained staff. Make Ashwood Pack into a true sanctuary for freed wolves. How do we fund it? Bastion asked practically. The Crown has resources, but converting an entire pack house into a medical and processing facility isn't cheap. The corrupted bond fines, Rydian said. Every alpha who commissioned force bonds is being fined. That money can go toward the sanctuary. Make the abusers pay for the healing they necessitated. I like that, I said. Justice and funding in one. Then we have a plan, Theron said. Transform Ashwood into a sanctuary. Invite wolves with corrupted bonds to come for evaluation and possible breaking. Train staff in support and medical care. Use it as a base for kingdom-wide reform. When do we start? I asked. Tomorrow, Theron decided. We've rested long enough. Time to begin the real work. 1 week later, I stood at the gates of Ashwood Pack for the first time since my exile. The pack house looked the same, imposing, beautiful, cold. But the energy was different. Wolves moved nervously, uncertain about what my return meant. Alpha Darien waited at the entrance, and for the first time in 16 years, he met my eyes directly. He looked old.
Worn.
Broken in ways that had nothing to do with age. Azria, he said, his voice rough.
I don't know what to say.
Sorry feels inadequate for 16 years of failure. Then don't say sorry, I replied. Show me. Help me turn this pack into something better. Into a place where wolves are freed instead of bound. He stared at me for a long moment. Then, slowly, he bowed his head in submission, not to an alpha, but to someone he'd wronged and who was offering him a chance anyway. I'll help, he said. Whatever you need. Whatever it takes to make amends. Good, I said. Because we have work to do. I walked past him into the pack house, not as the scared, suppressed girl who'd left, but as the Shadowborn weaver who'd changed a kingdom. The pack gathered in the main hall, watching warily. Some I recognized from my childhood. Some were new. All of them were uncertain about what my return meant. I'm not here as your alpha, I announced. I'm here as someone who's going to offer you all a choice. This pack is being transformed into a sanctuary, a place where wolves with corrupted bonds can come to be evaluated, supported, and possibly freed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. For those of you who want to stay and be part of that mission, welcome. You'll be trained, supported, and compensated fairly. For those who'd rather leave, that's your choice. No judgment, no penalties. Just genuine freedom to decide your own path. And Alpha Darien? Someone called out. What happened to him? He stays if he wants, I said. Works alongside us. Proves through actions that he's committed to change. If he falters, if he returns to old patterns, he's removed. But he gets a chance. We all get chances. I looked around at the wolves who'd once mocked me, who'd stood by while Belindra tortured me, who'd believed I was worthless. This is a new beginning, I said. For all of us. Let's make it count. The pack erupted in discussion, some excited, some skeptical, some cautiously hopeful. Through my pack bond, I felt my family's support. Theron handling political fallout in the capital. Bastion coordinating security. Rydian guiding us toward the best possible futures. Vaila training the next generation of bond identifiers. And me, standing in the place that had once been my prison, turning it into a sanctuary. It wasn't perfect. There were still corrupted bonds to break, still wolves who resisted change, still challenges ahead. But for the first time in my entire life, I wasn't just surviving. I was building. And that made all the difference. Chapter 15. The Final Thread. 6 months later, the Ashwood Sanctuary had become something I never imagined. What was once a cold pack house filled with cruelty and control now hummed with purpose. Wolves arrived daily from across the kingdom, some seeking bond evaluations, others looking for healing, many just needing a place where choice was honored over obligation. I stood in what used to be Belindra's formal sitting room, now converted into a consultation space. Comfortable chairs, calming colors, windows that let in natural light. Everything designed to make terrified wolves feel safe enough to ask for help. My current client was a young male named Kale, barely 20, whose hand shook as he tried to explain why he'd traveled 3 weeks to reach us. I feel it, he said quietly. The bond. It's there, pulling at me constantly, but it feels wrong. Like wearing clothes that don't fit. But my pack says it's the moon goddess's blessing, that I should be grateful. I called on my weaver sight, making the threads visible only to myself. There, silver wrapped in black corruption. A forced bond, probably created when he was 18, too young to question whether what he felt was genuine. It's corrupted, I confirmed gently. Created through magic, not destiny. Someone paid to have you bound to your current mate. His face crumpled. I thought I was broken. I thought there was something wrong with me, because I couldn't love her the way the bond said I should. You're not broken, I assured him. The bond is. And I can break it if you want. But you need to understand it will hurt. And there's no guarantee of what you'll feel afterward. The bond might have been forced, but you've lived with it for 2 years. Breaking it could feel like losing a part of yourself. But I'd be free? You have a choice, I corrected. Free to decide if you want to pursue a relationship with your current mate based on genuine feelings, or free to walk away completely. Either path becomes yours to choose. He was quiet for a long moment, tears streaming down his face. Break it, he finally said. Please. I need to know if what I feel is real, or just magic making me compliant. I spent the next hour carefully severing the corrupted threads, weaving healthy connections to support his system through the trauma of separation. It was delicate work, requiring absolute focus. By the end, Kale sat gasping, touching his chest like he expected to find a hole there. It's gone, he breathed. The constant pull, the need to be near her, the obsessive thoughts, all gone. I feel empty, but also lighter. Like I can finally breathe. That's normal, I said. The emptiness will fade as you adjust to making your own choices. Give it time. What do I do now? Whatever you want, I said simply. Go home and try to build something genuine with your mate. Or leave and find a new path. Or stay here for a while and figure out who you are without the bond influencing you. All of it is valid. He left looking dazed but hopeful, and I felt the familiar satisfaction of another wolf freed. 10 bonds today. 47 this week. Over 800 in the past 6 months. We were making progress. Slow, exhausting, meaningful progress. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Ridian entered, their expression troubled.
"We need to talk," they said.
"I've been seeing something in the future. Something concerning." My stomach tightened. Ridian only looked worried when the futures were genuinely bad. "What is it?" "There's a convergence coming. In 3 weeks, at the next full moon." They sat across from me, their galaxy eyes distant. Multiple timelines collapse into one point. One moment where everything either stabilizes or falls apart completely. What happens at that point? That's the problem. I can't see clearly. Something is blocking my sight, the same way your mother blocked information about your creation. Ridian focused on me, but I can see the edges. The moment involves you, Theron, and someone we haven't met yet. Someone with power equal to yours. Another Weaver?
No.
Something else. Something that shouldn't exist but does. Their voices dropped. And in 70% of futures, this encounter ends with your death. Real death. Not the temporary kind you can come back from. Ice flooded my veins. How do I die? I can't see the exact method, but I can see the choice that leads to it. Ridian's expression was pained. You're given an impossible decision. Save the kingdom but die in the process, or save yourself, but let the corrupted bond system return stronger than before. That's not a choice, I said flatly. That's martyrdom or failure. I know, but it's what I see in most timelines. They leaned forward. Azria, there might be a way to avoid it. If we can figure out who this person is before the full moon, if we can change the variables leading to that moment, we might create a new timeline. One where you don't have to die. What do we know about this person? They're connected to your past somehow. To your mother's research, to the original Weaver bloodline, to something Varia discovered before she died. Ridian pulled out papers covered in notes. I've been tracking clues in the future. References to the first Weaver and the original thread and something called the Unmaking. The Unmaking? A ritual. Ancient, forbidden, designed to completely erase the mate bond concept from existence. Not just break individual bonds, but unmake the very possibility of bonds forming. Ridian's voice was grim. If someone performs this ritual, every bond in the kingdom, corrupted or genuine, disappears. Wolves lose the ability to feel mate bonds entirely. That would cause chaos, I breathed. Genuine bonds, chosen connections, people who are happy together, all gone. Destroyed. Exactly. But there's a group who wants exactly that. Who believe the only way to ensure true freedom is to eliminate bonds altogether, make them impossible. Ridian met my eyes. They call themselves the Unbinders. And they've been working toward this ritual for decades. How have we not heard of them before? Because they're patient. Secretive. They've been waiting for the right moment, when the corrupted bond system is exposed and weakened, when enough wolves are questioning the nature of bonds. When resistance to their ideas would be lowest. And the full moon in 3 weeks. That's when they plan to perform the unmaking ritual, with you as the key. Ridian's voice was quiet. Because only a weaver can unmake bonds on that scale. Only someone with your power can literally erase the concept from reality. But I won't do it, I said immediately. I won't destroy genuine bonds to eliminate corrupted ones. That's throwing out everything good to get rid of the bad. They're going to try to force you. Ridian said. Through threats, through leverage, through something. In the future where you die, it's because you refuse to perform the ritual and they kill you rather than let you stop them. Then we stop them first.
How?
We don't know who they are, where they're located, or how many members they have. Ridian's frustration bled through the bond. I can see the result, but not the path. It's like trying to navigate a maze while blindfolded. I thought for a moment, turning over possibilities. My mother's research. Viola said Varia was investigating Weaver bloodlines before she died. Maybe she found something about the Unbinders, leaving clues we can follow. Viola has been through all of Varia's surviving notes, Ridian said. She hasn't found anything about this group. Then maybe the information isn't in her notes. Maybe it's somewhere else. Somewhere my mother hid it specifically, so the Unbinders couldn't find it. Where would she hide something that important? I thought about my mother brilliant, careful, always 3 steps ahead. Where would she hide information she needed to protect but also needed to survive her death? In me, I said slowly. She hid it in me, not in my memories. Those can be lost or altered. In my power itself, in the Weaver gift she awakened. Rydian's eyes widened. Information woven into your magical structure. Accessible only to you, only when you're developed enough to understand it. How do I access it? I have no idea, Rydian admitted. But Viola might. This is exactly the kind of complex spellwork she and Varia specialized in. We found Viola in the training wing, teaching a group of wolves how to identify corrupted bonds through meditation and energy sensing. When we explained what we suspected, her expression shifted from skeptical to thoughtful to excited. Of course, she breathed. Varia was always paranoid about her research being stolen. She said she'd found a way to make information inherit through power transfer. I thought she was theorizing, but she actually did it. I finished. Wove information into the Weaver gift itself, knowing it would pass to me when the power awakened. How do we extract it? Rydian asked. Viola was already pulling books from shelves, flipping through pages covered in complex diagrams. There's a meditation technique. Deep diving into your own magical structure, following the threads of power to their source. It's dangerous. You could get lost in your own power, trapped in recursive loops, but it's possible. I'll do it, I said immediately. Not alone. Theron's voice came from the doorway. He entered with Bastion, both looking concerned. We felt the alarm through the pack bond. What's happening? We explained quickly. The unbinders, the unmaking ritual, the futures where I died trying to stop them. Theron's face went hard. Then we find them first. Hunt them down before they can threaten you. We don't know who they are, I said. That's why I need to access whatever information my mother left me. It might tell us who leads the unbinders, where they're located, and how to stop them. How long will this meditation take? Bastion asked practically. Hours, Viola said. Maybe longer. And Azria will be vulnerable while she's doing it, completely focused inward, unable to defend herself. Then we guard her. Theron said immediately. All of us. Make sure nothing disturbs the process. Through our pack bond, I felt their absolute determination to protect me, their terror at the futures Rydian had seen, their refusal to let me face danger alone. Thank you, I said quietly. All of you. I don't know what I'd do without this pack. You'd probably try to save everyone single-handedly and get yourself killed, Bastion said dryly. Good thing you don't have to. When do we do this? Theron asked Viola.
Now.
Tonight. The sooner we have information, the sooner we can act. She began gathering materials, candles, crystals, herbs. I'll prepare the meditation space. The rest of you, make sure we won't be interrupted. An hour later, I sat in the center of a ritual circle in what used to be my storage room bedroom. It felt fitting, returning to the place where I'd spent years believing I was nothing, now using it to unlock power and information that could save the kingdom. Viola had placed crystals at cardinal points, lit candles that smelled of moonflowers, and something sharper, woven protective wards that shimmered like heat waves. My pack stood outside the circle, Theron, Bastion, Rydian, and Viola, all ready to guard me while I dove into my own power. Remember, Viola said, follow the threads of your Weaver gift to their source. Don't get distracted by side paths or alternate routes. Find the core of your power. That's where Varia would have hidden the information. What if I get lost? We'll pull you back through the pack bond, Theron said firmly. No matter how deep you go, we'll find you. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Then I dove. The inside of my power was nothing like I expected. It wasn't dark or light. It wasn't solid or liquid. It was threads, millions of them, billions maybe, all woven together in patterns so complex they hurt to look at. Each thread represented a connection I could make, a bond one could forge, a reality I could create. I was standing in potential itself. Focus, I reminded myself. Follow the threads to their source. I reached out and grabbed the nearest thread, following it backward. It led to another thread, then another, branching and connecting in fractal patterns that seemed to go on forever. This could take years, decades. I could spend eternity tracing these connections and never reach the core. Trust your instincts. I heard Viola's voice, distant and echoing. Varia made you. She'd have designed the path to be intuitive to you specifically. My instincts. What did my instincts say? I stopped trying to follow threads logically and just felt. Let my power guide me instead of my mind. Immediately, I started moving faster, threading through the maze of possibilities, following a path that felt right even though I couldn't explain why.
Deeper, deeper.
Past individual bonds, past personal connections, down to the foundational level where power originated. And there, at the very center of my weaver gift, I found it. A knot. A tangle of threads so complex and tightly woven that it looked like a solid mass. And written into the pattern of that knot was information. Knowledge. Everything my mother had discovered about the Unbinders, encoded into my power itself. I touched the knot, and knowledge flooded through me. The Unbinders were founded 200 years ago by wolves who'd been forcibly bonded and wanted revenge. Not justice, revenge. They wanted to ensure no one could ever feel the joy of mate bonds because they'd been denied it. Over centuries, they evolved from a revenge group into a philosophical movement. They genuinely believe that the only true freedom is the absence of bonds entirely. That any connection, even chosen ones, creates obligation and limits choice. They've been infiltrating packs for decades, placing members in positions of power, waiting for the right moment to strike. The leader is someone named Silas, a wolf who was forcibly bonded to 3 different mates over his lifetime, each bond broken by violence. The trauma broke him, made him believe love itself was the enemy. Silas discovered the unmaking ritual in ancient texts, a spell so powerful it requires 3 things: a full moon, a place of power where reality is thin, and a weaver willing to channel the magic. That's why they've been waiting. They needed the corrupted bond system exposed, needed public opinion turned against bonds in general. And they needed a weaver to awaken. Needed me. The place of power is Moonshadow Grove, the same place where the first mate bonds were created 1,000 years ago, where reality and magic intertwine most strongly. They plan to capture me during the full moon, force me to channel the unmaking whether I want to or not. And if I refuse, they'll kill me to prevent me from stopping them, then wait for another weaver to awaken in a future generation. My mother discovered all of this, realized the Unbinders were real, not myth, and she knew that eventually they'd target her daughter. So, she left me instructions. The knowledge crystallized into a plan. A way to stop the Unbinders without destroying genuine bonds. A way to protect the freedom to choose while preserving the ability to connect. It would require perfect timing, enormous power, and sacrifice. Always sacrifice. But it was possible. I pulled back from the meditation, gasping as I returned to my body. My pack immediately surrounded me, supporting me as I swayed. What did you see? Theron demanded. I told them everything. The Unbinders' history, their plan, their leader, the ritual, the grove. We have 3 weeks, I said. 3 weeks to prepare. To set our own trap. To stop them before they can force the unmaking. How? Rydian asked. You said they planned to capture you and force you to channel the ritual. How do we prevent that? We can't prevent it, I said. We let them capture me. Let them think they've won. And then I perform a different ritual. Not the unmaking. Something else. What else? Viola demanded. I met her eyes. The reforging. A ritual that doesn't unmake bonds. It purifies them. Removes the possibility of corruption while preserving the ability to form genuine connections. Makes it so that forced bonds literally can't exist, but chosen ones thrive. That's theoretical magic, Viola breathed. Varia and I discussed it years ago, but could never figure out how to make it work. She figured it out, I said. The solution was encoded in my power. All the formulas, all the requirements. It's possible, Viola. We can actually fix the bond system permanently. What's the cost? Theron asked quietly. He knew by now that powerful magic always required payment. I was quiet for a moment. The reforging requires a weaver to permanently bind themselves to the bond system, become part of it. A living filter that ensures all future bonds are genuine and freely chosen. "You be trapped," Rydian said, horror clear in their voice. "Bound to magic forever. Unable to live a normal life." "Not trapped," I corrected. "Transformed. I'd still be myself, still be conscious and aware. But my power would be permanently dedicated to maintaining bond purity. I'd feel every bond that forms in the kingdom, verify its authenticity, prevent corruption." "That sounds like hell," Bastion said bluntly. "It sounds like purpose," I corrected. "Isn't that what I've been doing anyway? Using my power to help wolves form genuine connections? This just makes it permanent and automatic." "There has to be another way," Theron said desperately. "Some option that doesn't require you to sacrifice yourself." "The other option is unmaking," I said. "Destroy all bonds, genuine and corrupted. Or the status quo. Keep fighting corruption case by case, bond by bond, forever. Never quite winning, never quite losing." I looked at each of them. Reforging is the only way to permanently fix the system, to ensure no wolf ever suffers a forced bond again. And yes, it costs me my freedom, but I'd still be here, still connected to you through our pack bond, just also connected to every other bond in the kingdom. "That's not a life," Theron said, his voice breaking. "That's existence. You deserve better than just existing to serve a magical function." "Maybe," I agreed. "But I also deserve to finish what my mother started. To make her sacrifice mean something. To ensure the weapon she created actually saves people instead of just exposing problems." Through our pack bond, I felt their conflict, their love for me warring with their understanding that this might be the only real solution.
"Vote," I said.
The pack decides together. Do we pursue reforging? Or do we find another way to stop the unbinders, even if it means the corrupted bond problem continues? "This isn't a vote," Theron said. "This is your life. Your choice. And I'm choosing to let my pack help me decide," I said firmly. "Because you all have to live with the consequences too. If I become bound to the bond system, you'll feel it through our pack connection. You'll be partially bound too. So you deserve input." They were quiet for a long moment. Then one by one they spoke. "I vote yes," Viola said quietly. "Not because I want you to sacrifice yourself, but because it's what Varia would want. What we both always wanted, a permanent solution that protects wolves forever." "I vote yes," Rydian said, "because I've seen the future. The ones where you do the reforging create more happiness, more genuine love, more wolves living authentic lives. The math is clear, even if the cost is terrible." "I vote yes," Bastion said gruffly, "because you're already spending your life helping people. This just makes it more efficient. And because I trust that you've thought this through." Everyone looked at Theron. He stood there, jaw clenched, fighting with himself. I felt his agony through the bond, the part of him that wanted to forbid this, to find another way, to keep me safe and whole, and his. Finally he spoke. "I vote yes," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Because you deserve to choose your own sacrifice. Because denying you this choice would make me the same as everyone who's ever tried to control you. And because I love you enough to let you become what you need to be, even if it kills me to watch it happen." The words hung in the air. He loved me. I'd suspected, felt hints through the bond, but he never said it directly. "I love you too," I said quietly. "All of you.
Pack.
Family. The people who saw me when I was nothing and helped me become something. This is how I love you back, by making sure the kingdom you're building is protected. Permanently." "Then we have 3 weeks," Viola said, wiping tears from her eyes. 3 weeks to prepare the reforging ritual. To train you in channeling that much power. To set our trap for the unbinders. And to say goodbye, I added, to who I am now. Because after the reforging, I'll be different. Still me, but also part of something larger. "Then we make these 3 weeks count," Theron said. make memories worth keeping, give you something to hold on to when you're bound to the bond system. Through our pack bond, I felt their love, their support, their absolute commitment to making this work. 3 weeks until the full moon. 3 weeks until everything changed. 3 weeks to save the kingdom one final time. The end. Azria's journey from suppressed and powerless to Shadowborn Weaver has come full circle. She began as someone who believed she was broken, discovered she was deliberately sabotaged, awakened power beyond measure, and finally chose to use that power not for personal gain but for permanent, systematic change. The story ends not with a traditional happy ending, but with a meaningful one. Azria becoming part of the solution itself, ensuring that future generations of wolves will never suffer the way she did. She transforms from victim to survivor to savior, always maintaining her core belief in genuine choice and freedom. Her pack remains by her side, supporting her choice even as it breaks their hearts. And the kingdom moves forward into a future where bonds are genuine, choice is honored, and one brave wolf's sacrifice protects millions yet to come.